Chapter 16, 60 Starry Sky Treasure Selection. Chapter 16, 60 Starry Sky Treasure Selection. Finally, the fights became fewer and more spa. RSE. The spirit circles each fell under someone's owners. HI+P. But those who obtained spirit circles, most of them were third-layered Heaven Divine Lords and second-layered Heaven Divine Lords. The number of first-layered Heaven Divine Lords were very few. After Jing Lu was frightened away by Yi Yuan, he also found a succor and forcefully occupied a spirit circle. 100 breaths of time pa said. One spirit circle after another emitted traces of dense mist. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt that a wisp of his divine sense involuntarily broke free of his body, flying toward the suppression ancient heaven gate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of light broke free, flying into the suppression ancient heaven gate. Those martial artists who failed to the spirit circles could only see these people enter to search for treasures off with their eyes with envious looks. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he entered a vast starry sky. Is this the legendary suppression ancient starry sky? Indeed magical. Each star represents a treasure. The brighter the star, it means the more powerful the treasure. Still waiting for what? Come on. Treasure in front. The martial artists all lost composure, taking action one after another, flying over toward those stars. Those slightly darker stars, they did not take fancy on them. They were all aiming for those brightest few stars. It was just that they flew halfway and their figures were unable to advance an inch anymore. Really overestimating their own abilities. How can truly powerful inheritances be what the average person can obtain? Dustless said disdainfully, the soul-suppressing pearl was integrated inside Yi Yuan's divine sense and was also brought inside. Yi Yuan said, wonder to which step I can walk to. Dustless stroked his beard and said, Hoo-hoo, with this old man around, you'll naturally get the best. Yi Yuan could not help smiling when he heard it. It was said that this inheritance was left behind by a true D powerhouse, but the soul-suppressing pearl was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure. Dustless did not take it seriously at all. The means of true D powerhouses are indeed inconceivable. To actually be able to create such a region of consciousness it's just that no idea what the strongest inheritance here is. Yi Yuan said, the strongest inheritance is naturally not here, but in the depths of the starry sky. Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled at Ning Tianping and said, Tianping, let us go and join in the fun too. Right. I also want to see where my potential lies. Ning Tianping said with a smile. Finished talking. The two people leaped and headed over toward the vast starry sky. And it, just a little bit more, move for me. A second-layered Heaven Divine Lord martial artist struggled until his face reddened to the ears, but his body was unable to advance an inch. But he was only several hundred feet away from a very dazzling star. Right at this time, two figures lightly walked by him, incomparably relaxedly, forming a fierce contrast with him. Ning Tianping saw that star was very bright and could not resist reaching out to fish it over. That martial artist glared and roared furiously, That's mine! You're not allowed to S-N-A-T-C-H. Ning Tianping said with an amused look, Is your name written on it? That person could not help choking when he heard it, but he was fiercely unwilling to submit in his heart. Comparing people was really odious. This region of starry sky, the deeper in the higher one's talent naturally was. He already used all of his strength to arrive here, but it now seemed like a joke. Ning Tianping carefully sensed it a bit, but his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, Your Excellency, this is a divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. It seems to be pretty good. That martial artist's entire body trembled, the unwillingness in his eyes even stronger. Who knew that Yi Yuan said coolly, Just a divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. Can only bring one thing out from here. Throw it away. Oh. Ning Tianping casually threw it very obediently. That star returned to its original spot. That martial artist was utterly stunned by these two people's conversation. This was also too casual, right? That originally thick unwillingness turned into astoundment at this time. Divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. They did not even take fancy on it? One had to know. Divine Tao rank 5 cultivation methods were easily the price of 1 or 2 billion. That martial artist had tears coursing down his face, thinking to himself, you guys shouldn't toy with people like this. Might as well directly take it away. This was also too hurtful, right? Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping did not stop at all, directly leaving, while that martial artist was still desperately crawling forward, hoping to be able to reach that divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. It was just that no matter how hard he strove, he was always lacking that little bit. Several hundred martial artists, everyone had their own goals, but those able to reach rank 5 cultivation methods were originally already scanty few. As for even deeper, they were unable to arrive there at all. Ha ha ha, peak rank 5 cultivation method, crimson light 9 brilliance divine art. With this cultivation method, I can cultivate all the way to the peak of the celestial deity realm. In the starry sky, a voice suddenly sounded out loud, seemingly very excited. Not far away, some martial artists cast envious gazes. Indeed worthy of being a genius known to definitely step into celestial deity realm, to actually be able to obtain a peak rank 5 cultivation method. Sigh, the disparity between anyone is too great. Barring no accidents, the cultivation method that Jing Lu obtained will probably be the best this time, right? Hearing the sighs of admiration coming from everyone, Jing Lu was extremely pleased with himself, because in this starry sky he walked right at the forefront. Clearly his talent was the greatest. Melody Sun Imperial City's apex cultivation method could only cultivate to the 3rd layered heaven celestial deity realm. Therefore, without a special fortuitous encounter, Jing Lu's final realm would stop here too. But now it was different. This set of crimson, light, 9 brilliance divine art was sufficient to support him to cultivate to the peak 9th layered heaven celestial deity. Only a step away from the true D realm. Jing Lu believed that with his talent he could absolutely cultivate to the 9th layered heaven celestial deity realm. Right at this time, 2 figures came over, seemingly very relaxed. Amidst everyone's amazed stare, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping strolled over leisurely and arrived beside Jing Lu very quickly. Ning Tianping gave Jing Lu a glance and said disdainfully, a mere divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. Look how excited it made you. Useless. Toward Jing Lu, Ning Tianping did not want to have any favorable impression. Seeing him show off, he could not resist giving him a blow. When Jing Lu saw these 2 people, the joy from a moment ago immediately disappeared in a flash. Looking at the 2 people's appearance, it seemed like they still had the strength to spare, while he was already powerless to move forward. Humph! What are you showing off for? The further in front, the greater the resistance. I don't believe that you guys can still advance much. Jing Lu said with a cold smile. Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see. Ning Tianping said with a sneer. Yi Yuan shot Jing Lu a glance lightly and said, come on. Just a frog at the bottom of a well. No need to care about him. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and continued forward, leaving behind the black-faced Jing Lu. Sure enough, the resistance in front became greater and greater. Before long, Ning Tianping was unable to advance anymore. The tremendous resistance made it hard for him to take a single step. Your Excellency, I can't move any more, Ning Tianping said. However, he did not have the intention of being unreconciled to it. Ning Tianping knew that for him to be able to walk until here was entirely His Excellency's credit. With his original talent, he was probably not even as good as Jinglu. Yi Yuan glanced around and said with a nod, "All right, you stay here. I'll go further and take a look." Chapter 1661, He Can Do I. 1661, He Can Do I. The end of the starry sky was a stretch of darkness. An unfathomable aura emanated from the darkness. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly taking a step out. Entering inside the darkness, a powerful repulsive force hit him head-on, as if going to push his entire person out of the darkness. Walking all the way until now, Dustless did not give him help. He relied on his own strength to arrive here, but his strength was clearly inadequate in front of a true God. A powerful soul force surged out. Yi Yuan felt the pressure on his body suddenly reduce. Since things that entered this place were only wisps of martial artist's consciousness, this repulsive force naturally acted on the martial artist's consciousness. But the soul-suppressing pearl was too domineering in this regard. Even a true D had to kneel in front of it. Just like that, Yi Yuan slowly moved forward, entering the boundless darkness. It's only because you didn't break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Otherwise, there's no need for this old man's help at all, and you'd be able to enter this SPAC, Dustless said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said that true God powerhouse should be looking for a Divine Lord Realm successor. That's why he'd do so, right? Most likely, he also didn't think that there's actually an origin deity realm who could walk until here. Dustless nodded and said that's natural. Divine Lord Realms create a world. That's a true deity realm powerhouse. Before Divine Lord Realm, accurately speaking, one is just a quasi-deity. Hence, he didn't consider origin deity realm martial artists at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Pity that I've been unable to open up a world and let him down." Dustless smiled and said, "A true God powerhouse's inheritance is merely a minor assistance to you. Only true God mystic treasures, these things still have some help to you." While chatting away, a starry sky vortex suddenly appeared ahead, being incomparably bright. This is the true inheritance, right? Yi Yuan took a step out and arrived in front of the starry sky vortex in an instant. However, right at this time, a horrifying aura came from within, making Yi Yuan's expression change drastically. This horrifying aura was extremely powerful, even making Yi Yuan's consciousness almost collapse. A Ma-S figure appeared above that CLUS to have starry sky, looking down at Yi Yuan with a gloomy, cold gaze. This gaze seemed to be somewhat angry and a little disappointed. That enormous figure said, "I didn't expect that the first one to walk until here is actually just an origin deity realm kid. It really disappoints this seat too much." A gentle force instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up, making Yi Yuan recover to his initial-most state. He looked at that Ma-S figure and said coolly, "This suppression ancient Heaven Gate inheritance was left behind by Senior, right?" Yi Yuan's consciousness only trembled for a bit and recovered back to its original state. This made the other party rather surprised. After being slightly surprised, he shook his head and said, "You have some skills, but your talent is too poor. Skeletal age, already 500 over years old, and actually still haven't broken through to the Divine Lord Realm. You aren't fit to obtain my inheritance." This powerhouse clearly had an extremely high requirement toward the successor's talent. Hence, the moment he laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he denied Yi Yuan's qualifications to become his successor. One had to know the 500 years old Jinglu was already almost second-layered Heaven Divine Lord, and he could not even meet his requirements. Even though Yi Yuan walked until here, his realm was too low. He turned his nose up at him too. Yi Yuan was not angry and said with a faint smile, "This ye already walked until here. Whether I get the inheritance or not isn't Senior's call." Insolence. The powerhouse was greatly enraged when he heard it. Pointing a finger out, the starry sky changed colors. A majestic and powerful will instantly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. What entered this place was merely a wisp of Yi Yuan's divine sense. The target of that powerhouse's attack was naturally this wisp of divine sense too. However, it was as if Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to it and did not have the intention of resisting at all. Even though this powerhouse only left behind a trace of remnant thought, he was also a true D realm powerhouse, no matter what. Eradicating an origin deity, realm divine, sense was too easy. However, when this burst of powerful will arrived in front of Yi Yuan, a terrifying energy vortex suddenly appeared. That powerful will was directly swallowed up by this surge of energy vortex. When the powerhouse saw the situation, his expression changed drastically. Pupils constricting, he said in shock, This is an Empyrean spirit treasure. A true D powerhouse's knowledge was naturally not what the average martial artist could compare to. This horrifying energy undulation, only an Empyrean spirit treasure could emit it. There was actually an Empyrean spirit treasure on this origin deity, realm kid's body. Moreover, it was even an extremely rare soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan said coolly, I wonder if I have the qualifications to be the successor. The powerhouse's expression flickered incessantly. He never dreamed that he would actually be threatened by an origin deity realm kid. No, not threatened. A soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure was simply his nemesis. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, blotting out his existence was simply as easy as turning his hand over. Forget that he was just a wisp of remnant thought currently. Even in his heyday, he was also not an Empyrean spirit treasure's match. The powerhouse suddenly looked up at the sky and said with a sigh, Truly a tiger landing in a plane. Looks like my Mo Li Fei's big enmity. It has no luck to be avenged. Kid, do it. Exterminating this seat. You can naturally take away the inheritance. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This Mo Li Fei seemed to have a deep hatred. That was why he would set up the suppression ancient heaven gate here and attempt to find a successor to help him get revenge. Senior, you misunderstood. Actually, I'm not very interested in your inheritance. I just came in to take a look. If you really need a successor, I have a suitable candidate, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Mo Li Fei was taken aback when he heard that, and soon after, laughed in spite of himself and said, Yeah, you are in possession of a soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. So why would you take fancy on this seat's inheritance? But who is the suitable candidate that you speak of? Yi Yuan smiled. Right in this stretch of starry sky, Senior should be able to sense it, right? He's the closest to this place right now. Who Yi Yuan said was naturally Ning Tianping. Mo Li Fei's brows furrowed slightly. His remnant thought flitted out, immediately seeing the Ning Tianping who was currently struggling bitterly. Him? Although his talent is pretty good, he's still a little off from this seat's requirements. Mo Li Fei shook his head and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior doesn't seem to have a choice now. But I can assure Senior that he's absolutely the most suitable candidate. If Senior has any grievance unrequited, you can entrust it to him. He can definitely help Senior to fulfill your dying wish. Facing an existence like Yi Yuan, Mo Li Fei completely had no temper at all. Indeed, under this kind of circumstance, Yi Yuan finding a pretty good successor for him was considered giving him a lot of face already. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan wanted to directly eliminate him, he would not be able to resist at all. But Mo Li Fei still shook his head and said, You don't know how powerful my enemy is. He might very likely already be an Empyrean powerhouse by now. Even by obtaining all of my legacies, the hope of revenge is also very bleak. He won't be able to shoulder it. Yi Yuan smiled and said he can do it, because he has me as a friend. Mo Li Fei's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan, being rather surprised. This kid gave him a strange feeling in all aspects. Moreover, for an origin deity realm to be able to own an Empyrean spirit treasure, this in itself was a matter beyond comprehension. Chapter 1662, Three Lives, Nirvana Seal. 1662, Three Lives, Nirvana Seal, seemingly making an extremely great resolution. Mo Li Fei reached his hand out toward the void and beckoned. Ning Tianping was currently desperately trying to reach a star, but all of a sudden he seemed to be sucked away by a black hole, immediately disappearing. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Mo Li Fei and Yi Yuan. "Why, Your Excellency, what's going on here?" Ning Tianping said with a baffled look. This existence in front of him gave him an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. That kind of power made even his soul shudder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This senior feels that you're pretty talented and wants to take you in as a disciple. Hence, he summoned you here." Ning Tianping was dazed and said in surprise, "Take me in as a disciple? Your Excellency, shouldn't it be taking you in as a disciple? He has another teacher and is already not suitable to be my disciple anymore. This seat wants to take you in as a disciple right now. Are you willing?" Mo Li Fei suddenly said, "Oh, of course I'm willing." Ning Tianping blurted out, "Got to be joking. A true D powerhouse wanting to take him in as a disciple. This was a great lucky chance. So how could he possibly refuse?" Mo Li Fei said in a solemn voice, "Obtaining my legacy, you have to take revenge for this seat. Are you willing?" Ning Tianping's gaze turned intent and involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan. Only after getting Yi Yuan's affirmation did he nod and say, "Disciple is willing." Mo Li Fei reached his hand out and beckoned. That CLUS tour of starry star vortex turned into several light dots and flew over. "These few things are Master's legacy items," Mo Li Fei said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked over, only to see those few dots of starlight turn into several treasures. A cultivation method, 2 martial techniques, as well as several medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, looking at one of the martial techniques, revealing a look of interest. Mo Li Fei said, "This Starry Night Vast Cloud Art is a peak rank 6 cultivation method. It is sufficient for you to cultivate to become a peak true GOD. These 2 sets of martial techniques, one of them is called Star Moon Life U002 6 Death Sword, and the other is called 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. Especially this 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. It's exceedingly profound and hard to learn. Master only comprehended until the 2nd level seal art back then. This set of seal art is divided into a total of 3 seals. They are respectively Nirvana Seal, Life U002 6 Death Seal, and 6 Paths of Reincarnation Seal. Cultivating to the limit, one can sweep across those in the same rank. Jumping realms to battle will be a cinch." Hearing Mo Li Fei's introduction, Ning Tianping was excited until his heart was virtually about to jump out. Although he had not cultivated it, yet the power of these few things he could completely sense it. Especially this 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. It seemed to even transcend the scope of true GOD. It could be said to have boundless power. With these few cultivation methods and martial techniques, the tiny little heavenly eagle imperial city was no longer able to constrain him. He was going to spread his wings, soar high, and venture into this outside world. "Senior, this set of 3 Lives Nirvana Seal, can you borrow this junior to take a look?" Yi Yuan suddenly said. He felt that this martial technique was very extraordinary and was very interested in it. A conflicted look appeared on Mo Li Fei's face, but he still nodded and said, "Take it and see then." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, senior." In front of Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan behaved very humble toward Mo Li Fei. After all, from today onward, Mo Li Fei was Ning Tianping's master. He did not want to let Ning Tianping have any misunderstanding. However, Mo Li Fei was clearly very wary of Yi Yuan. Regarding Yi Yuan's request, he naturally had no reason to not satisfy it. Mo Li Fei reached his hand out and pushed. The 3 Lives Nirvana seal arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a curious look. Divine sense prying into it and started inspecting. Mo Li Fei did not pay attention to Yi Yuan and continued saying to Ning Tianping, "Your talent is pretty good, but the cultivation method that you cultivate is a little too low grade. Master will help you refine the cultivation method right now and let you change it to the Starry Night Vast Cloud art." Ning Tianping said excitedly, "Many thanks, Master." Although Mo Li Fei was a wisp of remnant soul, his means were clearly very powerful. He started to guide Ning Tianping little by little and refined his divine essence anew according to the Starry Night Vast Cloud arts method. In the process of refining, Mo Li Fei also nodded slightly. This disciple that Yi Yuan recommended, while still barely satisfactory, was indeed a moldable talent. Yi Yuan suddenly felt like he was situated in HEL, his entire person's life force rapidly dissipating. This is the Nirvana seal, tempering and advancing, nirvanic rebirth. This set of seal art is so profound. Yi Yuan said emotionally. Yi Yuan immersed in the seal art, reminiscing his previous life and current life, these 1,000 years, and actually had a feeling of great enlightenment. Wasn't his life a life of nirvanic rebirth? How many times of facing despair, and also how many years of relying on his own efforts. Nirvanic rebirth. Amidst this profound divine inscription, Yi Yuan's consciousness became more and more empty and finally resulted in a quiescence. Amen. Mo Li Fei was currently guiding Ning Tianping to refine his divine essence when he suddenly felt that Yi Yuan's life force was currently rapidly disappearing. This kid actually wants to forcefully comprehend the Nirvana seal. He's courting death here. Mo Li Fei turned pale with fright and was about to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's comprehension. "Master!" Ning Tianping hurriedly shouted. "Amen." Mo Li Fei looked at Ning Tianping doubtfully. Ning Tianping said, "Master rest assured His Excellency won't mess around. His Excellency's talent is hundreds, thousands of times better than mine. Even if the comprehension fails, there won't be any danger to his life too. Let him be." Mo Li Fei laughed in spite of himself and said, "Do you really think that a true God realm skill is so simple? If it is that simple, don't know how many people in this world can break through to become a true God already." But Ning Tianping said firmly, "I don't know about others, but His Excellency definitely can. Spatial laws are known as the supreme laws that are the hardest to comprehend in this world. But His Excellency only used 100 years' time and comprehended 2 layers of heaven." Mo Li Fei's gaze turned sharp, incomparably shocked in his heart. As a true D powerhouse, he was clearer than others how difficult spatial laws were to comprehend. This kid in front of him actually only used 100 years' time and comprehended 2 layers of heaven? Was this a joke? Just as he was in shock, the Yi Yuan who originally already returned to quiescence, his aura suddenly became strong. Suddenly, Yi Yuan abruptly snapped open his eyes and flagrantly fired out a seal. Rumble. The entire region of starry sky started trembling. The stars in the distance suddenly became dim. What happened? Could it be that this stretch of SPAC is going to collapse? Q quickly run. The Divine Lord Realm powerhouses who were still outside choosing treasures after seeing this scene, each and every one of them was frightened until they turned deathly pale. Once the SPAC collapsed, they would have to be buried inside. Even if it was just a wisp of divine sense, it would cause tremendous damage to their main body too. Wanting to break through in the future would no longer be possible. Mo Li Fei's gaze revealed a panic-stricken look as he said in shock, "See, comprehended? I spent several thousand years before comprehending this first seal. He only used this short while and is already at grand completion?" Yes, this first seal of the Nirvana seal. Yi Yuan already fully mastered it, cultivating to the realm of grand completion. Chapter 1663, Looking for Abuse. 1663, Looking for Abuse, Life and Death, Reincarnation. Suddenly an epiphany in one move. This set of seal art was simply tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was abnormally high to begin with. Coupled with his MPY journey and setbacks during his life, his experiences were far from what the average person could compare to. This nirvana seal, he directly comprehended it. When Ning Tianping saw that Yi Yuan had a sudden epiphany, he could not help saying with great joy, "Congratulations, Your Excellency!" "Master, what did I say just now? His Excellency is very impressive, right?" Mo Lifei appeared, slightly embarrassed, said as he smiled, extremely shocked in his heart. He even turned his nose up at Yi Yuan earlier, feeling that Yi Yuan's talent was too inferior. Only now did he know how ridiculously wrong he was. This kind of comprehension ability was simply astounding. Ho! Little friend Yi Yuan's comprehension ability is truly terrifying. For your master to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's truly a blessing. Mo Lifei said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I entered the state of sudden epiphany by chance, comprehending the nirvana seal. You guys carry on. I'll consolidate this set of seal art." Under Mo Lifei's guidance, Ning Tianping's cultivation method was converted very quickly. When his cultivation method was finished converting, it would also be equivalent to familiarizing with the Starry Night Vast Cloud art cultivation method once. Cultivating in the future would also yield twice the results with half the effort. "Master, you said that you're burdened with a deep-seated hatred, but you still haven't told me who your enemy is," Ning Tianping suddenly asked. Mo Lifei let out a sigh and said, "Wait till your strength is sufficient, then Master will naturally tell you." Ning Tianping nodded his head. He also knew that his current strength was too weak, and talking about taking revenge was still too early. "Master, this disciple and His Excellency will be leaving for the Heavenspan Mountain right away. Come together with us," Ning Tianping said with a look of antic. Asian. The pure-minded Ning Tianping felt that Mo Lifei was very good to him. These few days, quite a bit of teacher-student relations. I plus P was also nurtured between the two. Now, Mo Lifei already gradually recognized this disciple. Just as Yi Yuan said, this disciple did not disappoint him. But more importantly, it was his faith in Yi Yuan. Hearing Ning Tianping's invitation, Mo Lifei was rather moved, but he shook his head very soon and said, "Master won't be going, you guys go ahead." Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through Mo Lifei's thoughts, took out a ring, and said, "Senior, I have a spirit void ring here. You can shelter yourself inside. The two of your teacher and student have just formed ties. Separating henceforth is too cruel. Moreover, Tianping's cultivation in the future still needs senior to guide." Mo Lifei's gaze turned intent, and he said, You actually still have a soul-type mystic treasure." This ring was shockingly a soul-type divine lord mystic treasure too. Although compared to the soul-suppressing pearl, it did not even count as trash, there was still no problem for Mo Lifei to shelter himself inside. Mo Lifei was merely a wisp of remnant soul, currently, with not much life force left. He left behind numerous contingencies in this suppression ancient heaven gate in order to preserve his remnant soul. But once he left this place, his life force would dissipate rapidly. This spirit void ring was a soul-type divine lord mystic treasure in the purple extreme hall. Either way, Yi Yuan had no use for it, so gifting it to Ning Tianping was just right. The moment Ning Tianping understood the situation, he could not help being overjoyed as he said, "Ha, great! Master, we can leave this lousy place. Don't you worry. Disciple will definitely cultivate hard and strive to help Master take revenge soon." Mo Lifei was agitated in his heart and said with a nod, "All right, then I shall shelter myself inside this spirit void ring." He was inexplicably shocked in his heart. The secrets on this kid called Yi Yuan were truly too many. Even though it was just a divine Lord mystic treasure, soul-type divine Lord mystic treasures were exceedingly rare. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had a second of such a treasure on him. Above the wilderness outside the suppression ancient heaven gate, the powerful spiritual energy storm gradually dissipated. Jing Lu was in high and vigorous spirits. He obtained the crimson, light, 9 brilliance, divine art. After coming out and converting his cultivation method, he touched the second-layered heaven divine Lord Bottleneck very quickly and actually directly broke through. Indeed, well deserving of being young patriarch Jing Lu. This kind of talent is truly rare in the world. It's said that he broke through to first-layered heaven divine Lord for less than 50 years and actually broke through to second-layered heaven divine Lord already. Obtaining a divine Tao peak rank 5 cultivation method this time, he'll likely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. The people were all sighing with amazement at Jing Lu's talent. The speed of his cultivation was indeed too fast, causing people to marvel in wonder. Right at this time, 2 rays of light shot out of the suppression ancient heaven gate and returned to the spirit circle. It's Master Yi Yuan. I heard that he entered the depths of the starry sky this time. Wonder whether he obtained a divine Tao rank 6 treasure or not. Might not. Rank 6 treasures are very rare. Even if they entered the depths of the starry sky, they might not be able to obtain it either. Quite a number of people were all guessing just what kind of harvests Yi Yuan gained. But Jing Lu's expression turned dark, and he came up to greet them. Yi Yuan, you postured with me previously and looked down on a peak rank 5 cultivation method. I wonder what you obtained. Jing Lu said with a cold smile. Toward this arrogant fellow, Yi Yuan could only be speechless. He just said coolly, "What has what I obtained got to do with you?" Jing Lu did not get angry either, and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan, I want to challenge you. If you lose, I don't want your treasure either. Bring it out for everyone to take a look. Do you dare or not?" Jing Lu was certain that Yi Yuan definitely obtained some kind of important treasure and was afraid of displaying it and being coveted by everyone. What he wanted to do right now was to force Yi Yuan to show the treasure and draw everyone's hostility. He did not believe that body was unmoved. Jing Lu's little scheme. How could Yi Yuan not perceive it? He looked at Jing Lu with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You already broke through to become a second-layered heaven divine lord, challenging me, an origin deity realm. Your skin is really thick." With Yi Yuan saying so, there were indeed quite a number of people who gestured and pointed, very disdainful towards his actions. This was a blatant bullying people. However, Jing Lu was clearly long prepared and said with a smile, "You're not an ordinary origin deity realm. Your strength is even stronger than the vast majority of first-layered heaven divine lords. Now, you also obtained a precious treasure in the suppression ancient heaven gate. Jumping another realm to battle is also not impossible. This is also too shameless. Yeah, although we're very curious about what treasure Yi Yuan obtained, this kind of shameless words still makes people perspire in shame. An origin deity, realm jumping realms to defeat a first-layered heaven divine lord is already freakish to the extreme. But to further defeat a second-layered heaven divine lord, how is this possible?" Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard it and said, "You really want to know what treasure I obtained?" Jing Lu smiled and said, "That's of course. Not just I think everyone wants to know. I'm merely helping everyone speak their mind." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll grant your Wisconsin H." Plus, the moment Jing Lu heard, he could not help revealing a smile of his trickery succeeding. He did not believe that with his current strength, Yi Yuan could still beat him. "Make your move," Jing Lu said with a confident face. Yi Yuan smiled, the divine essence in his entire body rousing. A mysterious and profound seal condensed and formed very quickly. Sensing that horrifying energy undulation, Jing Lu's expression suddenly changed. Nirvana seal! Yi Yuan injected all of the divine essence in his body and brazenly fired a seal out. Chapter 1664 exposed. Chapter 1664 exposed. Careful, young patriarch! From far away, when Uncle Huang saw Yi Yuan's seal, his face similarly revealed a look of great shock. It was only to see his figure suddenly dash out, wanting to save Jing Lu. However, he was too far away. Yi Yuan's Nirvana seal arrived in an instant. Netherkill Extreme Light Sword. Seeing such a terrifying seal art, the scent of death hit him head-on. How could Jing Lu still dare to slight it? The moment he made his move, it was his strongest attack. He was risking his life to counterattack, breaking through to become a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The power of his sword techniques naturally increased greatly too. But in front of Yi Yuan's Nirvana seal, it still somewhat paled in comparison. This Nirvana seal gave people a very strange feeling, like it was an envoy who hooked the soul. Very terrifying. Rumble. The two attacks collided together like comets. Poo work! Poo work! Yi Yuan and Jing Lu flew out backward at the same time. Ning Tianping's expression changed and hurriedly went up to catch Yi Yuan, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine, go." Ning Tianping was shocked inwardly and immediately did not dare to stay, bringing Yi Yuan, figure speeding away like lightning. Young patriarch! Uncle Huang also rushed over, but Jing Lu's situation was clearly not too good, life force rapidly dissipating. It looked like he could not survive anymore. Everyone present was incomparably shocked. Dead. My eyesight isn't failing, right? Young patriarch Jing Lu died just like this? What seal art is that? To actually be able to kill a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouse? Can't be that this seal art is the treasure he obtained in the suppression ancient Heaven Gate, right? Uncle Huang's eyes turned blood red, his gaze revealing a murderous look as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, if I don't kill you, I'm not human." Finished talking. He put away Jing Lu's corpse, turned into a stream of flowing light, and chased after. Fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. His strength was far stronger than third-layered Heaven Divine Lord, practically equivalent to a major realm. His speed was far from what Ning Tianping could compare to. Ning Tianping sprinted madly. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura catching up from the rear, and his expression could not help changing. "Your Excellency, that person caught up." Yi Yuan's complexion was pale. His injury was not serious, but that Nirvana seal's consumption on his divine essence was too terrifying. His entire person seemed to be wrung dry. One had to know Yi Yuan's divine essence could not compare to ordinary people. When battling, in terms of endurance, he was even stronger than first-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Even so, him using one Nirvana seal move nearly drained him into a human jerky. This move could only be used as a trump card. Otherwise, firing this move out, he would be directly invalidated. But the power of this move also indeed Serpa. Said imagination. It was even stronger than the misty sword art. Ignore him. I'll recover divine essence first. Yi Yuan said, "Kid, you were too reckless. With your current strength, provoking such a powerful opponent, isn't this courting death?" Mo Li Fei suddenly said. Yi Yuan just smiled palely and did not speak. But Ning Tianping said, "Just a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, His Excellency, still hasn't taken him seriously." Mo Li Fei could not help choking. Could it be that this kid still had other methods? But just now, when Yi Yuan fired out the Nirvana seal, Mo Li Fei was deeply astonished. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's divine essence was actually able to support the Nirvana seal. That kind of power was truly terrifying. The three people you chase I ran 10,000 miles in a flash. Riverluck capital city became smaller and smaller. Right at this time, several figures suddenly appeared at the horizon. The moment Uncle Huang saw, he could not help being overjoyed as he called out, Xiang Yunfei, Sun Qing, Jing Shan, stop that boy for me. They killed young patriarch. These few people were precisely Melody Sun, Imperial City's reinforcements. When the few people heard Uncle Huang's yell, they involuntarily trembled all over, hurriedly stopped Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping no longer had a way out, being pincered in front and from the rear. Finally, the four people formed an encirclement ring. Huang Hai, what's going on? Is what you said just now true? Xiang Yunfei looked at Uncle Huang and asked in a solemn voice. Huang Hai's expression was very ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, Talk again after this matter is over. After killing these two villains, this old man will naturally take my own life to offer an apology. Xiang Yunfei trio's hearts sunk to rock bottom. It seemed like young patriarch Jing Lu really died. Jing Lu's status in Melody Sun, Imperial City, was too high. The impact of his death on Melody Sun, Imperial City, was too great. Saying that it was an earthquake was also not overboard. Xiang Yunfei's two eyes narrowed, looked at Ning Tianping and said in a cold voice, You killed young patriarch? Do you know what kind of consequences you have to bear? Not him. It's that origin deity realm kid. Huang Hai interjected. The three people's expressions changed. Sun Qing said angrily, Huang Hai, do you take us to be 3-year-old kids? Can an origin deity, realm, kid kill young patriarch? Huang Hai said in a solemn voice, If it was that kid who made a move, could this old man not be alert? It's because it was too unexpected that this old man couldn't save young patriarch in time. Moreover, young patriarch was killed in a direct confrontation by that origin deity realm kid after breaking through to second-layered heaven divine lord. What? The three people spoke in unison, their ALLS almost popping out. They felt that Huang Hai was simply telling bald-faced lies. Origin deity realm. Forget about killing in direct confrontation. Even sneaking attacking, it was also impossible to kill a second-layered heaven divine lord. Huang Hai knew that they did not believe and said in a solemn voice, This matter was personally witnessed by thousands of people. Can this old man still talk nonsense? Enough C-R-A-P. After capturing these two punks, I'll tell you guys more in detail. The three people were incomparably shocked in their hearts, but locked onto Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan from far away. Kid, cripple your divine C right now and surrender without resisting. I can make it painless for you. Xiang Yunfei said coldly. Yi Yuan had long swallowed divine essence, recovering medicinal pills. At this time, his divine essence already recovered a little. Hearing Xiang Yunfei's words, Yi Yuan said disdainfully, Was your head pressed by a door? Why should I cripple my divine C? Jing Lu provoked me time and again, and already had killing intent towards this young master. Not killing him. Do I wait for him to come and kill me? Seeing Xiang Yunfei, three people, how could Yi Yuan still not understand what was going on? This Jing Lu clearly called for reinforcements to come and kill him. Xiang Yunfei said with a cold snort, razor-tongued, Since that's the case, then this seat will personally take action and let you suffer the anguish of purgatory on earth, so as to comfort young patriarch's spirit in heaven. This Xiang Yunfei's strength was the strongest, a fifth-layered heaven divine, Lord Powerhouse. At this time, him attacking in a violent rage, the impetus was extremely horrifying. Smacking a palm out, the powerful world power seemed to be like a large mountain cruise. H-I plussing over. D-A-M and it. You, punk, can really make trouble. Only at the origin deity realm, and you attracted such a powerful opponent. Forget it, you guys quickly escape. This seat will risk my life to help you all escape. Mo Li Fei heaved a sigh and was about to use the last trace of his remnant soul's power to cover the two people's escape. But Yi Yuan said, "Senior, don't have to do so. It's still not the end of the road yet. Tianping, go." Rumble. After a huge rumble, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping vanished. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Amen? Where are they?" Swizz. H. Plus a stream of flowing light suddenly sprang out, directly flying past Xiang Yunfei. Chapter 16, 65, Unbelievably Stifled. Chapter 1665, Unbelievably Stifled. Spatial Flying Type Mystic Treasure. Chase. We mustn't let him escape. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed greatly. Lifting his hand, it was a palm attack again, slamming solidly on the purple extreme hall. However, the purple extreme hall did not budge an inch. Huang Hai's expression changed too, his figure moving swiftly, world power cruise. H.I. plussing over toward the purple extreme hall crazily. For great middle stage divine lord realm powerhouse attacking. How shocking was the impetus! The berserk world power stuck to the purple extreme hall tightly, slowing down its speed. Pummel it brutally for me. When their divine essence stones are exhausted, I want to see if he comes out or not. Xiang Yunfei shouted loudly. Therefore, the four people each executed their means, bombarding over towards the purple extreme hall frenziedly. Within the purple extreme hall, Yi Yuan was completely unruffled, quietly recovering divine essence. Rumble. From the outside, Siv booming sounds could be heard. Even Ning Tianping's expression changed slightly too. 4 middle-stage divine lord realms. Among them, there was even a 5th-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. This attack was too horrifying. The divine essence stones supporting the purple extreme hall's defense were also being consumed wildly. This time it was different from that incident at the Fiend Calling Ridge. At that time it was the few celestial deity powerhouses who took the enemy too lightly and did not investigate carefully at all. That was how Yi Yuan smoked through. But this time the purple extreme hall was right under Xiang Yunfei's eyelids. Even if turned into a speck of dust, it was also impossible to hide from them. Mo Li Fei looked at this large hall with incredible shock as he said, Could this be a true G.O.D. mystic treasure? Ning Tianping nodded and said, "That's right. This is a spatial, flying type true G.O.D. mystic treasure. But His Excellency hasn't completely refined it yet. Right now, he can't unleash its full functions. Otherwise, those few at the outside are nothing to be feared at all." Mo Li Fei was speechless. He discovered that he could not see through this Yi Yuan more and more. This guy's trump cards were simply endless. Each time he thought that it reached the most dangerous time, Yi Yuan always had a backup move to settle everything. Mo Li Fei suddenly said, "But with the intensity of their attacks, can our divine essence stones hold out?" Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to worry. His Excellency recently earned 400 billion divine essence stones at Riverluck, capital city. Although he spent 200 billion, there are still 200 billion left. If they want to use up the divine essence stones, let them deplete it then." Mo Li Fei opened his mouth, shocked until he could not speak. An origin deity realm having 400 billion divine essence stones on him. This was too demoralizing. After a bout of wild bombardment, the four people were tired until they were almost collapsing. But the purple extreme hall still did not budge an inch. And just how many divine essence stones do they have to actually be able to hold on until now? Xiang Yunfei said in a deep voice. Huang Hai said, "I don't know how many divine essence stones they have, but it's a lot." This time it was originally to help eldest young master to purchase the boundless heavenly soul stone, but it was intercepted by this kid. He spent 110 billion to buy this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. The moment Sun Qing heard, he said gloomily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Huang Hai said, "What can be done if said earlier? This spatial flying type mystic treasure is clearly extraordinary. I reckon that it's at the very least celestial deity mystic treasure too. We can't breach the defenses at all. Now there's only exhausting their divine essence stones entirely, and then use a powerful attack to shock them to death." Xiang Yunfei's gaze stirred, and he said with a nod, "What old Huang said is right. The only plan now is to drag it out with him. This kid killed young patriarch, so we must capture him. Moreover, putting aside other things, this treasure is clearly extraordinary. As long as it can be brought back, it's enough to compensate for this incident of young patriarch's demise. No matter what, definitely can't let him leave. We have to pester this flying mystic treasure endlessly and mustn't let it break free of control." The few people nodded one after another when they heard it. Once the purple extreme hall broke free of their control, it would be able to shake them off instantly. The 4 people rested for a while, recovered divine essence, and bombarded the purple extreme hall wildly again. However, the purple extreme hall's stability made them somewhat despaired. They unleashed all of their abilities, but they were still unable to deplete completely the purple extreme hall's divine essence stones. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. Yi Yuan's divine essence finally completely recovered. "Your Excellency, you finally recovered. These few fellows are pestering the purple extreme hall endlessly. We can't escape." Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If they want to pester, let them pester then. Do you wish to experience the feeling of being a tyke?" "Oh, and for once?" Ning Tianping's eyes swiveled, and he said excitedly, "Of course I want." Yi Yuan said, "If you want, cultivate well and quickly break through to become a 4th-layered heaven divine lord." Ning Tianping said with an excited look, "All right." After converting to the Starry Night vast cloud art, Ning Tianping already touched the threshold of 4th-layered heaven divine lord. Breaking through realm was just a matter of sooner or later. The moment Yi Yuan said it, Ning Tianping immediately understood what Yi Yuan wanted to do. He was also rather curious just how many divine lord mystic treasures Yi Yuan had on hand. Detonating initial rank divine lord mystic treasures previously, Yi Yuan's divine essence could barely manage to accomplish it. But middle rank divine lord mystic treasures were far more stable than initial rank. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping could not do it. But as long as Ning Tianping broke through to 4th-layered heaven divine lord, everything would naturally happen naturally without extra effort. Hence, Ning Tianping started close seclusion to cultivate A.S. salting 4th-layered heaven divine lord. Outside, those 4 people clearly decided to drag it out with Yi Yuan too, taking turns to bombard the purple extreme hall. Yi Yuan's divine essence stones were also being consumed at a rapid rate, but 200 billion divine essence stones were sufficient for them to exhaust for very, very long. In a blink, more than half a year, Pa-S said. On this day, Ning Tianping suddenly opened his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered over wildly. All around him were divine essence stones. They were sufficient for him to break through to become a 4th-layered heaven divine lord. "Ha ha ha, finally broke through," Ning Tianping said excitedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right, even faster than I imagined." Ning Tianping said with a loud laugh, "Your Excellency prepared so many resources for me. Coupled with the cultivation method that Master gave me, if I still don't break through, I can go hit my head and die. Come, these bunch of guys chased us for over half a year already. Let's vent this frustration properly today." Yi Yuan casually threw him a few divine lord mystic treasures and said with a smile, "Go on, feel free to detonate them. I'll ensure your safety." Ning Tianping chuckled and said, "All right." Xiang Yunfei, they all actually almost could not hold on anymore. But making them leave right now, they were unwilling to either. Do these 2 punks really plan on being cowardly turtles for the rest of their lives? Sun Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Just how much divine essence stones do they have? When will this come to an end?" Zhang Shan said with a dejected look. Xiang Yunfei's gaze was grim as he said, "Truly D.A.M. and it. With the intensity of our attacks, even hundreds of billions of divine essence stones should be depleted entirely." Suddenly, Huang Hai's gaze turned intent, like he discovered a new continent, shouting excitedly, "Out! They are out! Ha ha ha! They finally can't hold on anymore." The other three people focused their eyes and looked, and they were immediately greatly aroused. Sure enough, Ning Tianping came out. "Ha ha ha, kid! Your divine essence stones are finally running out, right? This half a year's time, the few of us brothers have been unbelievably stifled. Brothers, we must service this boy properly today," Xiang Yunfei said with a hideous grin. Chapter 1660. 6 Blow You to Death. Chapter 1660. 6 Blow You to Death. Isn't that so? If I don't vent it a bit, your father will become a crazy person. Sun Qing said, This kid actually broke through. A little interesting. Abusing him like this will be more interesting," Zhang Shan said with a cold smile. "A 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord and 3 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Such a lineup naturally would not be scared away by a 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord." But Huang Hai's expression was slightly dark as he said, "Where's Yi Yuan? That punk didn't dare to come out and let you come and seek your doom?" Seek my doom? Right, sending you all to death. Dealing with the few of you. This young master alone is enough. How is there a need for His Excellency to take action?" Ning Tianping said with a cold smile. Ning Tianping's words drew a burst of derisive laughter from the four. "Ha ha ha, what did I hear just now? Brother Xiang, he's dealing with the 4 of us alone. I'm so scared." Sun Qing said with a loud laugh. The other 3 people also had mocking looks. Clearly, they heard a very hilarious joke. A 4th-layered, Heaven Divine, Lord Kid. Dealing with even one of them was enough for him to choke on. To actually brag about going 1 versus 4, this was clearly a joke. Xiang Yunfei said with a smile, "Then let's take a look at how much capability this kid has." Xiang Yunfei signaled the other 3 with his eyes. The 3 people understood and immediately closed in, surrounding Ning Tianping in the middle. With this, he would be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. Ning Tianping did not have the intention of escaping at all, allowing them to surround him. Xiang Yunfei laughed savagely. Suddenly, a palm struck Ning Tianping. At the same time, the other 3 people were also waiting in full battle array, not giving Ning Tianping a chance to dodge. They were forcing Ning Tianping to clash head-on with Xiang Yunfei, 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord and 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This was very life-threatening. However, Ning Tianping laughed coldly and advanced instead of backing down. There was suddenly an additional bracelet in his hand. It was shockingly a middle-rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Xiang Yunfei's gaze turned intent, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Middle-rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure." What Xiang Yunfei himself used was still an initial rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Seeing the middle rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, he was naturally very moved. Ning Tianping had a mocking look as he said, "You like it? Then it's all yours. Explode for me." At this moment, Ning Tianping's divine essence poured into that bracelet frenziedly. A horrifying aura instantly burst out. Xiang Yunfei was still wildly ecstatic earlier, but in the next second, his hair stood on end. "You lunatic, you'll die too!" Xiang Yunfei roared. However, it was already too late. Rumble. That bracelet was directly detonated by Ning Tianping. Half the sky was blown until it shook. That horrifying aura could virtually flatten a mountain. Xiang Yunfei was blown until he flew out backward, unable to maintain his figure in the air at all. The other 3 people were also caught off guard by this sudden change. being affected to a varying degree. This kid is simply a madman. He thinks that this way it can blow this old man to death? Xiang Yunfei vomited fresh blood wildly as he bellowed angrily. He did not expect that Ning Tianping was actually so determined, exchanging for his serious injury at the cost of his life. Detonating mystic treasure, this kind of thing could be said to be the last resort. Want to affect the other party, one must approach with his own body. If you detonate at a place very far from him, by the time the explosive force affected the other party, he would have long vanished without a trace. That was suicide, not mutual destruction. Now that Ning Tianping detonated the mystic treasure, Xiang Yunfei naturally thought that he was already dead. But right at this time, a cold voice sounded out in his ears. Can't blow to death? Then one more time. Ning Tianping's voice seemed very excited. Clearly, he detonated to his heart's content just now. No need for any flashy play. No need to practice whatever martial technique. Just blow up, blow up, blow up. Type. Oh, and us were awesome. Rumble. Another divine Lord mystic treasure exploded. Xiang Yunfei had yet to react in time and was blasted flying again. It was only to see his figure keep tumbling in the air, SMAs. Plussing onto the ground heavily, being knocked out cold. A powerful, fifth-layered heaven divine Lord was brought down by 2 claps of thunder, just like that. The other 3 people's scalps tingled, turning tail and running. However, they already suffered considerable injuries. How could they be as fast as Ning Tianping? I detonate. I'll blow you to death. Didn't you guys chase to your heart's content? Feels good now, right? Amen? Horrifying energy undulations came from the sky from time to time. Akin to peals of MUF fled thunder. Before long, Huang Hai, 3 people were already blown into smithereens, not even leaving behind residue. Ha ha ha. It's really too awesome. Your Excellency, this feeling of being a tyke. Oh, and is really ref res. I plussing. Don't care what cultivation method you have. Don't care what martial technique you have. Blast one by one just like that. Everything is leveled to the ground. Ning Tianping had lived for so long, it was his first time feeling what was called as a true tyke. And even in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in the past, he also could not possibly scatter money like it was dirt in this manner. Divine Lord Mystic Treasures. Even if you had hundreds of billions, you might not be able to buy so many too. How could he crush all the way like now? Of course, if there wasn't Yi Yuan acting in concert by the side, helping him avoid the explosions with spatial laws, one divine Lord Mystic Treasure could blast him to death already. How could it be so ref-res? I plussing? Detonating 5 to 6 middle-rank divine Lord Mystic Treasures in a row, it directly exterminated a group of middle-stage divine Lord Powerhouses. Yi Yuan smiled and said, without middle-stage divine Lord Cultivation, you can't even detonate a middle-rank divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Therefore, cultivation is still the most important. Ning Tianping smiled and said, haha, what your excellency said is true, I was just making a joke. Seeing you use this kind of method to blow people up the last time, it felt incomparably ref-res. I plussing. Now that I experienced it myself, it's indeed freaking amazing. Ha ha ha. What jumping realms to battle. In front of detonating divine Lord Mystic Treasures, it was really weak to the max. To divine Lord Realm Powerhouses, divine Lord Mystic Treasures were as precious as their lives. However, Yi Yuan actually casually used them to detonate. It was truly extravagant to the extreme. Swaz. Plus Ning Tianping was currently being pleased with himself when suddenly a figure on the ground dashed into the distance with extreme speed. Ning Tianping's expression changed, and he said angrily, that guy actually didn't die yet. He was feigning death just now. That figure was none other than precisely Xiang Yunfei. He suffered 2 waves of explosions in a row just now, but did not know what to do. Now, seeing Ning Tianping relax, he immediately cast a secret art to escape. While talking, Ning Tianping was about to go and chase after, but Yi Yuan stopped him and said, "He used a secret art, so you can't catch up. Leave him be." Ning Tianping was very remorseful and angry and said dejectedly, "It's all my fault. I was too careless." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He suffered heavy injuries and also cast a secret art. Even if he can recover, he's unable to return to the peak anymore either, equivalent to being a cripple. Now that the trouble is resolved, let's go." Ning Tianping nodded his head and returned to the Purple Extreme Hall dejectedly. Purple Extreme Hall turned into a stream of flowing light and sped like the wind into the distance. Without several divine Lord Realm powerhouses restraining, the Purple Extreme Hall's speed was swift to the extreme, vanis. H.I. plussing at the end of the sky in a blink. A baleful gaze looked in the direction the Purple Extreme Hall disappeared and said in a cold voice, looking at their direction, "Could it be that they are going to the Heaven-span Mountain? Really failed miserably at a simple task. I didn't expect that this kid actually had such means. However, not avenging this enmity. Xiang Yunfei is less than human." Chapter 16, 67 Lung Chilling. Chapter 1667 Lung Chilling. This is the Heaven-span Mountain? Yi Yuan looked at that enormous mountain that towered into the clouds in the distance, feeling like his entire divine soul left his body. Everyone said that seeing once was better than hearing it 100 times. The name of the Heaven-span Mountain could be said to be resounding like the roar of thunder. Before this, Yi Yuan had imagined the appearance of the Heaven-span Mountain countless times before, but seeing it now, he was still shaken to the core. Everyone said that the Heaven-span Mountain contained all of the Heaven-span World's Tao. It was indeed not false. That mountain was clearly in the distance, but Yi Yuan actually could not see it clearly. It was as if there was a cloud of mist obstructing the eyes, unfathomable. He suddenly felt like he was treading on air, the feeling of corroborating great Tao, his entire person drifting over to the mountain. "Yi Yuan, don't look anymore." Yi Yuan was currently spellbound when a thunderous voice suddenly sounded in his ear, startling him awake. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, cold sweat instantly drenching his clothes. "What's going on?" Yi Yuan said with lingering fear, "You save that kid first. His divine soul is almost separating from his body." Dustless said. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Ning Tianping's divine soul was already almost floating out of his body. "Tianping, come back!" Yi Yuan shouted sharply. Ning Tianping's divine soul suddenly returned to position. "Why, Your Excellency, what's with me?" Ning Tianping said. Dustless said, "You guys are lacking in power and lost yourselves in front of great Tao. Rashly viewing the mountain will cause the divine soul to leave the body, be swept into the vortex of great Tao, and be ground to dust." Yi Yuan was secretly shocked and related to Ning Tianping. The two people felt lingering fear, indeed well deserving of being the Heaven-span Mountain. One glance, and it could seize people's souls. Mo Li Fei also said, "Sai, you brat, I haven't had time to say, and your divine soul already left your body." He did not have Dustless's divine, soul-shocking means, repeatedly shouting and yelling earlier. Ning Tianping did not hear it at all. Ning Tianping sucked in a deep breath and said, "The Heaven-span Mountain indeed lives up to its reputation. Saying that it gave birth to the entire Heaven-span world is indeed not fake." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, as if a bolt of lightning flashed across in his mind. He seemed to have grasped something. However, it also seemed like he grasped nothing. This inspiration fleeted past in a flash, swift until he did not capture it at all. That kind of feeling was like 10,000 ants gnawing on his little heart, abnormally itchy and hard to endure. "Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Ning Tianping discovered Yi Yuan's peculiarity and could not resist asking. "Little punk, shut up." He seemed to have comprehended something. "So don't disturb him," Mo Life said. Ning Tianping was uncertain what it meant, but also hurriedly shut his mouth. Yi Yuan frowned and pondered hard, but just could not grasp that fleeting flash of inspiration. Finally, Yi Yuan still let out a long sigh. "Kid, did you comprehend something?" Dustless said. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "I seem to have touched that layer of windowpane paper just a little bit more, but I'm just unable to poke through." Dustless' eyes lit up and he said, "No need to rush. Looks like this trip was really right. When you reach the Heavenspan Mountain, perhaps all of your doubts will be resolved completely." Yi Yuan nodded his head, thoroughly convinced of this too. "Your Excellency, are you still all right?" Ning Tianping saw through Yi Yuan's out of sorts. Clearly, his sudden epiphany failed. Yi Yuan already adjusted his state of mind, patted Ning Tianping's shoulder, and said with a smile, "If I can break through to the Divine Lord Realm, you'll be noted as having rendered the first meritorious service." Ning Tianping's gaze turned intent, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Your Excellency, did you finally found the opportunity to break through just now?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, "Although it was just a brief instant, there are finally some ideas." Ning Tianping laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, when your Excellency breaks through to the Divine Lord Realm, go back and let that bunch of fellows all shut up." He knew how much Yi Yuan suffered in these few hundred years, and also admired the might of Yi Yuan's mind at the same time. If it were an ordinary genius, they would probably have long abandoned themselves to despair. At this time, a group of Divine Lord Realm sped over from the distance. In the group, a youth in a white SHI plus RT said with a disdainful look, "Ah, senior apprentice sister, there's actually still an origin deity realm who wants to go to the Heavenspan Mountain," truly overestimating his own ability. The person in the lead was a very beautiful girl. That girl's white dress fluttered, her ethereal aura coiled around gracefully, akin to an otherworldly fairy maiden. It was just that the aura radiating off her body kept people 1,000 miles away, very cold and detached. The woman gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with slightly furrowed brows, "The Heavenspan Mountain is a forbidden place for those under Divine Lord Realm. Aren't you aware? This kind of place isn't for you." Yi Yuan sized the girl up, also slightly surprised in his heart. This girl's age was similar to his, and she was actually a 9th-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Powerhouse already. This talent, placed in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, would simply one-shot everyone, even Ning Tianping. This self-boasted genius also had a feeling of being ashamed of his unworthiness when seeing this cold and beautiful woman. The disparity was too great. After experiencing the initial-most shock, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Many thanks for the reminder. However, this naturally has a reason to insist on going." Although what this girl said was not pleasant to the ear, Yi Yuan could still make it out anyway. This girl was just reminding out of goodwill and did not have the intention of mocking. Rather, that young man had a look of disdain. But this group of people's strength was indeed powerful. They were all young, but each person's strength was even stronger than Ning Tianping. One had to know Ning Tianping was already more than 1,000 years old. In terms of talent, the gap between both parties was too great. What reason is there to insist on going? Merely that you're unable to break through and want to come to the Heavenspan Mountain to try your luck. Over 500 years of bone age and unable to break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Your talent is too poor. There no idea how many country be. You, kins like you come here every year. They were all crushed into minced meat by the Heavenspan Mountain. If you're willing to seek death yourself, we naturally can't stop it either, said T White S. HI plus RT guy. The moment Ning Tianping heard, he flared up and said angrily, "What the HEL? I do you know?" If not because of some reason, His Excellency would have broken through to the Divine Lord Realm as far back as 300 years ago. It was still good if he did not explain. The moment he explained, the white S.H.I. plus RT man was even more contemptuous as he said, "Turns out that already stuck at grand completion origin deity realm for 300 years. 300 years, and can't even break through to the divine Lord realm. Still take yourself to be a genius? Ha ha! Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. See our senior apprentice, Sister Chilling? She already broke through to the divine Lord realm at the age of 100. Presently, 400 years have gone by, and she's already ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, coming to the Heaven-span mountain this time. She plans on breaking through to Celestial Deity realm in one stroke. You know how great the disparity is already, right?" Ning Tianping could not help choking when he heard this. He actually could not find the words to refute the other party. This kind of genius was what he had to look up to all his life. In just 400 years, she cultivated from being a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord to a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This kind of cultivation speed was simply horrifying. The white-clothed girl frowned and said, "Bai Qing." The white S.H.I. plus RT man saw Lung Chilling get angry and immediately shut up. Lung Chilling looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "That's all I have to say, goodbye." Finished talking, Lung Chilling brought along the group of junior brothers and sisters, and they headed for the Heaven-span mountain. "His Excellency, they are all so too arrogant," Ning Tianping said indignantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said they had good intentions too, so just let them be. Chapter 1668, Getting Shot Even When Lying Down. Chapter 1668, Getting Shot Even When Lying Down. Bai Qing, before coming out, Master repeatedly exhorted us to keep a lower profile. Geniuses are plentiful like clouds at the Heaven-span mountain. There are also quite a number stronger than us. Take heed not to be arrogant and complacent. Have you forgotten all of it? Lung Chilling's brows were slightly furrowed, clearly somewhat displeased with Bai Qing. When Bai Qing saw Lung Chilling get angry, he said respectfully, "Bai Qing knows his mistake. But each time we come to the Heaven-span mountain, there are always some hillbillies who overestimate their ability. It really puts me in a bad mood seeing them." You told him the pros and cons, right? He still didn't appreciate it, truly courting death. Lung Chilling said, "Everyone in the world has a heart that leans toward the Tao. Other people's lives are other people's. If he isn't willing, forget it, no need to force it. He and we are not people in the same world to begin with." Bai Qing smiled and said, "Ha ha, Senior Apprentice Sister's words are reasonable. That kid just now couldn't even break through to the divine Lord realm for 300 years. His potential has probably been exhausted already, so it will be like this for this lifetime. Yet he still doesn't give up and comes to the Heaven-span mountain to seek death." Lung Chilling did not speak. Clearly, she also agreed with Bai Qing's words. "All right, don't delay anymore. We have to hurry to Southfoot Town before dark," Lung Chilling said. In the evening, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping walked into Southfoot Town. Southfoot Town was at the foot of the Heaven-span mountain. The Heaven-span mountain was D knows how many tens of thousands of miles tall and how many tens of thousands of miles in circumference. The Heaven-span mountain could not be climbed as and when someone wanted to. Every other year, the Heaven-span mountain would form sageways leading straight up the mountain. Martial artists must pass through these sageways before they could ascend the Heaven-span mountain. Going up from other places would be directly blotted out by heavenly Tao, no matter how powerful your strength was. Therefore, the foot of the Heaven-span mountain formed one small town after another. Firstly, it was to provide a resting place for martial artists. Secondly, it was also in order to manage these martial artists and not let them cause trouble. This place was the closest place to heaven. Getting into a fight would ruffle heavenly Tao, sending down heavenly punishment, sparing not even chickens or dogs. According to legend, there had once been a martial artist who got into a fight in order to vie for the qualification to scale the ladder to heaven. In the end, heavenly punishment descended, wiping out all of that batch of martial artists. At the foot of the mountain, there were numerous such small towns. But the towns where each major realm belonged to were separate, because the Pa'es, sageways where they entered the Heavenspan mountain, were different. This Southfoot town only had divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Ha ha ha, Junior Sister Lung, we're really connected by heart to actually meet here. Ejwahan, who's connected by heart with you, stay further away from me. Junior Sister Lung, don't keep people 1,000 miles away like this. Don't be like this. This place is Southfoot Town. You can't attack others. Get lost. The moment he entered, Yi Yuan heard a guy and a girl arguing. One of them was that Lung Chioling. The other was a man called Ewahan. His strength was similar to Lung Chioling. He had the appearance of a sticky candy, pestering Lung Chioling endlessly and not letting go. Yi Yuan gave a glance and did not have the intention of going to provoke, walking straight towards a large hall in the center of the town. Lung Chioling was currently irritated. Suddenly seeing Yi Yuan, she quickly walked over to stop Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You still came in the end." Yi Yuan gave her a glance, nodded, and said with a smile, "I said it before, I have a reason to be bent on coming." Lung Chioling let out a sigh and said, "You aren't familiar with this place, right? Come, I'll bring you to go and collect the number plate." Yi Yuan was just about to reject, but saw the pleading look that Lung Chioling cast. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. This was using him as cannon fodder. He also did not expect that this iceberg beauty would actually condescend to beg him. A beauty begging, it was naturally hard for Yi Yuan to refuse. Moreover, along the way previously, Yi Yuan could also feel this iceberg beauty's good intentions. Therefore, he changed his mind and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble Fairy One." At this time, Zhuahan came to the side, looked at Yi Yuan full of killing intent, and said coldly, "Another origin deity realm who came to court death. Junior Sister Lung, are you deliberately finding this kind of trash to spite me? It's useless." While he said that it was useless verbally, Zhuahan already put Yi Yuan in the list of must-kills. Lung Chioling was just about to speak, but Yi Yuan said, "Liking Fairy Lung, one can't use this kind of endlessly pestering method. Like this, you'll only make her dislike you more and more." Zhuahan's gaze turned cold, and he said, "What this young master does isn't your turn, an origin deity, Realm Trash's turn, to come and teach." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing. He said to Lung Chioling, "Fairy Lung, this kind of condescending fool, better stay further away from him, save that he defiles your eyes." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Lung Chioling and was about to leave. Zhuahan's gaze turned cold, blocked right in front, and said coldly, "Kid, you try saying it one more time." The powerful pressure of ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord instantly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. With a difference of a major realm, the pressure of ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord was sufficient to make Yi Yuan seriously injured and vomit blood. Lung Chioling was caught by surprise too, not expecting that Zhuahan would attack at the drop of a hat. But when she turned to look, she discovered that Yi Yuan was perfectly fine and said coolly, "Don't make a spectacle of yourself anymore. Do you dare to attack here? Don't think that ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord is very powerful, because I discovered that saying that you're a fool is somewhat praising you. Get lost." Suddenly, two iron-armored people came out from no idea where, with the auras on their bodies very horrifying. One of them said coldly, "Troublemakers kill without amnesty." Those two people's entire faces were covered in the suit of armor, but that deep and gloomy gaze made Zhuahan feel akin to falling into an ice cellar, his body instantly drenched in sweat. The two people's bodies emitted a horrifying aura. Even Lung Chioling's complexion turned slightly pale too. Zhuahan forced a smile and said, I just wanted to scare him. didn't want to really attack. The armored person said coldly, warning once, "If the offense is repeated, kill without amnesty." Finished talking, the armored person's gaze stopped on Yi Yuan for a moment, then turned around and left. Lun Qiuling similarly used an astonished gaze to look at Yi Yuan. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually completely unmoved under the pressure of a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that under those two armored people's powerful auras, Yi Yuan could still maintain his composure. Those two armored people's strengths were at least Celestial Deity Realm 2. Yi Yuan was actually completely fine. Yi Yuan gave Zhuohan a glance and said disdainfully, "Idiot! Fairy Lung, let's go." Lun Qiuling nodded and left with Yi Yuan. Looking at the two people's distant back views, Zhuohan said in a cold voice, "Punk, when we leave Southfoot Town, I'll definitely make you die very horribly." "Just now, thank you very much." Even Lun Qiuling's thanks seemed a little cold. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fairy Lung is too courteous." Lun Qiuling said, "Seems like I dragged you into the water." With Zhuohan's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, he probably would not let you go so easily. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since I dared to promise Fairy Lung, I'm naturally not afraid of him." An origin deity realm, saying this kind of words, sounded somewhat comical. She felt that Yi Yuan had a feeling of knowing what to do, but she did not know why. One, calling her a fairy maiden. Chapter 1669, Old Drunkard. Chapter 1669, Old Drunkard. No matter what, consider it that I owe you a favor. Take this sword. In the future, if there's any need, you can come to Thousand Sor Imperial Capital to find me. Lun Qiuling handed Yi Yuan a small and exquisite jade sword. It was very exquisite. This jade sword was crystal clear. Holding it in the hand felt penetratingly cold. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of refusing either, and said coolly, "All right, then I'll accept it. That sticky candy has already been shaken off. Fairy Lung, go back earlier and rest." Yi Yuan did not have the intention of going to find Lun Qiuling, but in order to set Lun Qiuling's mind at ease, he still accepted it. By the side, Ning Tianping was incomparably shocked. He did not expect that an iceberg beauty like this, a proud daughter of heaven, actually took the initiative to gift Yi Yuan something. What shocked him even more was that Yi Yuan actually wanted to chase away such a sophisticated, great beauty. Lun Qiuling was clearly very surprised too. In these 500 years, it was still her first time encountering such a person. Even if others knew that there was no hope, they were eager to stay a while more with her as well. But this guy in front of her actually wanted to chase her away. Amen, thanks. With Lun Qiuling's temperament, she naturally would not say that she wanted to stay, directly taking her leave. But in her heart, she kept feeling a little uncomfortable. Walking halfway, she suddenly turned around again and said to Yi Yuan, "Oh, right, I urge that you'd best not go to the Heavenspan Mountain. Since remote antiquity, there has never been an origin deity realm martial artist who could come down alive." Pausing for a bit, she added, "No matter how prodigious, it won't work." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Fairy's reminder. This Yi Yuan will be careful." Seeing Yi Yuan's ATTI, Tude, Lun Qiuling knew that he did not take it in at all and could not help being somewhat annoyed and irritated, turning around and leaving. Sending Lun Qiuling away with his eyes, Ning Tianping said with a look of lament, "Ike, my lord is my lord. Seeing such a beauty and you're not moved no matter what." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly, "My own relations. I plus PS are a mess. So, how can I be in the mood to be moved by other women?" The moment Ning Tianping heard this, his gossipy heart immediately poured out like a flood, asking fervently, "Oh, Your Excellency actually has a lover, and there's more than one. I've never heard you mention it before." Yi Yuan said huffily, Don't inquire about what you shouldn't ask. The two people saw Lung chilling off with their eyes and arrived at a large hall in the middle of the town. Entering the hall, inside the hall was very empty. There was only a person sitting lazily in front of a bed, drinking away from a wine flask. Ha! Another origin deity realm who came to seek death. Kid, give you an advice, the Heavenspan Mountain isn't some fun place. Go back to where you came from. That person said without even turning his head around. This drunkard was in a state of drunkenness, but Yi Yuan could not fathom his limits. Many thanks for Senior's advice. However, the Heavenspan Mountain, this junior must go. Yi Yuan said firmly. The drunkard said with a snicker, "Haha, reckless and foolish punk. But you're late. The number of plates this year had already been fully issued before you came. If you want to enter the Heavenspan Mountain, wait another year." Yi Yuan was speechless. This was too unlucky, right? He just missed the last train. Yi Yuan did not give up and said with clasped hands, "Senior, can you make a little exception?" His voice had yet to fade when two figures dashed out from no idea where, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The piercing, cold-killing intent made Yi Yuan's brows furrow slightly. "Ha ha ha! Kid, will you take my place to be? Go, go, go. Still not going, I won't be courteous." The drunkard waved his hand as he drank. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and was just about to leave when suddenly his expression changed. "Ha ha! Not meeting for several million years. You, this old drunkard, are putting on such a pompous front." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the hall. What surprised Yuan was that Dustless actually revealed his figure. That drunkard's expression changed. He put down the alcohol flask, staring fixedly at Dustless. The drunkard said in a solemn voice, "You all leave. Without my instructions, you're not allowed to come in." "Yes." The two armored people answered him and directly vanished on the spot. Yi Yuan also said, "Tianping, you go out first and take a walk." Ning Tianping was shocked inwardly, but he still answered and left the hall. Clearing the venue, the drunkard suddenly stood up. Looking at Dustless with a look of disbelief, he said, You're really Lord Dustless." Dustless smiled and said, "Who can it be if not me?" "Ha ha ha!" The drunkard suddenly lifted his head to the sky and laughed hard. Tears running down his old face, he said, "Heaven has eyes, Lord Dustless, you're actually still alive." The old drunkard cried and laughed, appearing very crazy. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being shocked in his heart. He did not expect that this old drunkard was actually Dustless's old acquaintance. Dustless looked at the old drunkard and also had a melancholic expression. Clearly, many memories were brought back. After a bout of madness, the old drunkard hurriedly said, "Lord Dustless, please sit." Dustless was merely an illusionary figure, but the old drunkard was very respectful toward him. Dustless was not polite either, sitting onto the bed. Dustless looked at the old drunkard, and he said with a smile, "Looks like these few years, you've been doing pretty well." The old drunkard smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Dustless, you're mistaken. I hate that I failed to live up to expectations. That's why I drown my sorrow in alcohol daily. These several million years, I've always cultivated bitterly, wanting to take revenge for Lord Immortal Grove. But I can't even break through to the Empyrean realm. These few years, I also took the time to go and find Lord Immortal Grove's small world before, but he hid it too well, I couldn't find it at all." Dustless sighed and said, "You had the heart, but you don't need to go and find any more because Immortal Grove already has a successor." The old drunkard's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. For so many years, the old drunkard held down the fort at Southfoot Town. The geniuses he had seen before were too many to enumerate. Yi Yuan was far too lacking compared to them. The old drunkard said with a doubtful look, "It's him? Lord Dustless, with all due respect, this kid looks very ordinary. He's unable to break through to the divine Lord Realm. And that's why he came to the Heaven-span mountain, right? Can't even break through to the divine Lord realm. How can he avenge Lord Immortal Grove? Dustless smiled and said, the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl both acknowledged him as their master, so it won't be wrong. As for being unable to break through to the divine Lord realm, it's not convenient for me to expound on the reason, but it's absolutely not a problem of talent. You just have to know that his future accomplishments are far above Immortal Grove's. The old drunkard was extremely surprised when he heard that. Yi Yuan looked plain and ordinary without any special aspect. However, Dustless's appraisal of him was actually so high. Lord Immortal Grove's talent, the old drunkard, was all too clear. A little fellow who could not even break through to the divine Lord realm could compare to him? The old drunkard nodded and said, since he's the person that Lord Dustless picked, I, an old drunkard, naturally have nothing to say. But Lord Dustless, you're also aware, Origin Deity realms going to the Heaven-span mountain, there's no return. This is no joke. Dustless smiled and said, you old drunkard, how can this old man let him go and court death? You rest assured he'll be fine. The old drunkard sized Yi Yuan up with a curious look, wanting to see what was different from him. But looking here and there, he could not perceive anything no matter what. Chapter 16, 70 Cutting in Line. Chapter 16, 70 Cutting in Line. Dustless was naturally not worried about Yi Yuan. He refined a small portion of the lesser Heaven-span mountain. As long as he did not seek death, the Heaven-span mountain's heavenly Tao would not crush him. Even without the lesser Heaven-span mountain, Yi Yuan's strength was already comparable to a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. It was sufficient to resist the pressure of the Heaven-span mountain already. It was just that this strength, if Yi Yuan did not act, outsiders naturally could not tell. Coming out from the old drunkard's place, Yi Yuan had a confused look. So Dustless briefly recounted the matters of the old drunkard. It turned out that the old drunkard was a servant that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove took in during his early years. Immortal Grove saved his life back then. He followed Immortal Grove and was loyal and devoted to Immortal Grove. But later, because of various reasons, the old drunkard left Immortal Grove and became the manager of Southfoot Town. Dustless making Yi Yuan come to Southfoot Town was naturally because of this consideration. Back then, when the old drunkard heard that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove perished, he had once cried for 3 days and nights. He resolved to take revenge for Immortal Grove, but his strength was too weak. That was why he drowned his sorrows in alcohol every day. Immortal Grove's enemy was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. How difficult was it to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Several days later, it just happened to be the 1-year date. On the Heaven-span mountain, a beam of light slowly extended out and landed on the ground outside the small town. All of the martial artists going to the Heaven-span mountain gathered in the wilderness. They all held a wooden plaque in their hands. This was the sequence number plates issued by the old drunkard. People without a wooden plaque were not permitted to go up the Heaven-span mountain. This was not the Heaven-span mountain's rules. It was just a rule of Southfoot Town. Zhuohan swept a glance and suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan did not have a wooden plaque in his hands. He instantly understood something. Haha, kid, you don't even have a wooden plaque. So what did you run here for? I almost forgot. We took the last few pieces of wooden plaques that day. You guys came after us. So you still got to wait a year. Ha ha ha. Zhuohan said with a loud laugh. He burned with rage that day and did not notice this matter. Recalling it now, they just happened to have received the last few pieces of wooden plaques. That Yi Yuan naturally did not have a wooden plaque on hand. Lung-chilling they all were slightly earlier. Zhuohan they all followed closely behind. Then later, it was Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping. Zhuohan's loud laughter immediately attracted the attention of many people. I got it. You came to see junior sister Lung. Hoo-hoo! Do you think that this young master couldn't tell that she used you as ASHI+ELD? You wouldn't think that she's really interested in you, right? Stop trying to strike out of your league. You and she are not in the same world at all. An aunt like you will never understand the disparity between you guys. Give up. Zhuo Han shot Yi Yuan down without any consideration. No way, right? An origin deity realm actually wanted to punch above his weight and pursue Lung Chilling? Really overestimating his own ability. Doesn't take APIS to look at his own reflection at either. Haha, another origin deity realm who came to court death. Going to the Heavenspan Mountain, he won't even have his life anymore. Yet still want to pursue beauty Lung. Clearly, Lung Chilling was very famous. The Divine Lord realm martial artists present. There were quite a number of people who knew her. Hearing Zhuo Han said so, they immediately mocked Yi Yuan heavily. People had this kind of psychology, what they could not obtain. They were even more reluctant to see others obtain. Although there was nothing between Yi Yuan and Lung Qiuling, Zhuo Han's words made him become the target of public scorn. Lung Qiuling clearly heard Zhuo Han's words too, and immediately flared up and said angrily, Zhuo Han, say any more nonsense. Do you believe that I'll tear your mouth? But Zhuo Han smiled and said, Junior sister Lung, could it be that I said wrongly? You wouldn't really have fallen for this kid, right? Lung Qiuling's expression turned cold, and she said, That's none of your business. Yi Yuan secretly heaved a sigh. Lung Qiuling saying this kind of words, wasn't it making things more vague? Sure enough, quite a few people used even weirder expressions to look at Yi Yuan. Some gazes were rather unfriendly. If looks could kill, he would already have been killed countless times. Idiot, stop simply guessing. I came to go up the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhuo Han's expression turned cold, and he said in a great rage, Punk, you're very gutsy. If you have the capability, hide in Southfoot Town for the rest of your life and don't ever go out. I want to see how you go up the Heavenspan Mountain without a wooden plaque. Do you think that Southfoot Town's guards are all useless? At this time, the old drunkard brought 2 armored people and walked over here while drinking alcohol. The old drunkard said, hazy-eyed from drinking, Those with wooden plaques in their hands, line up in order for me. Those watching a show did not dare to dawdle at this time, immediately lining up properly according to the number plates. While Zhuo Han looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look, prepared to see him get shot down. Everyone knew that this old drunkard's strength was unfathomable. Once he was unhappy, the consequences were rather terrifying. Indeed, the old drunkard headed over to Yi Yuan's side staggeringly. Zhuo Han sneered in his heart and said, Fool who doesn't know life from death. See how you still be arrogant. Best that you provoke the guardian to flare up and kill you. An abominable brat. The old drunkard gave Yi Yuan a drunken and bleary-eyed glance, smiled, and suddenly said to the 2 people beside him, The 2 of you, give the 2 of them the wooden plaques. Those 2 people were stunned, wondering if they heard wrongly. Zhuo Han's expression changed too, uncertain of what was going on. Why, Your Excellency, what did you say? The old drunkard's expression turned cold. Those 2 people seemed to have had their throats stuck, expressions becoming very ugly. The old drunkard said in a cold voice, I said, Give the 2 of them your wooden plaque. Don't you understand? This time they heard it clearly. These 2 people were Zhuo Han's junior apprentice brothers. They used pleading eyes to look over at Zhuo Han. Zhuo Han had a stunned look too, completely not understanding what happened. He stepped forward and said to the old drunkard carefully with clasped hands, Your Excellency, clearly we came first. So why should we give up the wooden plaques? The old drunkard said indifferently, Your father asked you to give, so give. What's with all the nonsense? By the side, the others were astounded faces too, completely not understanding why such a thing would happen. What's going on? I came to Southfoot Town several times already and have never encountered such a thing before. Yeah, it has always been first come, first served. Why can those two punks cut in line? Could it be that they are that lord's disciple? Doesn't look like it either. Lun Qiuling's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan in extreme shock. She discovered more and more that she could not see through this boy who was as old as her. Talent was clearly very poor, yet revealed all kinds of bizarreness surrounding him. Zhuo Han was thunderstruck by the old drunkard's words until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. It was still his first time encountering such a thing, and he was completely baffled. If it were others, he would just swallow it. Yet this person was Yi Yuan. Hence he toughened his scalp and said, "Your Excellency, I'm unconvinced." Be based on what? The old drunkard said coolly, "Based on what?" "Based on that this Southfoot town is managed by this father of yours. The words that your father said are the imperial decree." Chapter 1671. No such thing. Chapter 1671. No such thing. Your Excellency, I came from Heavenly Water Imperial Capital. My grandfather is... Zhuo Han was just about to report his background when the old drunkard's aura suddenly released. Zhuo Han's complexion turned white all at once, kneeling on the ground with a thud. The old drunkard said in a cold voice, "You dare to threaten me? Forget about Zhui S. H. I. plus long, even if Ji Sun came. He'd have to tuck his tail between his legs and behave here too." The old drunkard's aura was too horrifying. Those divine Lord Realm powerhouses all turned white as a sheet. They could not withstand the old drunkard's powerful pressure at all. Humph! Put away your pride. Your pride is utterly worthless in front of this old man. Although one can't make a move under the Heavenspan Mountain, dealing with little babies like you guys, just one look is enough. How did the old drunkard still have any drunkenness at this time? He had the solemn air of an expert. Even Yi Yuan felt an enormous pressure. Indeed, him killing Zhuo Han was as simple as pinching an ant to death. He did not need to make a move at all. "Why, Your Excellency, we will give them." Saying these few words, Zhuo Han seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. The old drunkard withdrew his aura and said with a cold snort, "Little baby who doesn't know any better! Didn't Zhui S. H. I. plus long teach you how to behave before you go out?" The pressure on everyone suddenly lightened, all looking at the old drunkard in horror. Only then did they know how powerful this guy who guarded Southfoot Town was. Zhuo Han gnashed his teeth in hatred inwardly, but did not dare to show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. He could sense that this old drunkard would really kill people. Furthermore, the other party did not attach any importance to his grandfather, S. H. I plus long at all. Also, who was Ji Sen? That was Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's city lord. Regarding the background of these towns at the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain, there were different versions. Some say that they were controlled by some transcendent heavenly emperors. Some also said that they were controlled by Tao ancestors. But without a doubt, behind them were existences that could not be provoked. Those two Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's disciples handed the wooden plaques to Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping extremely unwillingly. Ning Tianping received the wooden plaque, waved it in front of Zhuo Han, and said with a smile, "You look, we have wooden plaques now." Zhuo Han was infuriated. "Be smug. You guys just be smug. See whether or not you'll get crushed to death by Heavenly Tao after you go up the Heavenspan Mountain." Zhuo Han could only use this kind of method to console himself. Actually, it was not considered consoling either. He felt that Yi Yuan would definitely be crushed into minced meat if he went up. The old drunkard gave Zhuo Han a glance and said coolly, "To dare provoke the prestige of the Guardian, these two people are not allowed to climb the Heavenspan Mountain within 3 years." Zhuo Han's expression changed, opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But at the thought of the old drunkard's horrifying strength, he forcefully swallowed the words back into his stomach. The more he said, the more this old drunkard would definitely jest. Zhuo Han was not stupid. He naturally knew propriety. It was just that he did not understand why such a powerhouse would take care of an origin deity realm like so. Those two people had aggrieved looks, about to cry. Two mighty DS fighting. The two of them little goblins suffered. Yet, they did not even have a place to reason it out. The old drunkard said coolly, "In this place, this old man is the law. Whatever I have you do, you just care about doing it obediently. Now, start climbing the mountain." Those two armored people stood at the forefront of the ranks and started letting people up the mountain. Each person had to show their wooden plaques before they could pass through. Yi Yuan said to the old drunkard with clasped hands, "Many thanks, senior." The old drunkard took a swig of alcohol and waved his hand, indicating for them to go up. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure disappear into the sageway, a hint of worry flashed across the old drunkard's eyes too. Even though Dustless pledged in all seriousness that Yi Yuan would be fine, this was the Heaven-span Mountain after all, the world's most powerful existence and also the most terrifying existence. Yi Yuan was Lord Immortal Grove's successor after all. If he died just like this, then hope would really be completely extinguished. As soon as they entered the sageway, everyone seemed to have been stripped away of something and could no longer fly. A group of divine Lord Realm powerhouses seemed to have returned to when they were mortals. The entire Heaven-span Mountain was like an enormous prison, while they were like birds in a cage. Zhuohan used a hateful gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Punk, don't be smug too early. Entering this sageway, there's no turning back. You'll be crushed into minced meat by Heavenly Tao's pressure." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Idiot, you'd best take care of yourself first. Your jumping up and down appearance is really like a clown. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. If you're unconvinced, come and hit me." I'll tell you, the Guardian can't leave Southfoot Town. If you have the capabilities, don't ever leave here." Zhuohan said angrily through gnashed teeth. How could he dare to attack? They had already entered the sageway now. Once he attacked and provoked Heaven's punishment, he would die until not even dregs remain. In this place, there was no need for the Guardian to come forward to suppress it all. These people, none of them dared to attack. Very soon, everyone approached the sageway's entrance. The pressure on everyone also suddenly increased. The aura of Heavenly Tao became stronger and stronger. That horrifying aura made people feel like they were restrained in a river of Heavenly Tao, unable to extricate themselves. But the more it was like so, the more everyone was able to draw close to Heavenly Tao, feel Heavenly Tao's aura, and also break through easier. Of course, the Heaven-span Mountain was not almighty. Some people could consecutively break through realms here, while others could not break through at all. This had to depend on the individual's talent. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping walked at the back, feeling the increasingly powerful Heavenly Tao aura. Even Ning Tianping started to get worried too. He was a little worried whether or not Yi Yuan could withstand this kind of Heavenly Tao pressure. Everyone got out of the sageway one after another, but no one left. They all wanted to see how Yi Yuan, this origin deity realm martial artist, would be crushed into meat paste by Heavenly Tao. Lung Qiuling's hand clenched into a fist, showing the anxiety in her heart. No idea why. She was very worried about Yi Yuan, worried about seeing that ODY scene appearing. Zhuohan and his junior apprentice brothers naturally wanted to see Yi Yuan get crushed into meat paste the most. Zhuohan had an excited expression as he kept saying while looking at Yi Yuan, "Die, die, die." His junior apprentice brothers also looked at Yi Yuan hatefully with excited faces. Reckless and blind thing, see if you don't die. Seeking death. Own self wants to court death, and, body can stop. Best if he dies until not even dregs remain. Amidst everyone's curses, Yi Yuan's foot finally stepped into the Heaven-span Mountain. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The lesser heaven-span mountain within his body emitted a series of roaring sounds. A burst of inspiration rushed to his head, making Yi Yuan have a feeling of sudden epiphany. That shackle which stopped him for 300 years was finally unlocked by him at this moment. At this moment, Yi Yuan practically wanted to sing at the top of his voice. This invigorating feel simply could not be described using words. The changes within Yi Yuan's body, outsiders naturally could not feel it. Zhuo Han only saw Yi Yuan's entire body shudder as if he could not bear heavenly Tao's pressure. He and his junior apprentice brothers had looks of antic, Asian, waiting for Yi Yuan to be crushed. However, Yi Yuan still stood there. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said with a faint smile, "What are you guys looking at? Watching me get crushed into minced meat by heavenly Tao. No such thing." Chapter 1672 Perfecting Cultivation Method. Chapter 1672 Perfecting Cultivation Method. Zhuo Han, Lung Qiuling, as well as all of the Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, all doubted whether they saw it wrongly or not. Yi Yuan was very relaxed at this time. How was there no hint of pressure on him at all? Rather, it was they themselves who felt the heavy pressure. "WWI, are you totally fine? You were clearly. Zhuo Han had an expression like he saw a ghost looking at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at him as if looking at an idiot. He said with a smile, "Clearly what? Faked for you to see you took it for real? Said that you're an idiot. It's really not false at all." Zhuo Han gnashed his teeth in hatred and said furiously, "Impossible! The Heaven-span Mountain is the forbidden land for origin deity realms. And, body has ever survived here. There's no way that you're completely fine." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Footsteps moving lightly, he walked up the mountain. He was calm on the surface, but actually titanic storms already raged within his body. The lesser Heaven-span Mountain seemed to have produced some kind of resonance with the Heaven-span Mountain and started quaking wildly within his body. At the same time, the preliminary form of the Chaos Heaven-span Canon's 4th level cultivation method also slowly took shape in Yi Yuan's mind. The 4th level cultivation method was totally different from the first 3 levels. In terms of complexity, the first 3 levels added together also could not match half of the 4th level cultivation method. This was the reason why Yi Yuan kept failing to create the 4th level cultivation method, but it was not the primary reason. Looks like this trip to the Heaven-span Mountain was really right. If I didn't come here, I probably can't create the 4th level cultivation method for the rest of my life. This place is the summit of the world. Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. Ning Tianping's words before, the Heaven-span Mountain gave birth to the entire Heaven-span world, made Yi Yuan have a flash of inspiration, seemingly grasping something. Only all the way until now, when he truly set foot on the Heaven-span Mountain, did he understand what that sentence meant. Only now did Yi Yuan know that he had been going in the wrong direction all along. He attempted to go and open up a small world according to everyone's cultivation train of thought. But the Chaos Heaven-span Canon which he cultivated did not reach the point of opening up a small world at all. His divine sea still had a possibility of improving further. Therefore, to Yi Yuan, the 4th major realm was not Divine Lord Realm. If other martial artists knew Yi Yuan's cultivation method, they would definitely be unbelievably shocked, even scoffing in contempt, treating Yi Yuan as a different kind. This was the path that everyone in the Heaven-span world cultivated. So how could it possibly be subverted? But the reality was that it was subverted by Yi Yuan. Other people's divine seas were already fixed when they reached origin deity realm due to the limitations of cultivation method, unable to break through any more. Reaching the limits, one must open up a small world before they could take a step further, becoming a higher existence. However, Yi Yuan's path was not like this. His Chaos Heaven-span Canon was much stronger than martial artists of the same rank, resulting in him having the strength to battle with first-layered Heaven Divine Lord, even second-layered heaven divine, Lord powerhouses, when he was at origin deity realm. Others were not able to do this at all. What Yi Yuan had to do was to continue devouring spiritual energy, crazily growing his divine sea, all the way until his divine sea was fixed, unable to break through anymore, and at that time, open up a small world in one stroke. That way, his strength would be countless times stronger than others. The later he opened, the more powerful his strength would be, because at that time the small world that he opened up, others were not able to imagine it at all. At that time, how powerful this small world would be, Yi Yuan could not say for sure right now, but he had a feeling that it might be able to reach the boundary of Tao Ancestor. This was the path that he had to take. Tianping, you comprehend by yourself. Don't need to care about me anymore. Yi Yuan's calm voice drifted over. Ning Tianping had an excited look. He knew that Yi Yuan definitely found the turning point to break through to the divine Lord realm. Over 300 years of unrelenting hard work. Finally, it was all for this day. Even he felt that it was very not easy. Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan's back view in disbelief, feeling extremely incredulous. It was still her first time hearing that an origin deity realm could survive within the Heavenspan Mountain. If it was merely surviving, she would not be to the extent of being so shocked. The crux was that Yi Yuan was too calm, as if this place was his home. Just who is this guy? How could he accomplish this? Lung Qiuling said with her heart filled with shock. Immediately, she shook her head hard and said to Bai Qing and the rest, "Let's go. It's not easy to take a trip to the Heavenspan Mountain. Let's not waste any longer and hurry up and go comprehend heavenly Tao." Coming to the Heavenspan Mountain once was very not easy. They could not stay on indefinitely. Once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of the Heavenspan Mountain. Hence, every minute and every second at the Heavenspan Mountain was very precious. They could not continue to be shocked anymore. Zhuo Han gritted his teeth, used a very baleful gaze to look at Yi Yuan, and said coldly, "Let's go. I must break through to the celestial deity realm this time. I'm going to let this punk die without a burial ground." Divine Lord Realm martial artists could climb as high as 10 miles. Past this height, it was out of the bearing range of Divine Lord Realm martial artists. Even taking a step out would be crushed into dust by heavenly Tao. Existences such as Zhuo Han and Lung Qiuling, the height that they could scale already infinitely approached 10 miles. Once they broke through the shackles, they would be able to scale new heights, becoming a celestial deity powerhouse. But even in the Heavenspan Mountain, this was also not an easy matter. How much heavenly Tao one could comprehend, that depended on the individual's talent. But being so close to heavenly Tao like this, for the likes of Lung Qiuling to break through, it was just a matter of time. To geniuses of their level, celestial deity realm had never been a fatal bottleneck. Yi Yuan's climb was very slow. It could be said to be a step at a time. In other people's view, his footsteps seemed to be rather strained. Actually, he was carefully sensing Heavenspan Mountain, feeling the resonance between the lesser Heavenspan Mountain and the real Heavenspan Mountain. Coming to the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan Canon was already suddenly enlightened. At this time, he was structuring the entire 4th level cultivation method bit by bit, just like building a house. First put up the framework, then add the bricks and tiles little by little, and finally form a STU, our DY and reliable house. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless was also shocked to the core. I really don't know just how this 4th level cultivation method would look like after it's completed. But looking at it now, it seems to be different from normal cultivation methods. This kid, I really can't see through more and more. Zhuo Han's movements were very rapid, catching up to Lung Qiuling in a few steps. "Junior sister Lung, don't you understand my feelings for you yet?" Zhuo Han said unresignedly. Originally, he held Yi Yuan in utter contempt. He felt that Lung Qiuling was spiting him. But now he finally felt threatened. This Yi Yuan was far from as simple as he showed. Lung Qiuling gave him a glance, very indifferently, and said, "Zhuohan, give up on it. You and I, it's impossible. Right now, we're at the Heaven-span Mountain. I hope that you don't disturb my cultivation." Zhuohan's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "That punk is still climbing the mountain. I don't believe that he won't get crushed to death by the heavenly Tao." Chapter 1673. Heavenly Tao Tempering the Body. Chapter 1673. Heavenly Tao Tempering the Body. After experiencing the initialmost shock, these divine Lord Realm powerhouses all found their places and started comprehending heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan paused briefly every 3 steps. He had a prolonged pause every 5 steps, his mind revolving rapidly. He must walk this path entirely before he could corroborate a complete cultivation method. Just like that, one day Pa S said after another. No idea how long had Pa S said either. Yi Yuan finally walked to the summit of 10 miles. All around, every section of distance, there were many martial artists concentrating deeply on martial Tao. No one knew that Yi Yuan already walked to the peak of the divine Lord Realm. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's heart stirred, conceiving the idea of going to the next level to take a look. Ahead was a stretch of fog. Even if Yi Yuan stood in front of it, he could not see through what was after 10 miles too. Not hesitating at once either, Yi Yuan directly took a step out, walking into the fog. Buzz! Powerful heavenly Tao pressure instantly descended on Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally felt the terror of the Heaven-span Mountain. That powerful heavenly Tao pressure was as if it was going to destroy the world. Cruise. Plussing his entire person. Such a large commotion immediately startled the powerhouses at the summit of 10 miles. When Lung Qiuling saw Yi Yuan had half his body stepped into the fog, her entire body involuntarily shuddered, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. After the shock, Lung Qiuling immediately felt something amiss and exclaimed, "He actually walked to the summit of 10 miles. No, wait, what's he trying to do?" Zhuohan saw it too. His immediate reaction was the same as Lung Qiuling. This kid, an origin deity realm, actually walked to the summit of 10 miles. How is this possible? Why didn't heavenly Tao pulverize him? Zhuohan said with an unresigned look. But very soon, he discovered something amiss very quickly. Immediately, his face revealed a look of wild elation. "Ha ha ha, kid! This is called Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. HELL has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. An origin deity realm actually dares to enter the fog realm. You're courting death." Zhuohan let out a huge laugh, as if already seeing the sight of Yi Yuan being crushed into a meat pancake. But right at this time, Yi Yuan, who already had half his body buried in the fog realm, suddenly stretched his head back again. He said to Zhuohan with a faint smile, "Idiot, you're really noisy. Don't leave if you have the guts. Wait for this young master to come back and teach you how to behave properly." Facing Yi Yuan's threat, Zhuohan did not take it to heart at all, saying with a sneer, "Idiot thing! Do you really take this Heaven-span Mountain to be a shop opened by your family? To dare walk into the fog realm, you're dead for sure. This young master will wait right here. Come back if you have the guts." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "Gutsy, then you wait." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around, took another step out, his entire person stepping into the fog. When Lung Qiuling saw the situation, she could not help turning pale with fright and cried out, "Yi Yuan, don't!" Hearing Lung Qiuling's cry, Zhuohan's expression became incomparably ugly. This concern was entirely emitted beyond her control. Why was this iceberg-like woman brutally harsh to him? But she cared so much about that boy. Zhuohan smiled coldly and said, "Don't yell any more. Those who enter the fog realm will definitely die. Even if you broke through to the celestial deity realm, you also can't pass through from the fog realm. This point you should know better than me." He is dead for sure, one. Lung Chilling did not go and look at Juhan at all. She was repulsed by this person to the extreme, but she knew that what Juhan had said was correct. Even a genuine celestial deity powerhouse also did not dare to pass through via the fog realm and enter the next realm's territory. But Yi Yuan did it. If it was to say that Yi Yuan still did not die by entering the Heavenspan Mountain with origin deity realm, this was a miracle. Then now it was absolutely impossible for a miracle to appear. Breaking through to the celestial deity realm at the summit of 10 miles, one would be transported out of the Heavenspan Mountain very soon. Only next time could they enter the layer above 10 miles by Pa-S, sing through the celestial deity realm's Pa-S, Sageway. However, Yi Yuan Pa-S said through just like that. No one knew what was there in the fog realm, but it was safe to say that no one had ever returned alive before, including some celestial deity powerhouses who were very curious and attempted it. As Juhan and the rest expected, after entering the fog realm, Yi Yuan could be said to struggle to stride forward. Crack, crack, crack. In the fog, some tiny electric snakes were flying all around. That horrifying energy undulation. Even when Yi Yuan saw it, his heart palpitated too. However, these electric snakes wandered around, but not one landed on Yi Yuan's body. At this time, currently the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain quietly suspended between Yi Yuan's eyebrows, emitting the power of heavenly Tao. It was also precisely the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain that supported him to enter the fog realm. You kid are really crazy enough, Dustless said with a sigh. He naturally knew the prowess of this fog realm. Yet Yi Yuan walked inside. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The Lesser Heavenspan Mountain and Heavenspan Mountain originated from the same source. Since the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain acknowledged me as its master, then the Heavenspan Mountain's heavenly Tao would similarly acknowledge my existence. Entering this place may seem dangerous, but actually it's more scary than actual danger." Dustless smiled bitterly and said, "You kid are bold but cautious. You really dare to do anything, but this time you gambled correctly." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "These electric snakes are the true heavenly Tao existences. They should be the existences who truly control this 10-mile Heavenspan Mountain's rules, right? I say, if I were to use them to temper my fleshy body, would the effects be very good?" Dustless's little heart that had just calmed down was immediately thoroughly frightened out by Yi Yuan's crazy idea. You're really a madman. These are all the lightning of heavenly punishment," Dustless said mortifiedly. He suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and tunneled into the soul-suppressing pearl, and did not come out again. He knew that the following events would be rather terrifying, but he also knew that he could not stop Yi Yuan at all. This guy was simply a lunatic at times. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, communicating with the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain at the same time. The Lesser Heavenspan Mountain disappeared and reappeared again at Yi Yuan's glabella, emitting a multicolored light. Then Yi Yuan suddenly extended his palm and directly grabbed toward one of the electric snakes. Buzz. Virtually instantly, Yi Yuan's entire body started twitching violently. That horrifying energy undulation practically burned Yi Yuan to ashes. However, the waves of light that the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain emitted were like ASHI plus ELD, protecting Yi Yuan firmly. Two horrifying auras intermeshed and cancelled each other. Then, traces of energy bored into Yi Yuan's body. Swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's hair suddenly stood on end, all of his hair standing up. At the same time, Yi Yuan revolved the heavenly dragon Dharma body, frenziedly. Horrifying dragon aura spread out. That trace of energy activated the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's entire body all at once. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, his entire body caught in intense pain. In the 300 years, he had long cultivated his fleshy body to the peak third transformation. But this fourth transformation, he could not find the threshold from start to end. Today, he planned to borrow this power of heavenly Tao and break through the shackles in one stroke. 1. Reminder, there are separate paths for different realms via the different towns. There are different towns for different realms. Southfoot Town was for Divine Lords. Chapter 1674 Breakthrough, above 10 miles. Chapter 1674 Breakthrough, above 10 miles. The energy in the electric snake was being stripped away bit by bit. Yi Yuan's body was absorbing energy little by little. Amidst the incredible pain, Yi Yuan's entire body radiated with a dazzling light. Rumble. Yi Yuan's golden body became incomparably bright, illuminating the gloomy realm fog S.P.A.C. akin to daytime. The 9 transformations, golden bodies, 4th transformation was finally completed. Yi Yuan's physical body directly broke through the shackles. Now, Yi Yuan could contend with Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, just based on his physical body. However, it was not over yet. The crazy Yi Yuan was still stripping away energy and tempering the fleshy body. He was challenging his limits. The berserk energy poured into Yi Yuan's body, frenziedly. Finally, Yi Yuan could not withstand it and let go of the electric snake, while his fleshy body directly broke through to peak initial stage 4th transformation. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This electric snake's energy is really too strong. I only used a little bit, and it can actually let me break through to the 4th transformation. After enduring the suffering, Yi Yuan currently felt that he was filled with explosive power. That invigorating feeling made him unable to refrain from lifting his head to the sky and howling. Dustless smiled bitterly and said, "It was really accomplished by you, this brat. Truly a freak. Now, you can blow up a 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord with one punch." Peak initial stage 4th transformation. The strength was comparable to 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord. But powerhouses who cultivated the physical body could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. The power of Yi Yuan's dragon race martial technique, Far Serpa S, said ordinary fleshy body powerhouses. Blowing up a 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord was nothing difficult. Even facing 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lords, he had the strength to fight too. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "After breaking through this time, my atavism dragon soul awakened again. Now, my fleshy body's combat strength can finally be put to use." Yi Yuan's dragon race martial technique was mastered through extensive study. His combat strength immediately soared by more than a level. Amen? Yi Yuan, look at your golden body. There seem to be some additional, profound patterns. Dustless suddenly said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, lowering his head and looking at his physical body. Under the electric snake's berserk energy, Yi Yuan's body was long in tattered ruins already. Yi Yuan discovered to his surprise that there were indeed some blue-colored, profound patterns on his physical body. These blue profound patterns were inlaid into his golden body. If not looking closely, one really could not tell. This? What the H-E-L-L is this? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Dustless shook his head and was also puzzled as he said, 9 transformations golden body would not have this kind of pattern show up. I don't know as well. However, the color of these patterns is very similar to that electric snake. Is it possible that inside the energy which you absorbed just now, some attribute inside the electric snake was absorbed over? The moment Yi Yuan heard, his scalp could not help tingling. This electric snake was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Even if encountered by celestial deity powerhouses, they would likely turn to ashes instantly too. Now, getting it onto his body, don't know if it was a blessing or disaster. Forget it, don't care about it. It's a blessing if not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. As he said, Yi Yuan withdrew the golden light on his body and took out a blue robe from his storage ring to wear, and continued moving forward. No idea how long he walked either. It suddenly became bright in front of Yi Yuan. At the same time, the pressure on his body suddenly increased again. He realized that he could not go any further. Yi Yuan's control of the lesser heavenspan mountain currently was merely limited to the 4th level. The further up this heavenspan mountain, the more powerful heavenly Tao's pressure. Now, it already reached the limit of the lesser heavenspan mountain. Going further would be an unknown area for Yi Yuan. Even if he had the lesser heavenspan mountain, he would still be crushed into meat paste by heavenly Tao. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of turning back. He felt the surrounding spiritual energy, and immediately a feeling of gladdening the heart and refres. Plussing the mind transmitted over. What powerful spiritual energy! Breaking through here is the most suitable. Yi Yuan said with a grin, getting to work at once. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly sitting down cross-legged, and started digesting the comprehension he had along this 10-mile road bit by bit. The Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 4th level cultivation methods framework was already built. Now, it was only a matter of understanding it thoroughly. When the 4th level cultivation method was thoroughly formed, he could break through the shackles in one fell swoop, breaking through to the 4th level realm. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and meditated, completely isolating the outside world. Either way, no one dared to attack inside the Heavenspan Mountain. He was not worried that someone would take the chance to deal a blow while he was meditating. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 15 days. In a blink, half a month passed. Suddenly, a storm came out of nowhere. Wind formed under Yi Yuan's feet, gradually forming a spiritual energy vortex. Then, the vortex became bigger and bigger. The commotion became more and more horrifying. Rumble! A shocking aura surged to the sky. Yi Yuan's body emitted rays of electric light. The spiritual energy above 10 miles closed in toward Yi Yuan's place frenziedly. All around, the celestial deity powerhouses who were currently meditating with closed eyes were abruptly startled awake by this surge of powerful aura. What's going on? Somebody is breaking through? Who is breaking through? This commotion is also too frightening, right? Is my eyesight failing? That is an origin deity, realm martial artist. He's breaking through to the divine lord realm? It's really an origin deity realm. My G. Oh, D. Where did an origin deity realm come from? Above 10 miles, the group of celestial deity powerhouses burst into an utter uproar. The Heavenspan Mountain was very calm until even throwing a rock could not stir up a hint of a wave, because no one dared to behave atrociously here. But now the situation completely exploded. The commotion of Yi Yuan breaking through was too great, disturbing all of the celestial deity powerhouses, causing them to be unable to sit quietly and meditate at all. This level of heavenly Tao was thoroughly thrown into disorder by Yi Yuan. Back then, when Yi Yuan came out of the martial tower, the commotion caused was already sufficiently big. But compared to this time, that paled greatly in comparison. One had to know the Heavenspan Mountain was the source of the Heavenspan world. Its spiritual energy was also the most in the entire Heavenspan world. The spiritual energy here was virtually more than 100 times of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Back then, when Yi Yuan comprehended the Chaos Heavenspan Canon, the heavens bestowed a blessing. The spiritual energy of the Heavenspan Mountain skyrocketed several times. Until now, it still had not completely dissipated yet. The Heavenspan Mountain's spiritual energy could be described as horrifying. Furthermore, this place was the territory of celestial deities. The spiritual energy was far more compared to the territory of divine lords to begin with. Under such an environment, Yi Yuan still caused such a horrifying influence. It could be seen how Astonis, plussing his breakthrough this time was. Moreover, his breakthrough was different from ordinary people. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds gathered overhead. It was simply like the end of the world had descended. Yi Yuan's entire being was surrounded by a cloud of thick fog. The celestial deity powerhouses could not see clearly at all. How could this kind of commotion be what an origin deity, realm martial artist, breaking through should have? They pointed and gestured to Yi Yuan, each and every one of them with dumbfounded faces, completely ignorant of how this kind of thing could happen. Even if it were them, celestial deity powerhouses breaking through, they were unable to arouse such a terrifying commotion. Chapter 16, 75 Brand New Realm. Chapter 16, 75 Brand New Realm. I say, guys, do you think that guy wouldn't have run over from the realm fog, right? There's really a possibility. His position is at the edge of the fog realm. The Pa-S, Sageway, also hasn't opened up currently, so there's no way that he came straight up from outside. Yeah, an origin deity realm. It's impossible to run up by hiding among us too. Where did this genius pop out from? Is the heaven-span world sky going to change? An origin deity realm breaking through actually has such commotion. Isn't that so? Even if you and I break through, it's also impossible to cause such a big commotion. Looking at his appearance, he'll only give up after absorbing the spiritual energy above 10 miles clean. The group of celestial deity powerhouses looked at the Yi Yuan inside the storm and was struck even more with wonder. Too many unknowns, too many mysteries. It made them feel unbearably itchy, wanting to take a look at just who was breaking through. And Yi Yuan's divine sea was currently undergoing earth-shaking changes at this time. Innumerable spiritual energy entered his body from every pore, finally merging into the divine sea. His divine sea was just like a bottomless pit, unable to be filled no matter what. Yi Yuan's divine sea was long already saturated. Logically speaking, it was unable to accommodate more divine essence at all. However, at this time, those viscous divine essence in his divine sea started to slowly revolve under the urging of the fourth level cultivation method. This revolution was just like a millstone, compressing and condensing the originally paste-like divine essence once more. As a result, after a large quant, 1 tie of spiritual energy was refined by Yi Yuan. It merged into that vortex. This vortex was just like a black hole, devouring the refined divine essence frenziedly. Now, inside Yi Yuan's divine lord, a slowly rotating viscous cyclone formed. In terms of size, this viscous cyclone was much smaller than before, but the thickness of the divine essence was 100 times more than before. Rumble, a horrifying aura transmitted out of the storm, reaching straight for the firmament. Yi Yuan's aura soared frenziedly inside the storm. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of origin deity realm in one stroke, entering the divine Tao fourth stage. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes suddenly opened, his eyes shooting out rays of brilliant light. His eyes were full of shock. The storm started gradually dissipating. The celestial deity powerhouses outside all opened their eyes wide, wanting to take a look at just who it was that actually caused such a powerful influence. Swizz. H. Plus, just as a figure was faintly discernible, that person's figure moved, directly tunneling into the fog realm. When the celestial deity powerhouses who were waiting eagerly saw this scene, they could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. What a cunning lad actually ran. F*CK, this kid is too wily. Scratched until your father's heart is unbearably itchy, but he actually slipped away. BASTARD, get back for your father. You're being extremely irresponsible here. You'll die a horrible death. This BASTARD, he actually really Pa-S, said through via the fog realm. How in the world did he do it? This kid is too mysterious. I can't take it anymore. Who the H.E.L. I was that punk. Right now, these celestial deity powerhouses were like watching a suspenseful movie. All of the mysteries would be revealed at the last second. But when this movie played out until all of the mysteries were about to be unveiled, the power suddenly cut off. This emotion of going crazy, only the parties involved could understand it. If Yi Yuan showed up right now, he would definitely be dismembered by a flurry of blades by these celestial deity powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan could not be bothered with those celestial deity powerhouses. He knew that his commotion was too big. Furthermore, Pa-S sing through from the fog realm, those people would definitely be very curious. Once he revealed his true self, there would be countless troubles. Those were all celestial deity powerhouses. Even if Yi Yuan's current means were immensely formidable, it was also impossible to be their match. If someone had a malicious intent, wanting to find him to be a guinea pig or coveted the treasures on him, that would not be too good. As for their unbearably itchy hearts, Yi Yuan did not care. Whatever. Of course, Yi Yuan being anxious to get away was because naturally there was a more important thing to do. Because he broke through to a brand new realm, a completely different realm. Yi Yuan needed to figure out just what kind of realm he broke through to. Creating a cultivation method, everything was empty talk. What it was like after breaking through, Yi Yuan was completely unsure too. Everything needed him to go and fumble. Entering the fog realm, Yi Yuan found an open S-P-A-C and started introspecting his own body. Inside the divine sea, a viscous cyclone was revolving systematically, like a CLUS, of nebulae. But Yi Yuan could feel that his divine essence was already completely different from before. As for the specifics of what was different, he could not tell either. The size of the viscous divine essence was around 1/4 smaller than before, but the total reserve of the divine essence was 100 times more than before. Yi Yuan sensed that this viscous cyclone seemed to be very mysterious. It further compressed the viscous divine essence. He clearly absorbed a large amount of divine essence, but the size became even smaller than before instead. However, what surprised Yi Yuan was that his divine sea became small too. Other people breaking through to the divine Lord realm. It was transforming the divine sea into a small world. Him, on the other hand, not only did his divine sea not become big, it shrunk instead. Amen? What's this? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the surroundings of the viscous cyclone seemed to have some minuscule patterns. These patterns seem to be somewhat similar to the patterns on your body. Dustless, suddenly said. Yi Yuan looked carefully. It really was so, but studying it for a long time, he also did not figure out what use these patterns had. What's my realm? Seems like calling a divine Lord realm isn't too appropriate, right? Yi Yuan suddenly said with a bitter smile, by creating a small world and becoming the sovereign of a world, only then could one be called a divine lord. But Yi Yuan did not have a small world at all, and naturally could not be called a divine lord. Dustless also looked speechless as he said, "This path of yours is unprecedented and unrepeatable, but I can feel that your realm is likely extraordinary. Maybe the path that you take is correct, and others forget it. You'd better name it." Yi Yuan had a bitter smile on his face, suddenly having a feeling of how the world was drunk and he alone was awake. He thought about it and said, "Since a cyclone formed in my divine sea, why not call a divine vortex realm?" Dustless nodded when he heard it and said, "Divine vortex realm, it's apartment, haha. This old man is somewhat looking forward to just where this kid can walk to." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "I don't dare to say which step I can walk until, but right now, I'm somewhat itching to have a go. I want to try the power of this divine vortex realm." Dustless froze when he heard that and said with uncertainty, "How to try?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't there a live target ahead? Haha, let's go back." Dustless was stunned and immediately revealed a knowing smile. When that group of people saw Yi Yuan return, they would definitely get a big shock, right? Chapter 1676, Slapping Faces When Hitting People. Chapter 1676, Slapping Faces When Hitting People. Don't look anymore. You don't think that he can really come out, right? At a summit of 10 miles, Lung Chilling was somewhat absent-minded. This 1 month's time, She was unable to sit quietly and meditate, looking over in the direction of the fog realm from time to time. When Zhuo Han saw this, his jealousy could not resist bursting out, speaking sarcastically. Lung Chuling gave him a glance indifferently and said coolly, "Maybe he can really come out?" Zhuo Han laughed in spite of himself and said, "I know what you're thinking, but there's a saying called can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Does he really think that he's something? An origin deity, realm barging into the fog realm. This is purely courting death." Lung Chuling opened her mouth, but did not speak. What Zhuo Han said was reasonable, even though she knew that Yi Yuan was very mysterious and had a lot of means. But this fog realm clearly already Serpa. Said the normal scope. No matter how immensely formidable one's means were, it was also impossible to come out from inside. Lung Chuling also did not know why she would be like this. Perhaps it was that stepping up for her without the slightest hesitation, different from other people's deliberate striking up a conversation with her. Yi Yuan was purely just helping her out. Lung Chuling could tell that when she took out the jade sword, Yi Yuan hesitated for that split second. Clearly, he did not want to take it. Zhuo Han gave Lung Chuling a glance and said, "Junior sister Lung, I admit that this kid has some capabilities, but people like him will screw themselves to death sooner or later. This kind of guy isn't worth you recalling with nostalgia at all." Right at this time, a nonchalant voice sounded out, drawing everyone's gaze. "Oh, so a moron like you is worth recalling with nostalgia?" It was only to see Yi Yuan slowly walk out of the fog with a playful smile on his face. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance immediately caused an uproar. Is my eyesight failing? He really came out alive of the fog realm? Hang on. His aura seems to be different. It's no longer origin deity realm anymore. It really is. His aura is much more powerful, but I can't quite see through him. What in the world did he experience inside the fog realm? Could it be that inside the realm fog, there's some fortuitous encounter? Everyone had disbelieving looks. For an origin deity realm to be able to enter the heaven-span mountain, fine. An origin deity realm being able to walk to the summit of 10 miles could also be understood. But an origin deity realm entering the realm fog and still being able to come out, what the I was this. Could it be that this guy was unkillable? Why Wei Yu? How did you come out? Impossible. Even celestial deity powerhouses can't come out of there. So how can you possibly come out? When Zhuo Han saw Yi Yuan, he had an expression like he had seen a ghost, stammering when speaking. How did I come out? Naturally, it's walked out. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhuo Han had shock written all over his face. Why was this guy's life so tenacious? The so-called Forbidden Land, he walked across it as easily as flat ground. There was actually such a freakish person in this world. Not far away, Lung Chuling looked at Yi Yuan, pleasantly surprised but also shocked. She did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really came out of the fog realm. This man was truly an enigmatic existence. This 1 month's time, what on earth did he experience inside? Yi Yuan slowly walked over toward Zhuo Han and said with a grin, "Still remember what I said before I left?" Even though Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed significantly, with his 9th layered heaven divine Lord Strength, he naturally would not be scared of Yi Yuan. Recalling the words before Yi Yuan left, he smiled coldly and said, "This place is the Heaven-span Mountain. Even if I don't dare to attack you, could it be that you dare to make a move on me?" Yi Yuan chuckled as he looked at Zhuo Han and said, "Then, let's give it a try." Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a fist out, directly striking Zhuo Han's face. Zhuo Han completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually dared to really attack. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by one punch. A person must not hit the face when hitting people. But this punch of Yi Yuan's aimed for the face, hitting until his face was full of blood. Zhuo Han staggered to his feet, his entire person dazed and confused, unable to even differentiate the direction. So strong. A casual punch actually breached Zhuo Han's divine essence protection. Lung Qiuling said with a face full of shock. Yi Yuan himself also looked at his fist, pleasant surprise all over his face. The power of this punch somewhat exceeded his imagination. This punch earlier, he did not employ the power of the fleshy body. It completely relied on the power of divine essence. He discovered that his divine essence seemed to be totally different from before. Even though his punch did not have world power, he could sense that there was another kind of power contained inside, enhancing the power of his moves. Yi Yuan did not know what this power was called, but he was certain that it was absolutely not weaker than world power. No, wait, it should be above the standard rather than below it. Zhuo Han shook his head hard before barely managing to come back to his senses. He looked at Yi Yuan and burned with rage. You actually really dared to make a move. I'm going to kill you. Zhuo Han being so old, it was still his first time being so disgraced, to actually get hit by a brat who just broke through to the divine Lord realm. He currently already lost his head in fury and completely forgotten that he was at the Heaven-span mountain. The aura of ninth-layered heaven divine Lord suddenly released. That terrifying divine essence undulation gave people a feeling of palpitation. This Zhuo Han's strength indeed was not just for show. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Han with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly not worried at all. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from above the sky. Dark clouds virtually formed in an instant. The terrifying aura instantly overshadowed Zhuo Han's aura. Zhuo Han suddenly shuddered. A scent of death instantly clutched his throat, making him unable to breathe. Without thinking, Zhuo Han dismissed his divine essence and recovered to his normal state. Only then did the dark clouds in the sky calm its angry and dissipate away. Even though the dark clouds dissipated, Zhuo Han's back was already drenched in sweat. Only now did he abruptly and completely come to his senses. This was on the Heaven-span mountain. As long as someone dared to make a move, it would trigger heavenly punishment. Fortunately, he did not attack just now. Otherwise, he would have already turned to ashes now. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Why was this guy fine? Not just him. Everyone used a horrified expression to look at Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's momentum was far from Zhuo Han's, he had indeed employed divine essence and the power of laws. Why didn't heavenly punishment descend? Weren't you going to kill me? I'm standing right here. Bring it on. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Han with a smile that was not a smile and said. Zhuo Han's expression was incomparably ugly. Currently, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out monster. If you're not coming over, then I'm going over. That punch earlier wasn't done to my satisfaction yet. Yi Yuan slowly pressed in on Zhuo Han. Zhuo Han was really frightened this time. He repeatedly backed away, expression panicky as he said, "Don't come over. You don't come over. Why? Why doesn't it bring on heavenly punishment when you attack?" Rumble. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain to him at all. His figure suddenly vanished from where he was standing, and then he dealt another punch at Zhuo Han's face. Chapter 1677, Plundering Clean. Chapter 1677, Plundering Clean. Yi Yuan's current realm was merely more or less the same as a first-layered heaven divine lord. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan's fist could not cause real damage to Zhuo Han, but each punch of his was fist to the flesh, pummeling Zhuo Han's face brutally. Zhuo Han's protective divine essence could not block Yi Yuan's fist at all. With a few fists, Zhuo Han's entire person was H-I-T until he was dizzy, unable to differentiate north, south, east, west at all. He only had one thought right now, that was to run. Don't hit anymore. Everything turned dark before Zhuo Han's eyes. Eyes kept on rolling back, shouting as he ran wildly. That appearance was comical to the extreme. On the Ma.S. of Heaven-span Mountain, the two people could be described as "You chased, I fled." Except a first-layered heaven divine lord pursuing a ninth-layered heaven divine lord and beating the latter. This image was seriously too impactful. Yet, one could not fly on the heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan even knew spatial magical abilities, walking as if on wings. No matter how Zhuo Han ran, he could catch up in a couple of steps, then firmly give him a punch. By the side, the people were all dumbfounded. This guy is also too strong, right? The crux is that why didn't he trigger heavenly punishment? This kid is really too mysterious. All along the way, he subverted our understanding. TSK. Zhuo Han suffered a big loss this time. An exalted ninth-layered heaven divine lord could only be beaten and not fight back. It's really a grieving to death. Zhuo Han's junior apprentice brothers all did not dare to step forward. They did not dare to make a move either, and could only watch Zhuo Han get beaten helplessly. Finally, Zhuo Han could not take it anymore and cried out tearfully, "I beg you, don't hit anymore. Keep hitting, and I'll be disfigured. As long as you don't hit anymore, I'll agree to anything you want me to do." Sure enough, Yi Yuan stopped and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Anything really goes?" "Yes, anything goes, as long as you stop attacking." Zhuo Han was really frightened. This was simply an endless torture. This guy in front of him was simply a devil. Zhuo Han suddenly felt that in this heaven-span mountain, Yi Yuan was invincible. The heaven-span mountain's various restrictions on ordinary martial artists completely had no effect on him. You could not attack, but he could. You could not enter the fog realm, he could. In this world, was there still such an unreasonable thing? A dignified ninth-layered heaven divine lord placed outside that was a powerhouse of a region. Now he was actually beaten by a fellow who just broke through to the divine lord realm until his looks were beyond recognition. Who would I go and find to reason things out? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll say two things, and as long as you can accomplish them, not attacking you is doable. You say whatever, and I'll agree." Zhuo Han did not even think and immediately said. He was not dumb and naturally knew that Yi Yuan would demand an exorbitant price. But currently he had no choice, facing an invincible opponent other than yielding. "What other choices did you have?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Firstly, apologize to Miss Lung and swear a heavenly Tao oath to not pester her again in the future." Zhuo Han's brain had just come back to his senses. Hearing this, his expression could not help changing, and he pointed at Yi Yuan and said furiously, "Yi Yuan, you're despicable." Yi Yuan did not get angry either, raising his fist smilingly. Zhuo Han could not help choking and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Fine, I promise you." In Zhuo Han's view, Yi Yuan definitely wanted to L.U.S.T. after someone out of his league, using this kind of method to force him to quit. Actually, Yi Yuan really did not have improper thoughts toward Lung Qiuling. It was all Zhuo Han's own wishful thinking. But Yi Yuan also would not explain it. After all, in front of so many people, a lady's face was still very important. Letting everyone misunderstand a little was unimportant to him. Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not expecting that Yi Yuan's first request was actually for her sake. Honestly speaking, she was really annoyed by this stick candy-like Zhuo Han to the max. Yet, she could not shake him off no matter what. The two families' elders were very optimistic about the interaction between them. Now, being able to resolve this problem once and for all, it was naturally a good thing to her. Thinking up to this point, she was rather moved by Yi Yuan in her heart. It was only to see Zhuo Han come before Lung Qiuling unwillingly. Using an extremely resentful gaze to look at her, he opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Everyone said that the more attainable the woman, the more tempted men were. Conquering an iceberg beauty like this was an extremely fulfilling sense of accomplishment to Zhuo Han. He also believed that by relying on his talent, he could melt this iceberg one day. But now, because of one oath, All of his efforts vanished like soap bubbles. What? You still have a chance to go back on your word now. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Han with a grin and raised his fist again. Zhuo Han was already frightened out of his wits by Yi Yuan. He gritted his teeth, bowed to Lung Qiuling, and said, "Junior sister Lung, in the past it was all my fault. I shouldn't have pestered you. I, Zhuo Han, swear in the name of Heavenly Tao to absolutely not pester you any more in the future. If I violate this oath, I'll die a horrible death." Zhuo Han hated Yi Yuan in his heart, but he could not do anything about it. He already thought it over. After leaving the Heavenspan Mountain, he must think of ways to kill Yi Yuan. This enmity must be avenged. Hearing Zhuo Han's oath, Lung Qiuling also had a feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. She turned to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Thank you." Although the tone was very indifferent, Yi Yuan could feel her sincerity and smiled at once, saying, "A small matter. Miss Lung don't have to mind." These two people's conversation seemed very plain, but it was extremely sardonic in other people's ears. Zhuo Han said that he would no longer pester Lung Qiuling, but Lung Qiuling said thanks to Yi Yuan. This smack was really smacked resoundingly. How adverse was she toward Zhuo Han to say this kind of words in public? Zhuo Han's expression was simply even uglier than having eaten a fly. Of course, his currently pighead-like face. Others could not tell either. Many people were secretly snickering. The scene was extremely embarrassing for some time. Lung Qiuling's disposition was cold. Her emotional intelligence was obviously on the low side. She still had not felt that there was anything wrong with her words. But looking at everyone laughing, she was somewhat confused. Zhuo Han himself could not take it anymore. Turning to Yi Yuan, he said, "I've already done the first condition, so state the second." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hand over all of the storage rings on you and your junior apprentice brothers." When Zhuo Han heard, he immediately wanted to roar. But seeing Yi Yuan raise his fist, that chest full of rage immediately fizzled out. "See, consider yourself ruthless." Zhuo Han was angered until he was about to explode, but could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Apart from yielding, what else could he do? Zhuo Han turned to the group of junior brothers and said crossly, "Hand over all of the storage rings on your bodies." Finished talking, he himself took out a bunch of storage rings. After removing the imprints, he threw them to Yi Yuan altogether. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Han and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I'll swear a Heavenly Tao oath. Don't think of smoking through." Zhuo Han could not help choking when he heard that and could only fish out another storage ring from his body. Clearly, the things inside this storage ring were very important to him. He looked at Yi Yuan viciously, wanting to say a few fierce words, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he forced it back. Saying fierce words at this time was purely asking for trouble. Chapter 1678, Leaving the Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1678, Leaving the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan collected over 100 storage rings and made each of them swear a Heavenly Tao oath before he was willing to drop the matter. No need to check to find out. These 100 over storage rings were definitely a large sum of wealth. These people all came from an imperial capital. They were not shabby like the geniuses of imperial cities. Breaking through to the divine vortex realm, Yi Yuan's expenditure would increase. He naturally would not mind having an abundance of money. Putting away the storage rings, Yi Yuan said to Zhuo Han with a smile, "You all carry on comprehending Heavenly Tao. I won't disturb any more. If we're fated, we'll meet again." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. And left just like that. Everyone had a stunned expression. The Heavenspan Mountain was not what one could come as and when they liked. Each time they came to the Heavenspan Mountain, the martial artist's body would carry away quite a bit of Heavenly Tao's aura. Only by refining all of these Heavenly Tao aura could one enter once more. To geniuses like Lung Qiuling and Zhuo Han, they only used around 100 years' time and could pretty much digest all of these Heavenly Tao. But to martial artists with very weak apartment I-tude, they needed to spend thousands, even tens of thousands of years before they could digest these heavenly Tao. Therefore, coming to the heaven-span mountain each time was an extremely precious opportunity for martial artists. They all cherished it very much. Looking at Yi Yuan's current intention, he was actually going to leave in advance. Yi Yuan's goal of coming to the heaven-span mountain was already attained. He already did not need to stay here any longer, creating the 4th level cultivation method. Before Yi Yuan broke through to the 5th level, there would not be much of a bottleneck. There was nothing that could not be solved by a medicinal pill. Moreover, with the lesser heaven-span mountain on him, if not for encountering the major bottleneck this time, he did not need to come to the heaven-span mountain. Bringing along a heaven-span mountain on him was a great thing. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Lung Chuling actually gave rise to a faint sense of melancholy in her heart. She was taken aback with fright by her feelings. She actually had the feeling of not bearing to part toward a man. This shouldn't be. But Lung Chuling was indifferent by nature and restrained her thoughts very quickly and started comprehending heavenly Tao. She came to the heaven-span mountain this time in order to break through to the celestial deity realm in one stroke. Currently, she already wasted a lot of time. She could not delay any longer. Yi Yuan came to the mountainside and found the Ning Tianping, who was currently comprehending heavenly Tao, and directly interrupted him. When Ning Tianping saw Yi Yuan, his eyes immediately lit up and he said in surprise, "Yi Yuan, you broke through!" Ning Tianping was secretly shocked in his heart. He did not quite understand. With his strength, he actually could not see through Yi Yuan's depths. He just knew that Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed recently. He definitely broke through to the divine Lord realm soundly already. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This trip wasn't in vain. Come on, let's go down the mountain." Ning Tianping did not hesitate either and nodded his head and said, "Go!" However, Mo Li Fei was indignant and said with a frown, "A chance to come to the heaven-span mountain is hard to come by. So how can you give up halfway?" Yi Yuan glanced at Ning Tianping and smiled without saying a word. Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Master, you still don't understand His Excellency enough. Now that he broke through to rank 4, this disciple breaking through to the celestial deity realm is also right around the corner. I don't need to waste time at the heaven-span mountain at all." Mo Li Fei was stunned and full of puzzlement. Ning Tianping continued and said, "Master isn't aware, but His Excellency is even a 4-star alchemy god." Mo Li Fei thought that Yi Yuan had some Astonies plussing ability. After hearing it, he said disdainfully, 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, you can easily find a whole bunch in this world. It's true that he's impressive, but his impressiveness can't transfer onto you either. A 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D can ensure that you break through to celestial deity realm? This celestial deity realm is also too pointless. Ning Tianping was speechless. He also knew that not seeing Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao standard with their own eyes, it was very hard for normal people to believe it. Ning Tianping just chuckled and transmitted his voice to Mo Li Fei, who was inside the spirit void ring. "Master, you'll know how terrifying His Excellency's alchemy Tao standard in the future. Perhaps he'll be the second medicine ancestor." The Mo Li Fei inside the spirit void ring trembled all over, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Ning Tianping's appraisal was a little too high, right? However, if Yi Yuan's alchemy strength could really rival the medicine ancestors, then helping Ning Tianping to break through to the celestial deity realm was naturally nothing difficult. While Mo Li Fei was in a daze, Ning Tianping already went down the mountain with Yi Yuan. At the bottom of each level of the heaven-span mountain, there would be a Pa-S sageway. As long as one entered that Pa-S sageway, they would be able to get out of the heaven-span mountain. The two people Pa-S said right through the Pa-S sageway and returned to the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to leave, but returned to Southfoot town. Within reason and favor, he should bid farewell to the old drunkard. When the old drunkard saw Yi Yuan, he could not help getting a shock. You really returned safe and sound. No, wait, you even broke through. But why do I actually have a feeling of not being able to see through your actual situation? Seeing Yi Yuan again, the old drunkard discovered that monumental changes took place on Yi Yuan's body. This kind of transformation was very hard to use words to describe. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan broke through to rank 4. At this moment, he finally understood why Dustless thought so highly of Yi Yuan. Entering the Heavenspan Mountain with origin deity, realm strength. Not only did he come out unscathed, he even broke through the shackles. Just based on this, it was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior's cultivation method is a little special, so it looks somewhat like inside a cloud and fog. The old drunkard's expression changed, and he said in surprise, Since you obtained Lord Immortal Grove's inheritance, you actually didn't cultivate his cultivation method? The old drunkard understood Immortal Grove very well. Even though Immortal Grove was very formidable, his cultivation method could not possibly let Yi Yuan give him this kind of feeling. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This junior didn't cultivate Senior Immortal Grove's cultivation method. The old drunkard's expression changed, incredibly shocked in their hearts. One had to know Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method was the Heavenspan world's peak cultivation method. As long as one cultivated in the proper order, forget about Heavenly Empyrean realm. Even peak Heavenly Emperor was completely not an issue. But Yi Yuan actually did not cultivate. Then where did his cultivation method come from? Dustless also appeared and said with a smile, You don't have to guess here and there anymore. This cultivation method was created by Yi Yuan. He encountered a bottleneck, so that's why he would come to the Heavenspan Mountain to seek opportunities to break through. Now that he already broke through successfully, there's naturally no need to stay as well. Old drunkard, you just wait at ease. About Immortal Grove's grudge, Yi Yuan will help him to avenge it before long. Old drunkard's entire body trembled, with titanic waves setting off in his heart. For Dustless to dare say this, it showed that he had full confidence in Yi Yuan. Looking at it now, this kid in front of him was really not as simple as he imagined. After the astonishment, the old drunkard gave Yi Yuan a deep glance and said, All right, this old man will wait for your good news. If you can help Lord Immortal Grove take revenge, this old man will serve you all your life by slaving and toiling for you for life. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, Senior drunkard is too serious that Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, I have a great enmity too. Even if not for Senior Immortal Grove's sake, I won't let him go either. Dustless scolded with a laugh. You old fogey, you really take yourself to be someone important. This kid's future accomplishments are far from what you can imagine. Jiushang is merely one of his stepping stones. Chapter 1679, Chaos Element, Profound Water Deity, Trapping Formation. Chapter 1679, Chaos Element, Profound Water Deity, Trapping Formation. After the two people went out of the boundary of Southfoot Town, they directly entered the Purple Extreme Hall and sped like the wind toward the incoming road. After several days, the Purple Extreme Hall came to a canyon. Suddenly, the Purple Extreme Hall seemed to have been caught in a quagmire and was actually unable to advance an inch further. Your Excellency, what's going on? Ning Tianping said in surprise. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Looks like there are some small tails that weren't cleaned up and came to look for abuse again. Come, let's go out and take a look. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus the moment the two people just revealed their figures. Over a dozen sharp arrows tore through the air and interwoven to form a dense network of arrows. Ning Tianping's expression changed, and he cried out, Careful, Your Excellency! Normally, they were naturally able to dodge these sharp arrows. But currently, they were similarly caught in the quagmire, their figures being greatly restricted. Yi Yuan discovered that even his spatial laws were actually unable to work well. Clearly, they were caught in a powerful array formation. What was fatal was that after these sharp arrows entered the array formation, they would not slow down like the trapped people, but they accelerated instead. The timing was grasped perfectly, not giving even any chance to enter the purple extreme hall once more. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a loud roar. Golden light burst out on his body. The faint blue patterns seemingly came to live, wandering around on Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt like his body was filled with strength. The furious dragon roar surged straight to the sky. The voice of the dragon Ji, D that had not been seen for a long time. By the side, Ning Tianping looked at this scene in immense shock. He completely had no idea that His Excellency actually still had such a trump card. The horrifying sound wave spread out. Those dozen over sharp arrows were directly shattered into smithereens. Regarding the voice of the dragon Ji, D's power, Yi Yuan also did not expect that it would be so powerful. Those arrows were obviously specially made and were already peak celestial deity artifacts, with the quality being extremely hard. Furthermore, array formations were enchanted on the arrows. They could traverse freely and not be affected by this large formation. Yi Yuan originally only wanted to change the trajectory of the arrows through the voice of the dragon Ji, D. He did not expect that they actually directly shattered. A roar shattered celestial deity artifacts. How powerful was this voice of the dragon Ji, D's might? Yi Yuan was wildly elated in his heart. He knew that it must be because of those blue patterns. Avoiding this wave of certain kill assault, Ning Tianping was already drenched in sweat all over his body. He knew that he already circled one round around the gates of H, L and back. If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be shot into a sieve now. Outside the large formation, a group of people appeared on the hillside. Xiang Yunfei bellowed, "Boss He, you bragged to me how powerful your wind-breaking arrows were every day. This is how powerful it is. One roar from that punk caused all your arrows to shatter. All shattered. I gave you guys all of my assets. Now you give this kind of result to repay me?" They were outside the large formation and could not feel the power of Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon Ji, D at all. Therefore, Xiang Yunfei felt that this boss He's wind-breaking arrows were only the latter's brag. The power simply did not cut it. Boss, he was a very powerful bandit in a gang in the vicinity of Riverlook, capital city. Of course, they were also a group of notorious bandits. They came and went without traces, frequently highway robbing some pa-s, sing merchants and experts. The powerhouses who died in their hands were too many to enumerate. It was said that they had even killed before a seventh-layered, heaven divine, Lord Powerhouse. This group of people, their strengths were not even beneath the three major forces. Xiang Yunfei had wide connections. He expended considerable effort and finally contacted this group of bandits. He handed all of his sets to the boss, He Tianxiang, inviting them to make a move to intercept and kill Yi Yuan. Of course, his bit of sets boss He thought little of it. But when Xiang Yunfei told boss He the news that Yi Yuan had the purple extreme hall, he was moved. This kind of spatial flying-type mystic treasure. Furthermore, it was at least a celestial deity, mystic treasure existence. There was no way they would not be moved. Therefore, this group of people followed closely behind Yi Yuan, arrived in the vicinity of the Heavenspan Mountain, and lay in ambush in this canyon. This canyon was a road that must be pa-s, said through back to Riverlook, capital city. If Yi Yuan wanted to return, he would definitely go through from here. Actually, the strength of Boss He, this group of bandits, was not strong. What they were truly powerful in was this array formation and the wind-breaking arrow. This array formation was a powerful peak divine, Tao, rank 4 array formation. Even if late-stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouses get caught inside, it would be very hard to get away too. They had indeed killed before a seventh-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. It was by relying on this chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. Xiang Yunfei also took fancy on precisely Boss, his Grand Array. That was why he would come and find Boss, he to take action. He did not expect that this certain kill attack was actually shattered by Yi Yuan. How could he not be furious? Boss, he shot Xiang Yunfei a cold glance and said, "Xiang Yunfei, you dare to roar at your father? Do you think that you're still a fifth-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Powerhouse?" Xiang Yunfei's expression changed, his anger immediately reducing considerably. But he still said furiously, "You screwed things up. I'll see what you do now." Bossy's brows were tightly locked as he said with a cold snort, "This chaos element profound water deity, trapping formation, coupled with the wind-breaking arrow. Unless one's strength reached eighth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to resolve it. Do you think that his roar earlier was that simple? Your father's wind-breaking arrow. Each one is a peak celestial deity artifact. Its entire body was forged with thousand-fall profound ice metal, more than 10 being released in a volley. Even an immortal will find it hard to block. This kid is very troublesome." Xiang Yunfei gradually calmed down and discovered that it seemed like he really simplified things. Peak celestial deity artifact. Even if it was him at his prime, wanting to shatter one bare-handedly was extremely difficult, let alone more than 10. But Yi Yuan actually shattered more than 10 with a shout. This roar naturally would not be so simple. What to do now then? Xiang Yunfei said with a grim expression. "Boss," he said, "relax. His bit of strength can't break the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation at all. This Grand Array is very powerful and even has the effect of devouring divine essence. Didn't you say that he doesn't have much divine essence stones on hand anymore? I'll see when he can hold out until getting caught in the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. He'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings." Hearing this, Xiang Yunfei revealed a look of great joy. "Xiang Yunfei, you're very good. Since you found helpers to come and ambush this Yi, then be prepared to suffer this Ye's wrath." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice was transmitted out of the Grand Array. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually directly guessed that it was him. However, at the thought that Yi Yuan was caught in the Grand Array, he immediately felt much more relieved. He smiled coldly and said, "Brat, this chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. Even a seventh-layered Heaven Divine Lord is unable to break free when trapped inside. I want to see what your wrath is. Want to use Divine Lord Mystic treasures to detonate again? I want to see how many Divine Lord Mystic treasures you have." When Bossy heard that, he also smiled coldly and said, "Kid, getting caught in the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. You just wait to die with peace of mind. Your spatial laws are too weak and can't crack this array formation at all." "Is that so? Then I'll let you take a look at this young master's wrath right now." Yi Yuan's voice transmitted over faintly. Chapter 1680 Brutally Beating, Fourth Layered Heaven. Chapter 1680 Brutally Beating, Fourth Layered Heaven. Shameless, boasting fool. This set of array formation your father has already used for 10,000 years. No one has ever. Boss, he was extremely confident in the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. He had used this set of array formation to trap G. Oh, D knows how many experts to death before. It had never failed, but his words were just said halfway when a loud explosion sound came from inside the canyon. Bang, bang, bang. Countless explosive sound interwoven together. Then a beam of light burst out of the array formation, forcefully escaping the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. Boss, he was startled with fright, looking at this scene in disbelief. The purple extreme hall stopped in midair, revealing Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping's figures. Yi Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent. "No one has ever come out before." These few words were forcefully swallowed back into his stomach by him. He used an expression like he had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan and cried out, "Impossible! How? How did you come out?" The chaos element profound water deity trapping formation is absolutely without chaos in its armor. How? How in the world did you do it? Yi Yuan sneered and said, "No chaos in the armor? How is there any array formation without weaknesses to exploit in this world? No matter how invulnerable it is, it's also merely a rank for array formation. Just blow it up will do." "Be blow it up?" "Boss," he muttered. He naturally saw the explosion in the Grand Array, but he could not imagine what kind of explosion could blow up his array formation. Yi Yuan looked at him and said in a cold voice, "Yeah, over 30 middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures exploding at the same time, wouldn't it break?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiang Yunfei and Boss, he both could not resist shuddering. "Oh, over 30 middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures. You lunatic. How can you possibly have so many middle-rank mystic treasures on you?" Boss He and Xiang Yunfei's hearts were dripping blood. More than 30 middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures were actually gone just like that. This guy was not only a madman, but he was also a prodigal son. Yi Yuan originally did not have so many middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures on him, but he fleeced Chua Han and his junior brothers of their storage rings. They virtually had quite a few divine Lord Mystic treasures in each of their hands. Middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures were naturally not in the minority. Just Chua Han alone had 7 or 8 middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures. Imperial Capital's geniuses were indeed loaded as HELL. If not for these middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures, it would really not be easy for Yi Yuan to want to come out. Yi Yuan had long discovered that his divine essence was very special. After injecting into middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures, it could actually detonate, but it had no effect on high-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures. Detonating more than 30 divine Lord Mystic treasures in an instant, it was equivalent to more than 30 middle-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouses attacking all out. These explosions, concentrating at one point, the power in that instant practically rivaled the all-out attack of late-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Therefore, this saleable Grand Array had a crack blasted out. One crack was sufficient. Yi Yuan looked at Boss He with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Yeah, thanks to you, not one of the middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures on my remains. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you." Looking at Yi Yuan's gaze, Boss He could not resist shuddering. Over 30 middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures. This was a colossal sum of wealth. Even for Yi Yuan it also somewhat hurt. But when Xiang Yunfei heard this, he suddenly laughed wildly and said, "Yi Yuan, you're saying that you don't have middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures on you anymore. Ha ha ha, you fool. Don't even know how to put on an empty show of strength to actually tell me this sort of thing." What he was most wary of was Yi Yuan detonating divine Lord Mystic treasures. Because of this, he was blown until his realm fell the last time. Currently, he was only peak 4th layered Heaven Divine Lord, and it was difficult to return to 5th layered Heaven Divine Lord anymore. Now, Yi Yuan actually told him that he did not have middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures on him anymore. He no longer needed to be afraid anymore. Although Xiang Yunfei could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation. Even if he broke through, he was at the very most 1st layered Heaven Divine Lord now as well. With his peak 4th layered Heaven Divine Lord strength, killing Yi Yuan was more than plenty. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at a dead man. He said coolly to Ning Tianping, "That bunch of guys will be left to you. Leave this guy to me." Ning Tianping nodded and said, Your Excellency, be careful. Boss, he was merely a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, while the others were all initial stage Divine Lord Realm. The battle of middle stage Divine Lord Realm. They could not stick a hand in at all. The moment Xiang Yunfei heard, he could not help laughing wildly as he said, "You're saying that you want to challenge me alone? Foolish fellow, do you really think that you can go against the heavens by breaking though? Even if your father's realm fell, I'm still middle stage Divine Lord Realm too. Killing you is merely lifting a finger." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so?" Swizz. H. Plus finished saying the sentence. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Xiang Yunfei's gaze turned sharp and he exclaimed, "So fast!" Universe Dragon Claw. Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, blue patterns flash. H.I. plussing on his body. An azure dragon's enormous claw suddenly reached out of the void, smacking over toward Xiang Yunfei. The moment the dragon claw emerged, the world was alarmed. This claw was too fast. Xiang Yunfei could not react in time at all. Bang! Poo work! Xiang Yunfei was directly smacked, flying by a claw, fresh blood spouting wildly. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of letting him catch his breath. Following that, another claw smacked out. Bang! 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 In the sky, only to see dragon claws disappear and reappear again. Yi Yuan was currently in a state of violent rage, venting the frustration in his heart frenziedly, pummeling Xiang Yunfei. The battle over there had not started yet, because bossy they all were long dumbstruck with amazement. The battle indeed took on a one-sided situation, but it was totally different from what was imagined previously. One-sided, but the side leaned towards Yi Yuan and not Xiang Yunfei. Above the sky, Xiang Yunfei already unleashed all of his abilities. But the power of this dragon claw was too strong, he could not resist all. Yi Yuan actually used pure strength to suppress him. Xiang Yunfei was wildly shaken in his heart. Did not expect that after Yi Yuan broke through, his strength was actually so terrifying. His apprehension towards Yi Yuan entirely stemmed from middle rank, divine, Lord Mystic treasures. But he discovered to his dismay that Yi Yuan's own strength, he was completely unable to resist even a bit. Yi Yuan was also inexplicably, pleasantly surprised in his heart, because he discovered that the dragon race martial techniques were stronger all round. He could feel that each time he launched a martial technique, there was a profound and mysterious power that gathered in his martial techniques, making the power of his martial techniques multiply. Yi Yuan knew that this was all the effect of those blue patterns. Looking at it now, these blue patterns were a good thing and not a bad thing. Even though the dragon race's martial techniques were strong, it was not strong to the degree where it could suppress Xiang Yunfei in all aspects. Xiang Yunfei was a fifth-layered heaven divine, Lord Powerhouse. Even if his realm fell, he was also not what ordinary fourth-layered heaven divine lords could compare to. His strength was sufficient to sweep across fourth-layered heaven divine lords. Hence, that was why he would be so confident and also dare to find Bossy for help. Now, with these blue patterns, he could completely suppress Xiang Yunfei just by relying on the power of the fleshy body. Sure enough, the voice of the dragon D previously was not a coincidence. Xiang Yunfei only had one thought in his heart right now, that was to run. Suddenly, blood light radiated on Xiang Yunfei's body, his figure suddenly streaking out, flying far away in a blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his hands quickly forming a seal. Chapter 1681, Sparing None. Chapter 1681, Sparing None. Nirvana Seal. Yi Yuan roared. The Nirvana Seal sped like the wind, speeding swiftly towards the Xiang Yunfei in the horizon. Under everyone's eyes, this black huge seal tore straight across the sky and landed on Xiang Yunfei. Rumble. The Nirvana Seal arrived first despite launching later, striking Xiang Yunfei firmly, directly blasting him into dregs. Back then, when Yi Yuan was only Origin Deity realm, he could also use the Nirvana seal to kill the second-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Jinglu. Now that he broke through to Divine Vortex realm, the power of this move already could not be mentioned in the same breath. If Xiang Yunfei did not use that blood escape art, he might still be able to resist a little, but he took the road to ruin by using that move. His condition immediately fell drastically, virtually becoming a living target. Yi Yuan had witnessed this move of his before. How could he possibly not guard against his move and give him the chance to escape? This group of people was long dumbfounded from watching. Over a dozen breaths of time, Yi Yuan finished off a fourth-layered Heaven Divine, Lord neatly and tidily. This kind of strength simply made people despair. Just what kind of monster did Xiang Yunfei, that fellow, provoke? He was overwhelmed with terror. He had roamed River Luck, capital city, unhindered for so many years, and had never met such a terrifying opponent before. His guts could not be said to not be big. To dare act against a seventh-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Powerhouse, and even successfully killing the other party. To others, he was a nightmare-like existence. But today, he finally encountered his nightmare, killing Xiang Yunfei with one move. Yi Yuan looked down from high above, looking at He with his hands behind his back, just like O.D. of war descending. He's entire body shuddered, not daring to meet Yi Yuan's gaze at all. "Why, Your Excellency, I was wrong. I beg you, don't kill me." This kind of person always liked to hide and scheme against people. He was actually very fragile inwardly. Yi Yuan's domineering assault already utterly shattered his confidence, giving him an image of invincibility. Hence he yielded. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said in a cold voice, "Tianping, do it! Spare no one." He was genuinely enraged. If not for him making use of the electric snake to temper his fleshy body in the realm fog, he would already be a corpse right now. This group of guys colluded together with Xiang Yunfei. One look, and it was clear that they were not good people. Not killing was insufficient to calm his fury. Ning Tianping was similarly like so. Previously, if not for His Excellency's dragon roar shattering those arrows, he would have long been shot into a sieve. His anger currently was not the slightest bit less than Yi Yuan's. But the combat power that Yi Yuan displayed just now also made him secretly tongue-tied. Too fierce. Witnessing Yi Yuan's fury, how could he still dare to stay? With a loud roar, he turned tail and ran. It was just that his strength was even worse than Xiang Yunfei's. So how could wanting to run be that easy? Over 10 people scattered and fled in all directions. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure moving, shuttling through the void and arriving straight amidst the crowd. Roar! A dragon roar reverberated throughout the sky. Those divine Lord Realm powerhouses who were just about to escape, their figures suddenly stopped. Those who were slightly weaker were directly shattered into dust by the voice of the Dragon Ji. His entire body trembled, his eyes full of astonishment. Only now did he know how terrifying this roar of Yi Yuan's was. His fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouses, was actually unable to control himself under this roar, almost falling down. One had to know, even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body reached the peak of initial stage 4th transformation, it was still a long way off from fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. With just a roar, it was actually able to make him, this fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, unable to move. Right at this time, Yi Yuan stopped the voice of the Dragon Ji. Ning Tianping understood tacitly, long sword brandis. Ing, turning into a stream of flowing light and charged towards He. Puchi. Ning Tianping did not give He the slightest chance, directly killing him. The remaining people were all shaken by Yi Yuan until they were dazed and confused, unable to differentiate north, south, east, west at all. Ning Tianping, one person and one sword, reaped wantonly, virtually wiping out the other side in a few breaths. After doing this, Yi Yuan was T with exhaustion, almost unable to stand firmly and dropping down from the sky. The great battle, just now, seemed like the wind scattering away wisps of clouds. Actually, to Yi Yuan, the expenditure was immense too. Employing the voice of the dragon D twice in a row and using the universe dragon claw. Coupled with the horrifying Nirvana seal, this kind of expenditure was not what ordinary people could support at all. After all, he had merely just broken through to divine vortex realm currently too. Ning Tianping's expression changed, and he cried out, "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, don't need to care about me. Go and collect all of their storage rings. This set of array formation is indeed very powerful. Boss, he definitely can't set it up. There should be array flag supporting. Having this set of array formation is also a major card up my sleeves." Ning Tianping's eyes lit up and he immediately acted accordingly. Sure enough, Ning Tianping found a pile of storage rings on Bossy's body and found an array flag inside. Yi Yuan rested and rehabilitated for a while. His complexion also looked much better. He took the array flag and looked and said with a nod, "That's it. This array formation is indeed good stuff. No wonder, boss, he could kill a 7th-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Powerhouse. Caught off guard, even a 7th-layered Heaven Divine, Lord will be hard-pressed to block this wind-breaking arrow too." If not for the voice of the Dragon D being too tyrannical, their current outcome would also be not much different from that 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This array formation was obtained by Boss, he in a mystic realm in his early years. At that time, it was already regarded as a precious treasure. Sure enough, in these 10,000 years, he could be said to have slaughtered everything in his path by relying on this array formation. Furthermore, he was low profile and rarely revealed his real body in front of people. Very mysterious. Therefore, even though his strength was not strong, other people's faces changed when they heard about him. Seeing the array flag and wind-breaking arrows, Ning Tianping felt lingering fear too. This thing was indeed too dangerous. Moreover, Boss, he was clearly already familiar with this move. The timing was grasped beautifully, not giving them any chance to react at all. Fortunately, His Excellency reacted extremely fast, shattering the wind-breaking arrows with a roar. Otherwise, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. "Your Excellency, you're really too extraordinarily brave today." That boss, he was dumbfounded from watching and didn't react for a long time. "I even thought that breaking through to become a 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, I can be your Excellency's guard for a period of time. I didn't expect that I'm already going to hold you back," Ning Tianping said with a bitter smile. Ning Tianping's astonishment in his heart was not the slightest bit less than Boss He's. After Yi Yuan broke through, it was also his first time truly seeing Yi Yuan take action. This was true blue raw power without the slightest trickery. Xiang Yunfei's strength naturally need not be said. But under Yi Yuan's hands, he actually did not even have the strength to retaliate. His Excellency was indeed still as freakish as before, when at Origin Deity Realm he could already annihilate a 2nd-layered Heaven Divine Lord. After breaking through, Ning Tianping did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan was able to defeat 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lords. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan was actually able to directly annihilate 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lords. One had to know the gap between Origin Deity Realm and 1st-layered Heaven Divine Lord was far from the disparity between 1st-layered Heaven Divine Lord and 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Yi Yuan patted Ning Tianping's shoulder and said with a smile, "I had some fortuitous encounters at the Heavenspan Mountain, so my strength increased significantly. All right, let's go back to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Chapter 1682, Angrily Condemning the Ning Family's Elders. Chapter 1682, Angrily Condemning the Ning Family's Elders, the Ning family at the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. These several decades, the Ning family's pressure was very great. The Ning family's #1 genius, Ning Tianping, actually disappeared into thin air. This was too great a loss to the Ning family. However, the Ning family's people were not fools. Yi Yuan had just left, and Ning Tianping disappeared. 10-1 that he followed Yi Yuan and left. It was just that Yi Yuan said that he wanted to go out and venture, finding the opportunity to break through. And, Body knew when this opportunity would appear, or what kind of dangers he would encounter outside. The uncertainty was too great. One had to know when geniuses trained alone outside. The chances of dying were too high. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. There were quite a number of genius disciples who died outside each year. Some of them were even divine Lord Realm protectors, even deacons. If Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan died outside, that was simply a devastating blow to the Ning family. A genius like Ning Tianping could not be groomed randomly. The Ning family's upper echelons already hated Yi Yuan to the core long ago. It was fine that he left, but he actually abducted the Ning families, even the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most prodigious junior away. Over the years, Ning Ziyuan seldom stayed in seclusion, devoting considerable effort into the grooming of young disciples. Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan going out, Ning Ziyuan was equivalent to being a cripple, unable to help at all. Honestly speaking, Ning Ziyuan was really not optimistic that Ning Tianping could return alive. Even though the matter had already said for several decades, the moment Ning Ziyuan thought of Ning Tianping, he still felt very dejected. On this day, someone from below suddenly came in to report that Ning Tianping came back. Ning Ziyuan's entire body trembled, suddenly getting up, figure directly disappearing from where he was. Inside the Ning family's main hall, quite a number of elders had astonished faces, looking at that young man currently in the main hall. In a short few decades' time, Ning Tianping's realm actually broke through once more, directly becoming a middle-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This kind of cultivation speed could be rated as terrifying. Could it be that this kid had some lucky encounter outside again? Is it possible that he went out himself to train? Disappearing with that good-for-nothing was merely a coincidence. There's really the possibility, going out with an origin deity realm trash. What lucky chance can there be? Not being dragged to death is already pretty good. The clan elders discussed in low voices, directly separating Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan. Among Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's upper echelons, Yi Yuan already became a laughingstock, earth-shaking when being at the origin deity realm before. But such a genius actually could not even break through to the divine Lord Realm. Ning Tianping's brows furrowed. He was just about to fly off the handle when a figure arrived with a howl. It was precisely Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan originally came ablaze with anger, but seeing that Ning Tianping actually broke through his realm, the anger on his face immediately dissipated considerably. Ning Tianping also endured his anger and bowed to Ning Ziyuan and said, "Tianping pays respect to family head." Even though Ning Ziyuan already forgave Ning Tianping, in order to demonstrate the prestige of the family head, he still snorted coldly and said, "Humph!" leaving without saying goodbye. "Do you still have any respect for me, this family head in your eyes?" Actually, before Ning Tianping left, he was somewhat unhappy with Ning Ziyuan. The matter during the elders' meeting, what Ning Ziyuan did was unvirtuous. But in all fairness, Ning Ziyuan's grooming of him was without sparing any effort. He really did not have much to say, so he used this method of leaving without saying goodbye. It was also considered declaring his dissatisfaction. Regarding Ning Ziyuan's wrath, Ning Tianping accepted it calmly and said respectfully, "Tianping dares not." Ning Ziyuan snorted coldly again and said, "Already done it. What's there that you dare not? But forget it. I previously even thought that you left with Yi Yuan that good-for-nothing, so I was very worried. Looking at it now, you had another fortuitous encounter. To be able to break through to the middle stage divine Lord Realm within several decades, you're also considered to have rendered merit for the Ning family. Count it as making amendments for your wrongdoing in view of your accomplishments then. Ning Tianping could still accept it with an open mind at the beginning. But upon hearing Ning Ziyuan call Yi Yuan a good-for-nothing, he immediately exploded. He suddenly stood up, giving the surrounding people a scare. Tianping is extremely respectful toward family head in my heart, but the respect toward His Excellency is akin to beholding a great mountain. Family head, I hope that you take back your words just now. His Excellency isn't a good-for-nothing. He's an unparalleled genius. Otherwise, you'll feel regret for the words you said today. Ning Tianping's words sounded very cold. Ning Ziyuan was rendered dumbfounded by Ning Tianping's attitude. His understanding of Ning Tianping had always been that he was very obedient and sensible, and also very respectful towards him. But today, for a Yi Yuan, he fell out with him. Ning Ziyuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, regret? A good-for-nothing who can't even break through to the divine Lord Realm is also considered an unparalleled genius? Ning Tianping, you're very good. For the sake of a trash, you actually dare to rebuke me? The moment those clan elders heard, they also flew into a great rage and started condemning Ning Tianping. Tianping, you went out for a trip and your wings became hard, huh? To actually dare be so rude to the family head. Really getting out of hand. Do you think that breaking through to become a fourth-layered heaven divine lord, you can disregard the family head? For a good-for-nothing, you actually dared to be insolent to the family head. Truly preposterous, and should be punished by family laws. Listening to these people clamor by his ears, Ning Tianping finally erupted. He was respectful toward Ning Ziyuan, but it did not mean that he also respected these people. These old things, apart from normally telling people what to do and coming up with lousy ideas, they did not do proper business at all. Putting it bluntly, it was a bunch of old fellows who were sitting around doing nothing and waiting to die. Ning Tianping said in a great rage, all of you shut up for me. Good for nothing. Can't break through to the divine Lord Realm. Talking bulls. H.I.+T. here. You guys don't ask His Excellency for pills in the future if you have the capabilities. Let me tell you guys, His Excellency is already very disappointed toward the Ning family. Are you fools going to push the Ning family into an abyss beyond redemption? The moment one of the extremely senior clan elders heard, he immediately exploded, pointing at Ning Tianping and scolding angrily. A little B-A-S-T-A-R-D, you dare to speak to us like this? Rebelling. Family head, you take a look, this little B-A-S-T-A-R-D went out for a trip and really became lawless and unbridled. That trash can't even break through to the divine Lord Realm. Could it be that this old man still needs to go and beg him for pills? However, Ning Ziyuan ignored him, but looked at Ning Tianping and asked with a suspicious look, Tianping, what's the meaning of your words? Ning Tianping smiled coldly and said, what meaning? Not only did His Excellency broke through to the divine Lord Realm, but his growth in these several decades is also beyond your imaginations. Family head, Tianping isn't showing disregard for my elders. It's really that I feel heartache and headache. If back then you fervently supported His Excellency back then during the elders' meeting, right now absolutely won't be this kind of situation. Our Ning family would become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's #1 great clan. But now, Sai. Ning Ziyuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in shock, what did you say? Yi Yuan, he really broke through? That's impossible. Back then, he even consumed the vast Sun Universe pill. But he didn't even reach half-step divine Lord Realm. How can he possibly broke through to the divine Lord Realm? Ning Tianping gave Ning Ziyuan a glance and could not resist sighing quietly. Ning Ziyuan was deeply I see, kept by Ning Tianping's look as if a thorn pierced into his heart. Chapter 1683, Bullying to the Doorstep. Chapter 1683, Bullying to the Doorstep. Yi Yuan entered the city, very low-profiled, without drawing anyone's attention. He came straight to Zhang Qi's residence. "Who is it, halt? MN? You. Your elder Yi Yuan." The guard's gaze turned intent, recognizing Yi Yuan. "Oh, you know me?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. The guard smiled and said, "Elder, you must be joking. In this heavenly eagle imperial city, who doesn't know you?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "In this heavenly eagle imperial city, everyone knows that I'm a good-for-nothing." The guard's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Elder Yi, no matter what others say, our Jing manor from top to bottom, not a single person dares to be disrespectful toward you, including this lowly one. Head Elder had once said that his life was saved by you. If anybody dares to speak impertinently about you, if minor, they will be chased out of the Zheng manor. If severe, directly flogged to death." Yi Yuan did not expect that Zhang Qi actually used this kind of method to block everyone's mouth. But the emphasis on loyalty and friends, HI plus P, could be seen as well. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "How is Head Elder's body?" The guard let out a sigh when he heard that and said, "Sigh, Head Elder's body is getting worse each day. Head Elder Xian, you tried everything. But he is also unable to salvage the situation. Right now, Head Elder is already unable to get out of bed." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "What's going on?" Before Yi Yuan left, he specially checked Zhang Qi's body before. It was not to the extent of not being able to get out of bed so quickly. Listening to the guard talk about the sequence of events, the rage in Yi Yuan's heart started blazing fiercely. It turned out that after a celestial deity powerhouse of utmost peace imperial city came out of seclusion and got to know the news of Gao Yuan's demise, he came to visit. That celestial deity powerhouse came to find trouble with Yi Yuan and Zhang Qi, two people, who knew that only after reaching the city did he know that Yi Yuan already left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. A celestial deity powerhouse arriving in person. This kind of thing naturally could not be brushed off lightly. Utmost Peace Imperial City's strength was much stronger than Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. They had 4 celestial deity powerhouses, while Heavenly Eagle Imperial City only had 2. After that celestial deity powerhouse came, he asked Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to sentence Yi Yuan to death with a domineering ATTI, toed and to hand over the origin magnetic divine mountain. Additionally, he even wanted Gao Yuan's disciple to challenge Zheng Qi, saying that it was to take revenge for his master. This situation followed the same pattern as Zheng Qi back then. It was just that Gao Yuan, this person, was insidious and cunning, schemed to harm fellow Taoists. It was beneath contempt. Now, this move was purely nonsensical. How could Zheng Qi's physical condition at that time be able to withstand a great battle? However, Zheng Qi argued strongly on his point of view back then, saying that the fiend-calling Ridge battle, killing Gao Yuan, was his doing alone, and had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. Moreover, he accepted the challenge, and the result of the challenge naturally went without saying. Zheng Qi was beaten to serious injuries by Gao Yuan's pupil. Right now, he was only left with half a life. Yi Yuan burned with rage when he heard this. The aura of divine vortex realm unconsciously exuded out as he said in a cold voice, "What, take revenge? It's simply aiming for the origin magnetic divine mountain, right?" That guard was merely origin deity realm. Suddenly seeing the powerful pressure that Yi Yuan released, it crushed him until his face turned pale. The guard was shocked inwardly, only now realizing in shock that Yi Yuan seemed to no longer be at the origin deity realm anymore. This aura was absolutely divine Lord realm. Elder Yi actually really broke through? Yi Yuan suddenly realized the guard's awkward state, restrained the aura on his body, and said, "Coolly, you go and notify them. Just say that I'm back." The guard hurriedly said, "Elder, you must be joking. Head Elder is at the courtyard. Head Elder Xianyu and Head Elder Coldfeather are both there, please." Yi Yuan nodded and casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to the other party, saying, "Thanks for the hard work. This is for you." The guard received the medicinal pill and could not help being wildly ecstatic. Void mystic divine pill. Elder Yes, void, mystic divine, pill was hard to request for. Now, it was actually bestowed on him. Many thanks, Elder Yi. In a courtyard, Coldfeather and Xian Yu, two people, looked at the Zheng Qi lying on the bed, frowning heavily. Zheng Qi's aura was weak. Clearly he was on the verge of dying, but his face did not have too much regret. On the contrary, he seemed very open-minded. Grandmaster, Brother Xianyu, you guys don't have to be like this. Back then, when Master's great enmity was avenged, my long-cherished wish in this lifetime is also considered fulfilled. Living for these additional few years is already a profit, Zheng Qi gasped for air as he said, seeming very strained. Xian Yu had a look of self-blame as he said, "It's all this old man who is incapable. If Yi Yuan he can break through to divine Lord Realm, he can definitely save you." Sigh. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Coldfeather flared up with anger and said with a cold snort, "That bunch of fools actually said that when Yilin was provoked by Yi Yuan. All of them don't have the capability, but still want to push the responsibility onto others. Truly the act of a scoundrel to the extreme." Xian Yu sighed and said, "This bunch of guys has always been like this, unable to take on responsibility at all. Hoo-hoo. When Yi Yuan breaks through and returns, I'm very much looking forward to how this bunch of people will look like. It's too bad that I can't see it." Zheng Qi sighed and said, to talk about his only regret, that was not being able to see Yuan break through. Everyone had a score in their hearts. Yi Yuan going out this time probably would not be able to come back within a short time. The opportunity to break through was not that easy to find. It was just that they never dreamed that Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm, actually dared to go to the Heavenspan Mountain. Who says that you can't see it? Not only can you see it, but you can also even teach them a lesson one by one. Hearing the voice first before seeing the person. This voice, Xian Yu, three people were too familiar. Indeed, looking outside the door, they saw a young man walk in with large strides. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan, you actually came back so quickly? Xian Yu said in pleasant surprise, but Coldfeather's expression changed and he said suspiciously, "You broke through?" Although Yi Yuan's aura became much stronger, it gave him a feeling of inscrutability, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not breaking through. How would I dare come back? The feeling of being scolded trash while having my nose pointed doesn't feel good." When the three people heard, they all burst into laughter. Coldfeather laughed hard and said, "Like I said, how can a mere divine Lord Realm possibly stump you? That bunch of fools. See what they still have to say this time. I'm really looking forward to their reaction right now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Let's make idle talk again later. I'll take a look at head Elder Zheng first." Zheng Qi was feeble and weak, but seeing that Yi Yuan broke through, he was extremely overjoyed too, his entire person state becoming much better. Yi Yuan investigated Zheng Qi's physical condition, and his brows could not help furrowing as he said with a cold snort, "What an insidious thing!" Yi Yuan detected that inside Zheng Qi's body, there was a stream of gentle yin energy constantly whittling away Zheng Qi's life force, hastening his death. Clearly, this was intentional by the other party. Xian Yu sighed and said, "Even though that Yang Fan's talent doesn't match up to younger brother Zheng, his strength indeed can't be underestimated. This gentle yin force, this old man expended a Herculean effort and was also unable to purge it. I can only helplessly watch younger brother Zheng suffer away." Zheng Qi smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Xian, you doesn't need to blame yourself. This old man knows that you've already done your best." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Brother Zheng's medicinal pill, originally, I've already prepared it. It's just that I didn't expect that his situation is actually so serious. You guys wait for a moment. Wait for this Yi to go and refine another medicinal pill." Chapter 1684 Medicinal Pill, Unusual Change. Chapter 1684 Medicinal Pill, Unusual Change. After Yi Yuan left, Coldfeather said with an astonished look, "This? He should have just broken through not long ago, right? He's already able to refine such a high level of difficulty medicinal pill?" Xian Yu mused for a moment and said, "The power of Dao Realm is not what the likes of us can surmise. To us, we're still stuck at the shallow realm of seeing a mountain as a mountain. He has likely already reached the realm of seeing a mountain as not a mountain. What he came into contact with is the source of alchemy Dao. Learning yields twice the result with half the effort. It is far from what the likes of us can imagine." Coldfeather was completely clueless about alchemy Dao, but he knew Xian Yu's strength. Xian Yu saying this showed that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao boundary was already unimaginable. He suddenly thought of something and said to Xian Yu, "Did you feel that this kid's realm is somewhat difficult to ascertain? It doesn't seem as simple as a first-layered heaven divine lord." Xian Yu nodded and said, "Seeing him just now felt like he was completely reborn anew. Moreover, I couldn't see through his actual situation. It seems like a first-layered heaven divine lord, but at the same time it is not." Coldfeather drew a deep breath and said, "I have a feeling that this kid's accomplishments in the future, we probably can't imagine it." Xian Yu nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. After several hours, Yi Yuan came out of seclusion. Yi Yuan handed over 2 medicinal pills, seeming slightly tired as he said, "This is the pure yang strong divine pill and mystic longevity replenies. H.I. Plussing essence pill. Let Brother Zheng consume it." Clearly, these 2 medicinal pills were not easy for the current him. The pure yang strong divine pill's effect was to purge the yin energy within the body, while the mystic longevity replenies. H.I. Plussing essence pill's effect was to nourish the blood and vitality, recovering one's energy. Zhang Qi used the crazed sword evanescent. The vital essence within his body had long been emptied out already. It was very hard for ordinary medicinal pills to replenish it. Hence, that was why Xian Yu had always been at a loss on what to do, because he could not refine a high-grade, mystic longevity replenies. H.I. Plussing essence pill. When Xian Yu saw the 2 medicinal pills, his entire body involuntarily shuddered, and he said in surprise, "D divine grade! You just broke through and can actually already refine these 2 medicinal pills to divine grade. This is truly inconceivable." These 2 medicinal pills were not simply. It was difficult for Xian Yu to even refine superior grade pills. Yi Yuan just broke through to rank 4 and could actually refine divine grade already. It was not up to him to not be surprised. This also showed that after breaking through to rank 4, Yi Yuan's pill refining standard already set him in all aspects. Right now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Alchemy Dao's #1 person also officially changed hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Xian Yu, I wasn't just thinking about how to break through in these close to 400 years' time. Rank 4 medicinal pills, I've long become thoroughly familiar with them. What was missing was just the level of attainment." Xian Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Even so, it's also sufficiently Estonies. H.I. Plussing." For 100 years, Xian Yu already immersed in rank for medicinal pills for more than 40,000 years. Yi Yuan only used 400 years and already completely defeated him. This was perhaps the disparity between mortals and geniuses, right? But Xian Yu did not have the thought of being jealous of Yi Yuan, but felt happy for him instead. The current Yi Yuan truly held extraordinary meaning to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already. Yi Yuan said, "Brother Coldfeather, Brother Zheng's body is empty and already can't refine medicinal pills himself. You go and help him refine the medicinal pills." Coldfeather nodded and said, "All right, I'll take him there straight away." After the 2 people left, Yi Yuan was just about to go into seclusion to recover his divine essence when someone outside came to report that the Ning family's Ning Yuan was requesting an audience. The moment Xian Yu heard, he could not help sneering as he said, "Ha! Really materialistic. Back then, when you weren't able to break through to the divine Lord Realm, he dropped a rock down the well at the elders' meeting. Now, when he heard that you broke through, he's the first one to come to find you." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Just the way the world works. You go and tell him. Just say that I'm currently helping head Elder Zhengqi refine pills and isn't free to meet guests." The servant did not dare to disobey and could only back down. These two were both big shots that could not be offended. Outside the Zheng Manor's front door, Ning Ziyuan's expression was somewhat ugly. He was the head of the Ning family, an 8th-layered heaven divine, Lord Powerhouses. Now he was actually turned down at the door. "Oh, Tianping, this kid is also a little too arrogant, right? This family head already came to seek an audience in person. He actually isn't even meeting." Ning Ziyuan said with a frown. Ning Tianping gave him a glance and said with a sigh, "Family head, it's not that I'm lifting His Excellency up. Ever since he stepped into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's gates again, this is already an era that belongs to him. His alchemy strength, I believe that you're very clear. As long as he's willing, he can groom a small family clan to become a Leviathan like the Ning family within a few hundred years. Do you think he has the capital to be arrogant or not?" Ning Ziyuan could not help choking when he heard that, and was indeed incredibly regretful in his heart. This family head, was actually not even as farsighted as a junior. The return of Ning Tianping's investment in Yi Yuan would be unimaginable. Ning Ziyuan already knew that the cultivation method Ning Tianping was currently cultivating was no longer the Ning family's cultivation method anymore. It was a peak rank 6 cultivation method. And this lucky chance, Yi Yuan turned his nose up at it, giving it to Ning Tianping with both hands. This matter was top secret. Ning Tianping only told Ning Ziyuan alone. What kind of concept was a peak rank 6 cultivation method? That was a cultivation method that could cultivate all the way to peak true G, OD. With Ning Tianping's talent, cultivating to celestial deity realm was simply like playing around. Pausing for a bit, Ning Ziyuan eased up his tone and said to Ning Tianping, "Oh, Tianping, you're currently the closest person to Yi Yuan. Why don't you help put in a good word for the Ning family? Let him not hate the Ning family anymore, right?" Ning Tianping smiled bitterly and said, "Family head, not that I'm not willing to speak up for the Ning family. His Excellency, this person, you don't understand. He has his own very firm set of views, and clearly distinguishes kindness and hatred. As long as it's a person that he acknowledges, he can put his life on the line under any circumstances and won't ever hesitate. But if it's somebody that he doesn't acknowledge, even if you wear your tongue out, it's useless too. If the Ning family wants to reconcile with His Excellency, family head, please show your sincerity. As long as His Excellency is willing to let the past misdeeds become bygones, on account of my face, he'll more or less take care of the Ning family a little. But family head, not that I'm exaggerating things to raise an alarm. This is also the last chance." Ning Tianping had followed Yi Yuan for a long time and already knew Yi Yuan very well. Wanting to shake Yi Yuan's judgment of a person, that was impossible even for him. In Yi Yuan's eyes, Ning Tianping, was Ning Tianping. The Ning family was the Ning family. These were two different things. Yi Yuan absolutely would not show extra care to the Ning family because of Ning Tianping. Hearing Ning Tianping's words, Ning Ziyuan was slightly fearful in his heart. He suddenly realized that the Ning family already reached a very crucial fork in the road. No idea how long had passed, said either. Inside the hidden chamber, Coldfeather was currently helping Zhengqi refine the medicinal pills when suddenly his expression changed, hurriedly withdrawing his divine essence. He looked at Zhengqi in great shock and muttered, "This medicinal pill seems to be somewhat unusual. Zhengqi, do you feel it?" Zhengqi's spirit already recovered 50% to 60% at this time. Hearing that, he nodded and said, "Grandmaster, I already feel it. Most likely. I'm going to break through. Cold Feather's gaze turned intent, and he said in shock, "What? These 2 medicinal pills are only supposed to help you recover from your injuries, but you're actually going to break through?" Chapter 16, 85 Power of Chaos. Chapter 16, 85 Power of Chaos. I'm not too sure either. I just feel that I seem to have touched something. Maybe I can already break through to become a half-step celestial deity. As the 2 medicinal pills gradually melted, there seemed to be some mysterious thing that fused into his body, making him have a feeling of sudden epiphany. Zhang Qi had already stopped at the 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Realm for several thousand years, failing to touch the threshold of Celestial Deity Realm. This step was too difficult for 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Zhang Qi never dreamed that at his most hopeless, Yi Yuan's 2 medicinal pills let him touch this threshold. Forcefully suppress the shock in his heart, Cold Feather said. The opportunity can't be missed. You must go into seclusion properly. Your injuries are already 50% to 60% recovered, so you already don't need my help anymore. Zhang Qi nodded his head and continued to close his eyes and refine the medicinal pills, while Cold Feather quietly backed out of the hidden chamber. Exiting the hidden chamber, Cold Feather went straight for Yi Yuan. He wanted to figure out just what mystery was in Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. At this time, Yi Yuan and Xian, you were currently chatting. Xian, you looked at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "Ning's Yuan is at any rate the head of a family. Are you really not going to give him face like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. This he isn't someone who is extremely petty, but I also detest people who kick others when they are down. If not looking on the account of Ning Tianping's face, even if he stood guard at the door for a lifetime, I won't meet him either." Xian, you let out a sigh and said, "Among the numerous family clans in the imperial city, actually the Ning family received the greatest favor from you back then. I didn't expect that he did such a thing at the elders' meeting. It indeed chills people's hearts. Forget it, just a Ning family. With your current strength, even those 2 upstairs also have to do things according to your mood." Just as they were talking, Cold Feather rushed over in a hurry. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, he asked, "Yi Yuan, what mystery is in your medicinal pills? Why is Zhang Qi actually going to break through after refining it?" The moment Xian Yu heard, he looked at Yi Yuan with a face full of shock. Those 2 medicinal pills, he was all too clear. How could it possibly help Zhang Qi breaking through? Could it be that Cold Feather made a mistake? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "These few years I have some comprehensions toward medicinal pills again. I discovered that refining pills according to this kind of method will let the medicinal pill produce some change. I didn't expect that it can actually help Brother Zheng to break through. It's also considered an unexpected surprise." When Xian Yu and Cold Feather heard that, their entire bodies trembled violently. Divine-grade medicinal pills were already extremely impressive. Coupled with this kind of change, the medicinal pills refined were simply priceless treasures. Actually, Yi Yuan had long discovered that ever since breaking through to the divine vortex realm, his divine essence seemed to have some changes. It actually produced a sort of mysterious power. Regardless of whether it was using martial techniques or refining pills, there would be a very large degree of amplification. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to rank 4, he did not have world power, but he had this kind of mysterious power. Yi Yuan called it the power of chaos. He could feel that chaos power seemed to be even more profound and mysterious than world power. Very clearly, having this chaos power, not only would Yi Yuan's strength be no weaker than those at the Divine Lord Realm, it would also be a magnitude stronger instead. But these things were strictly a secret. Hence, for these 2 people, Yi Yuan could only say that he used special pill refining methods. That was why it would make the medicinal pills produce a mutation. Actually, what truly made the medicinal pills produce a change was his chaos divine essence. But the chaos divine essence was Yi Yuan's greatest secret. He could not tell others. Even in combat, Yi Yuan would also use the power of chaos to simulate the effect of world power, lest others see through the flaws. Yi Yuan discovered that his chaos power was all in encompassing. Just like when he imitated a fiend race powerhouse back then, no one could tell at all. This also let Yi Yuan have a guess that his chaos power should be a power that was of a higher level than world power. Yi Yuan could feel that this divine essence's mutation should be due to those mysterious patterns. But Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently astounding already. Xian Yu said in immense shock, "You're truly an alchemy Tao's peerless genius. In my view, even if it's the medicine ancestor, when at your age, it's also impossible to be more impressive than you." Coldfeather sighed with admiration and said, "You, kid, are simply a freak. I really can't imagine how in the world you cultivate. Haha, back then, when you, kid, couldn't break through, those guys all dropped rocks down the well. Now, I want to see how they're going to grovel and lick your feet now." Xian Yu smiled and said, "Isn't that so? There's already one groveling outside and already waited for 7 days at the Zhang Manor's front door. I reckon that the news of Yi Yuan returning can't be hidden for long." Coldfeather was stunned and said, "Who is it? To actually get the news so quickly?" Xian Yu smiled and said, "Who else can it be? Of course it's Ning Ziyuan, that old fox." Mentioning Ning Ziyuan, Coldfeather's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Serves him right." Finally, on the 15th day, Yi Yuan met Ning Ziyuan. This half a month's time, Ning Tianping had always accompanied him at the gatehouse and did not go and find Yi Yuan. Regarding Ning Tianping's performance, Yi Yuan was still very satisfied. This guy was very smart. He knew that speaking up for the Ning family would only be counterproductive, so he might as well say nothing. But him constantly accompanying at the gatehouse also showed the Ning family standpoint. Loyalty and staunch, but also had a sense of propriety. This Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan really could not find any fault. Elder Ning, truly sorry. Head Elder Zheng's body was deteriorating with each pass. Sing day and seriously couldn't be delayed, resulting in neglecting Elder Ning. I hope that Elder Ning doesn't blame me. Everyone still had to meet in the future. They still had to put on an act on the surface. It was just that Yi Yuan's words sounded very perfunctory. Clearly it was intentional. But this half a month, Ning Tianping revealed to him a corner of Yi Yuan's iceberg. Ning Ziyuan also deeply realized that this great G.O.D. could not be offended. Therefore, there was absolutely no way he dared to offend Yi Yuan. True. Brother Zheng's body concerns the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's safety. It should naturally be a top priority. I wonder how Brother Zheng's situation is now? Ning Ziyuan asked without leaving a trace. Coldfeather gave a cold snort by the side and said, "No need for you to be concerned. What's the point of coming? When he was injured, I didn't see any of you come to see him until today." Ever since that elders' meeting, Coldfeather had never shown Ning Ziyuan a good attitude. His seniority was exceedingly high, and his strength was also powerful. In this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there were really not many who could do anything to him. Ning Ziyuan also had an awkward look having met with a rebuff. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since this Yi broke through, Brother Zheng is naturally fine. Elder Ning can rest assured." The few people were currently talking when a figure came in from outside the door. Who could it be if not Zheng Qi? The current Zheng Qi had a robust physique and was light on his feet, agile and nimble. How was there still the slightest hint of being heavily injured on the verge of death? The moment Ning Ziyuan saw Zheng Qi, he could not help getting a shock. Not only did the other party's strength fully recover, it actually improved a step further, breaking through to half-step celestial deity realm. Ha! Younger brother Yi, your alchemy strength is truly getting more and more transcendent. Zhang Qi entered with a big laugh. Chapter 1686, Xian Yu resigns. Chapter 1686, Xian Yu resigns. Ning Ziyuan's eyes popped out. Was this really that seriously injured Zhang Qi on the verge of death? Zhang Qi had been stuck at ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord this threshold for D knows how many years already. One had to know the significance of half-step celestial deity was completely different from being a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Half-step celestial deity realm meant that it was possible to step into the true celestial deity realm anytime and anywhere. Although this chance was not great, what if they suddenly had an epiphany one day? The majority of imperial cities, celestial deity, realm powerhouses, actually broke through muddle-headedly like that. Those who truly relied on their talent to break through were exceedingly rare. It was not that there weren't ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lords who broke through to celestial deity realm, but they were far too few. So little until it was negligible. The vast majority of martial artists stepped over from the threshold of half-step celestial deity. One medicinal pill of Yi Yuan let him break through the bottleneck that he could not break through for several tens of thousands of years. This kind of means was also too inconceivable, right? Seeing the energetic and vigorous Zheng Qi, Yi Yuan also said happily, "Haha, that brother Zheng in the past, who was full of high spirits, is finally back again." Zhang Qi laughed loudly and said, "All these are still thanks to you. I really didn't think that your medicinal pills actually can have such a magical effect. Those ungrateful D.A.M. and things will probably regret it this time until their intestines turn green, right? If I were to say, ignore all of them in the future. Whoever wants to request for pills, take divine essence stones to come and buy. One medicinal pill, 30 billion. Even a single one short won't do. And Ning Ziyuan, you're here too?" Zhang Qi had an excited look just now and only saw Yi Yuan in his eyes. Now, suddenly noticing the Ning Ziyuan, who was extremely embarrassed, said by the side, he could not help being a little surprised. Ning Ziyuan had a look of embarrassment, but he still gave a flattering smile and said, "Congratulations to Brother Zheng for recovering, and strength improving a step further." Zhang Qi rolled his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Ning Ziyuan, your nose is sharp enough. Yi Yuan had just come back, and you came to find him. The thing that your Ning family did back then was unfair and shallow." Ning Ziyuan had made the preparations to throw this old face out. Heaving a sigh, he said, "Yes, this Ning had eyes but couldn't see. Back then, I shouldn't have dropped a rock down the well in the elders' meeting. This Ning came this time to sincerely apologize to Elder Yi." Zhang Qi sneered and said, "Who doesn't know how to add flowers to embroidery? Is there really such a good thing in this world? Do you think that Yi Yuan lacks an apology from you now?" Ning Ziwang had an appearance like the situation was already so bad that to make it worse makes no real difference. But his attitude was very humble as he said, "This Ning knows that saying anything now is too late. It was this Ning who was blind, so I can't blame others. Fortunately, Tianping this child is loyal and righteous, hiding from the Ning family's top to bottom, accompanying Elder Yi through untold dangers. It's also considered to have slightly made up for the mistake that this Ning made." Hearing Ning Ziyuan's words, Yi Yuan secretly scolded the sly old fox. But this old man could swallow humiliation and bear a heavy burden. It was also considered hard on him. Looking on the account of Ning Tianping's face, he would not really do anything to the Ning family either. Hence, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, "All right, it's matter in the past. No need to mention them again. Elder Ning, please return." The moment Ning Ziyuan heard, he could not help revealing great joy and said with clasped hands, "Elder Yi is indeed magnanimous. Then this Ning will go back first. In the future, as long as there's use for the Ning family, Elder Yi feel free to speak up." Oh, right. The Ning family also collected quite a number of precious rank 4 spirit medicines these few years. I don't know if they can enter Elder Yi Yuan's arcane sites or not. Elder, Yi, please accept them. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "Put it down then." Half a month passed, said. Then news of Yi Yuan returning already spread like wildfire. But toward this, the vast majority of the people still held disdainful attitudes. Ruo Su led a group of elders and gathered together. Everyone all had contemptuous expressions towards this news. This kid actually still had the face to come back. Reckon that he couldn't hack it anymore outside, right? Haha, a trash who couldn't even break through to the divine Lord realm. What can he do coming back? Might as well die outside. I guess that he also felt that he had no face to meet people, so that's why he blocked off the news, right? But doesn't he know that there's a saying called, "There isn't a wall in the world which hasn't a crack"? Ha ha ha. Everyone guffawed. In their view, Yi Yuan returning and directly hiding and not meeting people, he definitely had not broken through yet and felt ashamed to meet people. Of course, Yi Yuan even consumed a vast sun universe pill back then, but it did not have any effect at all. This was already synonymous with trash in everyone's view. Ruo Su smiled and said, "You guys can't say it like this either. Yi Yuan's attainments in rank 3 divine pills are still unmatched. In this heavenly eagle imperial city, he still has a place for himself. That is, making good use of Traz. H. Plus, everyone roared with laughter again. Ha ha ha. When Ruo Su learned of this news, he felt extremely liberated in his heart. These few years, even though he was demoted to become the second elder, his influence in the Elders Association did not diminish in the slightest. One could say that Xianyu, this head elder, was just a symbol built without foundations. Xianyu did not like fighting and was also unwilling to get involved in this kind of thing. Therefore, Ruo Su also became even more brazen and unscrupulous. Rather, the martial tower that side, Coldfeather's control was very domineering, making it very difficult for Ruo Su's hand to extend his reach. But with the power on the Pill Tower side, it was already enough. After all, the Martial Tower still had to rely on the Pill Tower. Which Martial Tower elder dared to not give face to the Pill Tower's elders? Right at this time, a subordinate suddenly came to report, saying that Grand Elder He Chong wanted to personally convene an emergency elders meeting to discuss an important matter. Everyone's expressions could not help changing when they heard it. This timing was also too coincidental, right? An elder asked, second elder, could it be that this elders meeting is related to Yi Yuan? Otherwise, it also wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Hey, don't scare yourselves. Back then, Yi Yuan was practically chased out of the imperial city. If he really broke through and came back, why would he be so low-key? He would have long come to smack our faces. In my view, he doesn't have the face to meet people. Grand Elder convening an elders meeting. I think that there should be another important matter. Perhaps utmost peace imperial city is causing problems again, said another elder. When everyone heard that, they all nodded their heads. One elder said with a look of dissatisfaction, "Speaking of this, I feel angry. If not for Yi Yuan and Jing Qi, we wouldn't be so passive right now either. This Yi Yuan is good. Own self taking the origin magnetic divine mountain and running." Ruo Su said, "All right, don't simply guess anymore. When we see Grand Elder, we'll know." In the great hall, He Chong sat at the top position and still had an unfathomable appearance. The elders' meeting started. He Chong opened his mouth and said indifferently, "Convening everyone today, there's an important matter to tell you all. Xianyu, you say it yourself." Everyone was uncertain what it meant, looking at Xianyu in surprise, not knowing what medicine was being sold in the gourd. Xianyu nodded his head and slowly said, "Everyone, this old man's personality, everyone is also aware. Taking on this position of head elder is truly a little an onerous task. Hence, I requested from City Lord and Grand Elder for me to resign from this position of head elder." The moment these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes cast toward Ruo Su one after another. Xian Yu was admitting defeat. Chapter 1687 Head Elder Yi Yuan. 1687 Head Elder Yi Yuan. The moment Xian Yu retired, only Ruo Su could become this head elder. This struggle finally still ended in Ruo Su's victory. Indeed, Xian Yu had been the head elder for so many years, but his presence was virtually zero. The major and minor matters of the Pill Tower were mostly decided by Ruo Su. Xian Yu was practically made a figurehead. If it was another person, carrying on like this also had no meaning. Might as well resign from the position of head elder to avoid embarrass. Ruo Su's face revealed a look of great joy. He had suppressed Xian Yu for so many years. Suddenly being ridden on top of his head by him, he was naturally rather unhappy. Now he finally brought Xian Yu down. There was virtually little hope of Ruo Su to break through to the celestial deity realm and become a 5-star alchemy god, and his desire for power had inflated limitlessly. Losing the position of head elder was a crowning humiliation to him. Today, this disgrace was finally washed away. Those Pill Tower elders all looked very excited too. Clearly, they felt happy about the success of their team. Of course, under this kind of circumstances, they could not behave too overboard, but they were already ready to go back and congratulate properly. Head elder, why are you doing this? In our Pill Tower, your strength is the greatest. This position of head elder, you're the most suited. Yeah, head elder, you have to think thrice before acting. Head elder, this kind of joke mustn't be joked. Be careful, take caution. These elders all started urging. It was just that their tones appeared very perfunctory. Those present were all extremely experienced people, who could not tell. Cold Feather looked at this scene with a smile, having a disdainful look on his face, while Ning Ziyuan had his head lowered, looking straight down as if it had nothing to do with him. Clearly, he already learned to be wise. Today's matter was rather unusual. It was very likely to be related to Yi Yuan. Opening his mouth again, he would be a fool. At this time, Ning Ziyuan was very grateful to Ning Tianping in his heart. If it wasn't for him, the Ning family also would not benefit from being in a favorable position. They would definitely capsize again today. Doing it again today, that would be offending Yi Yuan to the core. Regarding these perfunctory voices to persuade him to stay, Xian Yu understood in his heart. But he just smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks, everyone." Not being the head elder, this old man is still a member of the Pill Tower and can still contribute to Heavenly Eagle. Ruo Su's face had unconcealable smugness, but he still consoled. Actually, I feel that it's a good thing for younger brother Xian Yu to temporarily resign from the position of head elder. He's only a step away from becoming a 5-star alchemy G. Oh dear, right now. It's time to put down secular affairs and seek to break through wholeheartedly. If younger brother Xian, you can break through to become a 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D, that will truly be a great thing for our Heavenly Eagle. These words sounded nice, but breaking through to become a 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D, it was easier said than done. It was not that to reach the half-step celestial deity realm, you just had to work hard slightly and you would be able to break through to the celestial deity realm. Take Gao Yuan, that guy, as an example. Reached half-step celestial deity realm for several tens of thousands of years, but he didn't break through to the celestial deity realm either. Following that, everyone feigned another round of persuasion to stay. Xian Yu said coolly, "Everyone, there's no need to persuade me. This old man's mind is made up." At this point, the surface work had been done. Everyone naturally no longer tried to persuade him. He Chong said coolly, "What Ruo Su said is right. Xian Yu has already stepped into becoming a half-step celestial deity and should go into seclusion properly and strive to break through to become a 5-star alchemy god. Since his mind is made up, then this matter is decided. Now, I'll announce the new candidate for head elder." Hearing this, Ruo Su's face revealed an eager expression. Other people's gazes are also cast on him. Ruo Su was a little excited in his heart. The feeling of being the focus on attention was pretty good. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the Pill Tower's position of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had high authority and power. It could be said to be beneath 2 people and above tens of thousands. This kind of power who could be unmoved. He Chong slowly opened his mouth and said, "The position of the Pill Tower's head elder is of utmost importance to my Heavenly Eagle. Naturally, the person with the greatest strength has to take on the post. This person is..." Speaking until here, He Chong deliberately paused, sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, finally stopped on Ruo Su's face. That expression was somewhat complicated. However, the current Ruo Su clearly did not notice it. His B.U.T. Tox already left his seat, preparing to receive the new appointment. Yi Yuan. At this time, He Chong lightly spat these 2 words out of his mouth. Ruo Su's smile instantly froze on his face. He stood up halfway currently, but in the end, what He Chong spat out of his mouth was not his name. This scene was rather awkward. Everyone was extremely shocked, being rendered dumbfounded by this name. How could the head elder be Yi Yuan? How could the head elder possibly be Yi Yuan? Gee, Grand Elder, is there a mistake? Ruo Su said with a look of disbelief. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan returned. Even if he broke through, he was also not qualified enough to be the head elder, right? He Chong's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Ruo Su, do you take this old man to be muddle-headed? Such a major matter, would I be mistaken? Brother Zwa, come on out." He Chong's words made everyone's entire body tremble. The city lord actually came in person? At this time, the door to the side hall slowly opened. An old man and a young man, 2 people, walked out. The old one was the city lord Zhuoshuja, whose movements and traces were elusive and secretive. The young one was naturally Yi Yuan. Even Ning Ziyuan also trembled all over when he saw city lord personally send Yi Yuan out. This matter of Yi Yuan A.S. summing the post of head elder, he did not know beforehand. It was just that he felt that the timing of Xian Yu's resignation was too coincidental, so he faintly felt that it was related to Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to replace Xian Yu and take on the post of head elder. Furthermore, it was even city lord escorting him over personally. The shocked ones were naturally not just Ning Ziyuan alone. The others were dumbfounded too. The matters in the city lord never took an interest in them. If there really was something, it was also He Chong acting in capacity. They did not expect that this time, for the sake of Yi Yuan A.S. summing the post, he actually came personally. Looking at Yi Yuan again, they were shocked again. Yi Yuan really broke through. Even though it somewhat could not be seen through, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was absolutely one in the Divine Lord realm without a doubt. However, letting a guy who just broke through to Divine Lord realm be the head elder, it was taking it too lightly, right? With Zhuoshuja appearing, He Chong took a back seat. Add a chair for Yi Yuan, put in on Xian Yu's right-hand side, Zhuoshuja said coolly. Under the word of command, someone immediately added a seat to Xian Yu's right, letting Yi Yuan sit on it. Even though it was just a small gesture, it revealed Zhuoshuja's regard for Yi Yuan. Ruo Su's expression flickered incessantly. He could not understand what capability this brat had to actually climb on top of his head. Zhuoshuja gave everyone a glance and slowly opened his mouth and said, "I know that many people among you all are puzzled. Why Yi Yuan should be the head elder? Actually, Yi Yuan wasn't willing to be this head elder. It was this city lord who requested repeatedly until he was willing to take the post." Chapter 1688 Thrown into God, Refining Abyss. Chapter 1688 Thrown into G. Oh, dear Refining Abyss, W what? C-City, Lord personally invited him to take the post? What a joke. What capability does he have? Even if he broke through, becoming the head elder is also too forceful, right? I'm not convinced. When the elders heard Zhuoshuja's words, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. A brat who just broke through to the Divine Lord realm, actually became the Pill Tower's head elder. This was also taking things too lightly. They all did not understand why City Lord would regard Yi Yuan so highly. Ruo Su was extremely unwilling in his heart. Xian Yu riding on his head. He was already very upset to begin with. Now, it was actually changed to Yi Yuan riding on his head. He could not tolerate it even more. He gritted his teeth and said, "City Lord this? I'm not convinced. A divine lord who just broke through becoming our heavenly eagle's head elder. This is also taking things too lightly." Zuo gave him a glance and said, "Coolly, head elder, this position has always been reigned by the strong. Otherwise, how to convince the Ma? SSES? Inviting Yi Yuan to be the head elder is naturally because his ability is sufficient to convince the Ma. SSES." Everyone's faces could not help changing when they heard that, all revealing disbelieving looks. Those present were all alchemy Dao major powers. They were not characters who were easy to fool. Even if a person refined rank 3 divine pills until it was transcendent, it also did not mean that the person could similarly do so with rank 4 divine pills. Same for those of the martial Dao, there was similarly a massive gulf between martial Dao rank 3 and rank 4. This gulf needed time to bridge. Rank 4 divine pills, an alchemist needed to integrate world power to be able to form a pill. And the technique involved in this absolutely could not be utilized to the highest level in 1 or 2 days. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao talent was unparalleled, so no one doubted that he could refine rank 4 divine pills as impressively as rank 3 divine pills in the future. But, at the very most, Yi Yuan merely broke through in the past several decades. How could he possibly have such profound alchemy Dao strength? Ruo Su's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "City Lord's meaning is that Yi Yuan's current alchemy Dao strength already surpa. SSES mine? Ruo Su isn't convinced. I want to compete with him." Zuo smiled and said, "No need. Let you see a person you'll understand. Zheng Qi." At this time, a figure outside the great hall slowly walked in. It was precisely the Zheng Qi who had already been missing for a long time. Seeing Zheng Qi, everyone's faces changed. Half-step celestial deity, head elder Zheng, he actually broke through? The stubborn injury on him is already all healed. Could this be Yi Yuan's work? This is impossible. When the group of elders saw Zheng Qi, their expressions abruptly changed. Forget that injuries fully recovered, he actually even broke through. Zheng Qi slowly stepped into the great hall. The past declining trend was swept clean, and what replaced it was boundless enthusiasm. He clasped his hands at Zuo and He Chong and said, "Paying respects to City Lord, Grand Elder." Zuo slowly nodded and said to everyone, Yi Yuan already completely cured Zuo hidden injuries. Furthermore, he even helped him improve a step further. Yi Yuan's strength. Xian Yu also candidly acknowledged his defeat. That's why he would take the initiative to resign. Do you all still have any objections? The group of elders exchanged glances, being dumbstruck by amazement with today's sudden turn of events. Before coming, they were even mocking that Yi Yuan had no face to see people. But now, with a sway of his body, he actually became the head elder. What shocked them even more was that Yi Yuan just broke through not long, and his strength actually bested even Xian Yu already. Such horrifying strength, it was naturally more than enough to be the head elder. However, Ruo Su was awkward. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Zuo said, "Coolly." Actually, Yi Yuan originally already resigned from his post as an elder and wasn't willing to come out of retirement again. Yesterday, I found Yi Yuan for a long talk before he reluctantly agreed to it. Starting from today, Yi Yuan is the Pill Tower's head elder, presiding over all matters of the Pill Tower. Xian Yu is the second elder, Ruo Su is the third elder, so on and so forth. Finished talking, Zuo said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, the Pill Tower this whole works will be entrusted to you in the future. However, your most important task is still cultivation. After all, you're my heavenly eagle's future." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "City Lord rest assured. Yi Yuan has a score in my heart." Zhuo Shujie was not overselling Yi Yuan. He really talked until his jaws ached before convincing Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, the reason why he returned to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was primarily still because of the 500-year agreement with Lier Thayal. Yi Yuan still had feelings for Heavenly Eagle. At least, in this place, there were quite a few of his fetters. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also understood that making an exception to promote him to become a Pill Tower Elderback then was naturally Zhuo Shujie's intention too. If this were not the case, he might still have to wait until D knows when to find Qin Xiao to take revenge back then. In the end, he owed Zhuo Shujie a favor. Hence, that was why he agreed to take on the post of head elder. Yi Yuan naturally understood that this position of head elder was not easy to be, but he did not mind either. Ruo Su could bully Xian Yu, but wanting to bully him, Yi Yuan, he was still a bit too tender. Moreover, in front of absolute strength, any tactic was utterly useless. In alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan had such confidence. Zhuo Shujie said coolly, "I can naturally set my mind at ease with you. All right, this matter is settled like this." Finished talking, Zhuo Shujie and He Chong, two people, left straight away, leaving behind everyone with baffled faces. Ruo Su shot Yi Yuan a glance coldly, gave a cold snort, and turned around, about to leave. "Halt! Did I let you go?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Ruo Su suddenly turned around, eyes spewing fire as he said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, you don't be too smug." Yi Yuan looked at Ruo Su and said coolly, "It's true that a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. No wonder back then Song Qiang, a disciple, dared to even turn his nose up at me, this elder. Turns out that it was taught well by you, his master. City Lord's words earlier. Could it be that you didn't hear?" Ruo Su was already beyond furious and roared loudly, "If this old man wants to leave, could it be that you can still stop?" Finished talking, his figure moved, directly walking out of the great hall in large strides. Right at this time, Cold Feather and Zheng Qi got up at the same time, one left and one right, stopping Ruo Su. The power of half-step celestial deity emitted off the two people's bodies. Ruo Su's expression finally changed. He suddenly realized that these two great half-step celestial deities were both Yi Yuan's close buddies. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Brother Cold Feather, you're the Martial Hall's head elder. Defying one's superior and affronting the prestige of the head elder. What should be the punishment?" Cold Feather broke into a smile and said, "Apart from City Lord and Grand Elder, the head elder's authority is paramount and isn't permitted to be affronted. If there are offenders, throw into the Martial Tower's refining abyss." The refining abyss was a separate SPAC inside the Martial Tower, a place used specifically to punish prisoners. That Qin Xiao was currently imprisoned in the refining abyss. Ruo Su's expression changed when he heard that and glared at Yi Yuan as he said, "Yi Yuan, you dare?" Yi Yuan laughed when he heard it and said, "Why wouldn't I not dare? Today is this elder's first day taking office, and you gave me an opening gambit. If I let you go out like this, how will I still be a head elder? Brother Cold Feather, Brother Zhang, take him down and throw him into the refining abyss for 3 months, so as to punish him." Chapter 1689 Ning, Family Requesting for Pill. Chapter 1689 Ning, Family Requesting for Pill. Yi Yuan, just you wait. Don't think that you can do whatever you please after becoming the head elder. Ruo Su's voice got further and further. Then the entire great hall was silent, quietly, until even a pin dropping on the ground could be heard too. In these several tens of thousands of years, no one had ever dared to throw Ruo Su into the refining abyss before. Yi Yuan actually did so. Who was Ruo Su? He was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's person in charge in these few tens of thousands of years. Even the former head, Elder Jingqi, also did not dare to offend him too much. In reality, even though Jingqi had many discontentments with Ruosu in the past, it was basically all swallowing the knocked-out teeth into his stomach. After all, the Martial Tower had many areas where they needed to request the Pill Tower. Even if Xianyu became the head elder, this kind of situation still did not change in the slightest. Cold Feather was unhappy with Ruosu, but he did not dare to really do anything to him as well. But today, this move of Yi Yuan's was too ruthless. Staying 3 months in the G. Oh, dear refining abyss, the time was not long, but this punishment was awful. More importantly, to Ruosu, this kind of high and mighty important person, it was simply unprecedented humiliation. How would he still show his face to people after coming out? The group of elders all used extremely stunned gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Everyone said that new officials would make drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge. But this change was also done a little too aggressively, right? One had to know Ruosu's prestige in Heavenly Eagle was extremely high. His forces were even deeply entangled and difficult to deal with. Wanting to use 1G, de-refining abyss trip to uproot his forces. This was impossible. The elders on Ruosu's side all used gloating expressions to look at Yi Yuan. This newly appointed head elder was still too inexperienced, thinking that it could bring down Ruosu? But Yi Yuan did not have this awareness. Sitting on the seat of honor, he swept a glance over everyone and opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "In the future, if somebody dares to defy their superiors, the crime will be the same as Ruosu's. Additionally, this elder has just taken office. I naturally have to give everyone some benefits. Starting from today, within 3 months, all elders can rely on their contribution points to find me to refine medicinal pills. You all can also refine pills for your juniors." When Yi Yuan finished talking, he discovered that these elders' reactions were all very indifferent. No one actually took the initiative to come find him to refine pills. But regarding this kind of situation, Yi Yuan had long expected it. Ruosu was too deeply entrenched in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. These elders, regardless of whether the Pill Tower or Martial Tower's elders, all did not dare to offend him. It was still unknown who would gain supremacy. How could they dare to easily choose teams? At this time, the Ning Ziyuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up and said to Yi Yuan with an excited look, "Head Elder, I wonder if you can refine the Tinghai S PAC splitting pill?" Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance, rather surprisedly, not expecting that the one who stepped forward at this time was actually him. One had to know, stepping forward at this time was equivalent to utterly falling out with Ruosu. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan also felt relieved. Compared to falling out with Ruosu, Ning Ziyuan clearly valued the increase of his own strength more. Reaching Ning Ziyuan's current realm, the medicinal pills capable of letting him improve were not many anymore. And this Tinghai S PAC splitting pill was precisely one of them. Reaching the Divine Lord realm, the increase in strength was not just how much divine essence AMA S said anymore. What they regarded more highly was developing the inner world. Ning Ziyuan had stopped at the 8th-layered Heaven Divine Lord realm for many years already, failing to break through to become a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord for a long time. He had also found Ruosu to refine the Tinghai S PAC splitting pill before. But Ruosu refined a few times, and it all failed. This was a level 7 difficulty medicinal pill. Even for Xianyu and Ruosu, the success rate of refining was extremely low too. Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance and said, "Coolly, you gather the spirit medicines and come find me tomorrow. All right, I'll disperse." Ning Ziyuan was scheming and calculating and rarely got excited. But now his face actually appeared somewhat flushed became of agitation. "Ha! Elder Ning, you really believe that he can refine the Tinghai S PAC splitting pill? At that time, if he can't refine it, your Ning family will have a good show to watch." "Yeah, Elder Ning, You were also too reckless this time. Elder Ning, I'm somewhat pitying you right now. These elders all came in front of Ning Ziyuan, expressing their sympathy and gloating over his misfortune. They totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine the Tanghai SPAC splitting pill. In fact, they did not even believe that Yi Yuan could cure Jingqi. The vast majority of them were guessing if Yi Yuan obtained some essence Replines. H.I. plus Ing and Vitality Noris. H.I. plus Ing Supreme Treasure while traveling outside. That's how it brought Jingqi back to life, even breaking through the shackles. To say that Yi Yuan refined such a high-difficulty medicinal pill, they really did not believe. Toward this, Ning Ziyuan just smiled, did not say much. With Ning Tianping around, his understanding of Yi Yuan was naturally not what these fools could compare to. On the second day, Ning Ziyuan indeed came to find Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan saw that he was somewhat hesitating and said coolly, "Just say whatever you want to say. I don't like to beat around the bush." Ning Ziyuan was slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, "Head Elder, it's like this. There are some people in our clan who heard that Head Elder can personally refine pills, and all want to request pills from you. Wonder if—" Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance. The other party could not help feeling somewhat guilty, as if being seen through by Yi Yuan. The Ning family's clansmen would request pills from him? This was probably Ning Ziyuan deciding all on his own, right? He wanted to increase the family clan strength and was also afraid of offending Yi Yuan. That was why he said it like this. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since I personally promised, I naturally won't go back on my words. You leave behind all the spirit medicines. The contribution points will be deducted from you. 5 days later, come over to fetch the pills." The moment Ning Ziyuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Head Elder." After Ning Ziyuan left, Ning Tianping revealed his figure and thanked Yi Yuan with a bow. "Many thanks, Your Excellency, for not taking prior transgressions to heart and refining pills for the Ning family's members." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This family head of yours helped me out a lot this time. Otherwise, this deadlock would really be hard to clear." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "That's Your Excellency's charity to the Ning family." With this chance placed in front of him, the family head naturally values the Ning family's future more. Family head has already been stuck being an 8th-layered, heaven divine, lord for tens of thousands of years, and has always been unable to break through. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be hard for him to want to break through. With his shrewdness, how could he possibly let go? Yi Yuan sized Ning Tianping up and said with a nod, "Your cultivation recently, the rate of progress is pretty good." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Is Your Excellency praising yourself? This is all thanks to Your Excellency's medicinal pills. After Your Excellency broke through to become a 4-star alchemy G.O.D, the medicinal pills refined are even more miraculous. My cultivation simply advances by leaps and bounds. At this speed, I can probably assault the 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Realm in less than 50 years. These few days, Yi Yuan refined quite a few medicinal pills for Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping ate those ordinary rank 4 divine pills like swallowing miracle elixirs, strength improving by leaps and bounds. Now he already became a middle-stage, 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This cultivation speed could be rated as horrifying in Divine Lord Realm. Very soon, a month's time said, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City stirred up overnight. Chapter 1690, Stirring Up the Entire City. Chapter 1690, Stirring Up the Entire City, a Ning family's clan elder, who was a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, Ning Tsunhai, broke through to become a 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Another Ning family's clan elder, who was a 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, Ning Zhongkai, also broke through, becoming a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The Ning family's patriarch, Ning Ziyuan, finally broke through his bottleneck, becoming a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. News after another stirred up the entire city, sweeping across the entire heavenly eagle imperial city like the wind. It was as if overnight the entire Ning family ascended. Those Ning family clan elders, sitting around waiting to die, without any hopes of breaking through, actually all broke through. This news was too shocking. Of course, the most shocking one was still Ning Ziyuan's breakthrough. What did a ninth-layered heaven, divine Lord mean? It meant standing at the summit of the imperial city. Apart from celestial deity powerhouses, ninth-layered heaven divine lords were the strongest. Furthermore, after becoming a ninth-layered heaven divine lord, it also meant that Ning Ziyuan had the chance to touch that fleeting and ephemeral celestial deity realm. No matter whether it was successful or not, at least he had this qualification. In the city, how many could have such qualifications? Hey, this news wouldn't be fake, right? Those few old fellows were already approaching their hour of death. They actually broke through? How can this be fake? Those few old things are beside themselves with joy, Wisconsin H. I, plussing for the entire city to know that they broke through. This is also too coincidental, right? It couldn't be that the Ning family collectively gained enlightenment, right? Enlightenment, my asterisk SS. Are you dumb? Head Elder Yi Yuan promised at the elders' meeting that all of the elders confined him to refined pills, but Body took him seriously. Only Ning Ziyuan alone requested him to refine pills. In the end, the Ning family's members all ascended overnight. Is this real or fake? Didn't Head Elder Yi Yuan just break through not long ago? His alchemy skills already reached such a terrifying degree? The powerhouses in the imperial city were all discussing this matter. To divine lord realm martial artists, what else could be more attractive than breaking through? Hence, within the major family clans, they were all thrown into utter disarray. Especially among those elders' families, it became a total mess. Those clan elders were all blaming the patriarchs. Why didn't they go and request pills from Head Elder Yi Yuan? At the S.H.I. plus family's residence, several old fellows were pointing at S.H.I. plus Feng's nose and scolding him. S.H.I. plus Feng and Ning Ziyuan could be said to be two heroes who existed side by side. The two were both eighth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses, both occupying a very important position in the Elders Association. The S.H.I. plus family and Ning family had also been secretly competing all along. S.H.I. plus Feng and Rua Su walked very close, so they had always been suppressing the Ning family. In this matter, S.H.I. plus Feng chose to stand on Rua Su's side without any hesitation. That day, Ning Ziyuan's very cautious appearance, S.H.I. plus Feng, was still very disdainful when he saw it, even somewhat looking down on Ning Ziyuan's groveling. In his presence, he did not have qualms reproving Ning Ziyuan behind his back. But who knew that only a month's time said, and then Ning Ziyuan actually directly broke through, becoming a ninth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. S.H.I. plus Feng was utterly stunned by this news, but he had not come back to his senses yet, and a bunch of clan elders blocked him in tightly, all pointing at his nose and scolding. S.H.I. plus Feng, how are you serving as the family head? S.H.I. plus Feng, you're also too much. Head Elder Yi Yuan was personally invited by City Lord, but you actually didn't give him face. It's great now, right? The Ning family members' noses are all facing the sky. You look at us. Take a look at us. These clan elders were all very elderly figures. Many of them were S.H.I. plus Feng's elders. Scolding him was not weird at all, not giving him any face at all. S.H.I. plus Feng was scolded until his face turned green, but he could not do anything at all. These old fellows did not have other capabilities and only knew how to say this and that all day long. All right, hold your horses. Elders, aren't I thinking of ways to remedy it here? S.H.I. plus Feng brushed it off for quite a while, finally throwing these old fellows off. but he felt his head aching too. Right now, the development of the situation in the city far exceeded his imagination. This move was truly earth-shattering. One could imagine that right now, the threshold of head elder Yi Yuan's manor was already being trampled flat. Plus Feng finally understood why Yi Yuan dared to directly throw Ruo Su into the refining abyss. He based it on absolute confidence in his own strength. Without genuine ability, don't go and do what you can accomplish. Yi Yuan and Xian Yu walked very closely, so it was impossible to not know how great Ruo Su's force in Heavenly Eagle was. But he still dared to take over this position of head elder. This showed that he definitely had some reliance. What Yi Yuan needed was merely a breakthrough point. Very luckily, the Ning family became this breakthrough point. Plus Feng suddenly discovered that he reacted too late after it happened. Thinking these through now was already too late. One misstep, and then every step was wrong. The time limit given by Yi Yuan was only 3 months. Now, a month had already passed. The next 2 months' time, there would be countless families racking their heads, wanting to fight for the spot. The time was too short. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to put all of his energy on one family like the Ning family. Currently, the initiative was already completely grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Whoever he wanted to refine pills for, he would refine pills for. Whoever was an eyesore, he could completely cast you aside. Plus Feng heaved a sigh, slowly stood up, and walked over towards Yi Manor. Sure enough, the guardhouse of Yi Manor was already packed full of people. It could already open up a tea house. Except, everyone's faces had worried looks, looking like prisoners awaiting trial. Normally, when everyone saw Plus Feng, they would definitely say H-E-L, low, right away. But today, not a single person actually cared about him. Plus Feng saw an elder he was on good terms with, and went up to ask, Brother Zhao, who is head elder meeting? This person was called Zhao Yibin, the Zhao family's patriarch. When Zhao Yibin lifted his head and saw that it was Plus Feng, he could not refrain from complaining. He said, who else can it be? Isn't it all the Ning family, that bunch of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S? Humph! Look how smug they are. The moment he said this, the others immediately exploded. Zhao Yibin, if you want to offend head elder, don't cause trouble for us. Yeah, the Ning family is the favorite of head elder currently. What's wrong with being a little smug? Aren't you just feeling unfair in your heart to see Ning Songhai's cultivation catch up to yours? One person, one mouthful of spittle, they could directly drown Zhao Yibin to death. Yet, Zhao Yibin did not dare to lose his temper, immediately realizing his loss of composure, and apologized to everyone. Everybody, calm your anger! Everyone calm your anger. It was all this Zhao's fault. Only after a bout of apologizing did everyone's wrath subside. When Plus Feng saw this scene, he was immediately dumbfounded. Everyone's nerves were already sensitive to such an extent. Who knew that Zhao Yibin shot Plus Feng a fierce glare and stopped talking. Plus Feng was speechless. Only now did he know what kind of shock the Ning family's collective breakthrough brought to everyone. Now, everyone was afraid of offending Yi Yuan by saying a word. Right at this time, Ning Ziyuan brought a group of old fellows and came out of the Yi Manor hastily. The moment Ning Ziyuan saw Plus Feng, he laughed smugly and said, Plus Feng, what did you all say to me that day? Grovel and wagging my tail? Now, even if you grovel in the dirt and wag your tail, head elder might not give you this chance either. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1691 Heavenly Eagle Change Heavens. 1691 Heavenly Eagle Change Heavens Plus Feng's face immediately turned black, like the bottom of a wok. But he could not refute it. Did he want to grovel and wag his tail? Of course he wanted to. Too freaking wanted to. Who could refuse the allure of achieving a breakthrough, becoming a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord? If Yi Yuan gave him a chance to grovel and wag his tail right now, he definitely would. But the problem was, would Yi Yuan give it? Ning Ziyuan's body faintly exuded a powerful aura. That was the aura belonging to a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. He, S.H.I. plus Feng, yearned for such strength so much. Looking behind him again, that bunch of old fellows were in high and vigorous spirits. How was there any hint of being old and ailing like a candle in the wind? Especially Ning Songhai, breaking through to become seventh-layered Heaven Divine Lord in one stroke. He would have the qualifications to enter the Elders' A.S. Association. The Ning family would occupy another spot in the Elders' A.S. Association. This significance was huge. Family head is really wise. This time, our Ning family thoroughly overshadowed the S.H.I. plus family. In the future, our Ning family will do head Elder Yi Yuan's bidding without a word. Oh, you guys, better hurry up and think of ways on how to let head Elder Yi Yuan cool down. Haha, the Ning family's clan elders were all extremely pleased with themselves. That appearance was like villains intoxicated with success. However, they had this qualification, because they knew that in the future, no family could surpass the Ning family anymore. Yi Yuan naturally would not be indifferent to the other families, but he absolutely would not treat the other families like the Ning family. This was the difference in the degree of intimacy. Ning Ziyuan laughed and said, S.H.I. plus Feng, don't blame me for not warning you. It's best that you rack your brain and think of how to cut off relations with Ruo Su. This is your only hope. Ha ha ha! Finished talking, Ning Ziyuan brought the group of elders and swaggered away. S.H.I. plus Feng's brows furrowed and could not help musing. Not just S.H.I. plus Feng. The others similarly fell into deep thought. There were some hints in Ning Ziyuan's words. 3 months said in a blink. During these 3 months, Ruo Su suffered the pain of having his mind withered away. Even his entire person withered considerably. Leaving the G.O.D. refining abyss, Ruo Su gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Yi Yuan, do you really think that you do whatever you want when you become the head elder? This old man will let you know what's called too high to touch. Ruo Su did not even return home and went to the S.H.I. plus family straight away. But what he did not expect was that the one who came out to meet him was actually S.H.I. plus Song and not S.H.I. plus Feng. The person that the S.H.I. plus family sent out was S.H.I. plus Song. Seeing Ruo Su, S.H.I. plus Song clasped his hands and said, S.H.I. plus Song has seen third elder. Ruo Su's face fell, and he said unhappily, S.H.I. plus Song, what did you call me? From being the head elder to the second elder, and then from the second elder to the third elder. This was the greatest pain in Ruo Su's heart, and also the greatest shame. This S.H.I. plus Song actually rubbed his nose in it. However, S.H.I. plus Song said very calmly, third elder, this was personally dictated by City Lord. This S.H.I. plus Song is just A.N.O. body. Third elder, you've already stayed in the G.O.D. refining abyss for 3 months. Please don't make things difficult for S.H.I. plus Song. Ruo Su's face turned black. S.H.I. plus Song's words rendered him speechless. Yes, Yi Yuan had just set the rules. So who would slam into the spearhead? Wasn't this looking for abuse? Ruo Su said unhappily, we're in private, so what are you scared of? Can he, Yi Yuan, really cover the sky with one hand? This old man coming out this time. I'll definitely play him to death. S.H.I. plus Song sneered in his heart, but said indifferently on the surface. Third elder, there are no walls in the world without a crack. S.H.I. plus Song is just an unimportant character. Third elder, don't make things difficult for me anymore. Ruasu was in an irritable mood and waved his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. Where's S.H.I. plus phone? Call him out to see me." S.H.I. plus song said. Third elder really came untimely. Patriarch, he recently had some accidental gains and just entered seclusion a few days back. He likely won't come out any time soon. The moment Ruasu heard, he said in a great rage, "What?" At this juncture, he actually went into closed seclusion. Could it be that he wants to see Yi Yuan S.H.I. plus T and P ISS on the S.H.I. plus family's head? This BLOODYBASTARD. Ruasu had an enraged appearance from disappointment. Clearly, he was very angry. Not going into a retreat earlier or later. He just had to enter closed seclusion at this juncture where Ruasu came out of the G.O.D. refining abyss. If it were before, S.H.I. plus song naturally would not have any problem with it. But now he was very unhappy in his heart. Did this Ruasu really take the S.H.I. plus family to be a dog of his? S.H.I. plus song said, "This is also something that can't be helped. If third elder has something, please come again another day." The expression on Ruasu's face was very ugly, giving S.H.I. plus song a fierce glare. He then left. After Ruasu left, S.H.I. plus Fang's figure slowly came out. S.H.I. plus song said with an angry look, "Patriarch, this old fogey really takes our S.H.I. plus family to be a dog raised by him. Does he think that the current heavenly eagle is still the heavenly eagle 3 months ago? If I were to say, we might as well directly lose all decorum with him." S.H.I. plus Fong said coolly, "Do you think that by losing all decorum, head elder will be able to accept us? Our muddy waters are too deep. Sigh, right now our S.H.I. plus family can only tuck our tails between our legs and behave. We can't provoke anyone. A single misstep and it's eternal damnation." S.H.I. plus Song's expression changed, and he said in surprise, "Patriarch, it wouldn't be so serious, right?" S.H.I. plus Fong gave him a glance and said, "It will be only more serious than you think. Head elders means already Serpa. S. said your and my understanding. As long as he's willing, he can support another family up like the Ning family at any time. At that time, it wouldn't be the situation of whatever S.H.I. plus family and Ning family contending for hegemony anymore. The S.H.I. plus family's existence will also become dispensable. Do you think it's serious or not?" S.H.I. plus Song's heart shook wildly. He suddenly discovered that the S.H.I. plus family was glorious on the surface right now, but actually it was already in deep crisis. Furthermore, what S.H.I. plus Fong said was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Within a short 2 months, there had already been more than 20 middle-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouses who broke through in the city. When others were breaking through, and you still marched on the spot, then you would be eliminated sooner or later. Currently, it was not just the Marshall Towers elders. Even those Pill Towers elders could not sit still anymore as well. Did the Pill Towers elders not need to break through? They desired to break through too, but they themselves could not refine medicinal pills capable of breaking through at all. But the problem was that they could not, but Yi Yuan could. Will you beg me? Do you acknowledge me as the head elder? Within 3 months, the heavens of the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already thoroughly changed. After getting rebuffed at the door several times in a row, Ruasu finally discovered that something was rather wrong. These guys seemed to have discussed it. It was either closed seclusion or busy. It was as if he became a plague, and everyone was staying away from him. When suffering torment in the G.O.D. refining abyss, he already thought of a countermeasure and prepared to come out and go all out. But after he came out, Ruasu suddenly discovered that he already became a loner, a belly full of methods, but he was unable to use a single one. Finally, Ruasu came to find the disciple that he was proud of, Song Qiang. Upon asking, he finally understood what happened. Ruosu's heart shook wildly. He completely could not imagine that Yi Yuan, who had just broken through, his alchemy Tao strength was already actually overwhelmingly horrifying. Chapter 1692 Golden Sword Pact. Chapter 1692 Golden Sword Pact. At the Yi Manor, a burst of hearty laughter came from inside a hall. Ha ha ha. Truly refres. I plussing. This old man fought with Ruosu, that punk, for so many years and couldn't do anything to him. You only used 3 months, and you cleaned him up properly, Coldfeather said with a big laugh. Zhang Qi also smiled and said, That old punk, I've also had enough of him when I was the Martial Tower's head elder these few years. Now it feels all better. The Martial Tower was under the control of the Pill Tower. This was something that could not be helped. Whoever came could not change this situation either. Hence, no matter whether Coldfeather or Zhang Qi became the head elder, the result was all the same, even if their strength was stronger than Ruosu. 3 months' time Pa said. Ruosu came out of the de-refining abyss, but discovered that everything had changed. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was not receptive to him. Even those Pill Tower elders who looked to him for instructions in the past also all dove into Yi Yuan's camp, using Ruosu's words to say, this was going to lick Yi Yuan's stinky boots. Yet, everyone gladly endured the hards. I plus P, Coldfeather, the 3 of them, simply prostrated in admiration towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was clearly different from them, these martial arts and alchemy fanatics. His means emerged in endless streams. Dealt a blow, gave a sweet date. Struck another blow, gave another sweet date. He did not keep people 1,000 miles away and did not bring you in either, just letting you wait at the entrance. These elders and deacons obeyed and carried out whatever Yi Yuan said now. Yi Yuan said head east. They absolutely did not dare to head west. The method of political games, Yi Yuan played it to perfection. Coldfeather, they all were also dumbfounded with amazement from watching these few days. Was this kid really only several hundred years old? This was simply an old cunning demon. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Ruosu, this person's desire for power is too strong. This kind of people wielding power, the internal friction will be too much. I'm not willing to join in this kind of struggle. But since I promised City Lord, I naturally have to do it well. Xianyu nodded and said with a smile, You've already done sufficiently well. Right now, the Pill Tower has already gone onto the right track under your management. You handle affairs fairly, show no partiality to either side. Even though the time was short, you already won people's hearts. Coldfeather also nodded and said, You kid indeed have some skill, much more capable than the few of us old fellows. Now, regardless of whether the Pill Tower or Martial Tower, they are convinced by you, head elder Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, just nice. This old man will also be retiring, having made my mark. Yi Yuan, being head elder, did not appoint people on the basis of favoritism. A few days ago, someone was haughty from being conferred favors and was even fiercely punished by Yi Yuan. Ever since then, Yi Yuan's prestige was also truly established. The current Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could be said to be strongly united as one. Yi Yuan looked at Coldfeather and said, Brother Coldfeather, so many years have already said. You still haven't touched that threshold? Coldfeather smiled bitterly and said, How can it be that easy? This half-step is as hard as ascending to heaven. Although Coldfeather was called an unprecedented prodigy, wanting to break through to the celestial deity realm, it was still somewhat beyond his reach too. These few hundred years, even though his realm soared wildly, his foundation was also completely used entirely during these few hundred years. The celestial deity realm could not be broken through just based on one's foundation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Say that it's hard, it's also hard. Say that it's not difficult either. One sentence made Zhang Qi and Coldfeather's bodies tremble at the same time. Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning. Xian Yu, who was by the side, seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, Yi Yuan, are you able to refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill already? Supreme Jade Void Pill. This. Yi Yuan, it isn't real, right? Cold Feather's entire body trembled violently, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Rank 3 had the Vast Sun Universe Pill, while Rank 4 had the Supreme Jade Void Pill. This medicinal pill was naturally used to help martial artists break through to the celestial deity realm. Except, like how 3-star alchemy DS could not refine a Vast Sun Universe Pill for 4-star alchemy DS to want to refine a Supreme Jade Void Pill, it was simply a fool's talk. To Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, no one had ever thought of wanting to go and refine this medicinal pill either. Hence, when Xian Yu said this name, Cold Feather, 2 people palpated with eagerness. Yi Yuan smiled and said, As for now, it's still too early, but this day shouldn't be far either. After breaking through to the divine vortex realm, the majority of Yi Yuan's effort was placed on researching alchemy Dao. For him to be able to refine the Tanghai S, P-A-C splitting pill, such a high difficulty medicinal pill, so quickly, this was naturally inseparable from his hard work too. Except, Rank 4 divine pills were indeed a Ma. S sieve watershed. The refining difficulty was G. D knows how many times harder than Rank 3 divine pills. Even if it was Yi Yuan wanting to refine level 9 difficulty, Rank 4 divine pills in a short time, it was still somewhat beyond his power. However, although Yi Yuan's words were spoken out nonchalantly in the other few people's ears, it was akin to a bolt out of the blue. Xian Yu smiled bitterly and said, You brat, you really don't know what to say about you. This old man studied alchemy Dao for 100,000 years, but I haven't even touched the borders of level 8 difficulty. You just broke through for several decades and are already almost able to refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill. If this old man's skin was a little thinner, I'd really hit my head and die. When the few people heard, they all guffawed with laughter. Although it was teasing, Yi Yuan's alchemy talent indeed made them visibly moved. It's just that the few primary medicines that the Supreme Jade Void Pill requires are all extremely hard to come by treasures. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't seem to have a complete range, right? Cold Feather suddenly said, A clever housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Even if Yi Yuan had the ability to refine pills without spirit medicines, he still did not have a way. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You guys set your mind at ease about this. On this trip out, Yi collected quite a few precious spirit medicines. Disregarding other things, helping the 2 of you break through is no big problem. The moment Cold Feather 2 people heard, they were wildly elated in their hearts. Cold Feather said, Yi Yuan, if this old man can break through to the celestial deity realm, this old life will be considered sold to you. Zhang Qi smiled bitterly and said, Grandmaster, my life was saved by him in the first place. This grace is hard to repay even with 10,000 deaths. The few people were currently talking when a layer of ripple appeared in the S.P.A.C. 2 figures slowly walked out. They were City Lords Washujia and Hichong, paying respects to City Lord, paying respects to Grand Elder. Cold Feather and the rest hurriedly went up to salute. Shujia's expression was rather ugly as he said in a solemn voice, All sit down. This city Lord has something to tell you all. Seeing Shujia's appearance, Cold Feather and the rest of their hearts involuntarily thumped. Looks like it was not some good thing. Shujia reached his hand out, a small golden sword suspended on his palm. Golden sword token. This is Utmost Peace Imperial City's Golden Sword token. They're going to activate the Golden Sword Pact. Zhang Qi's expression changed greatly as he said. Shuja nodded and said, This seat has just received Utmost Peace Imperial City's Golden Sword token. They've agreed upon to launch the Golden Sword Pact 10 years later. Looks like this time they will not rest until they are dead. Cold Feather Few people's faces instantly became ugly to the extreme. They are bullying others too far. Cold Feather gritted his teeth and said, "Utmost peace, Imperial City. Among us low-order Imperial cities, their strength is very powerful. Activating the Golden Sword Pact. Who can stop them?" Zhang Qi said, full of bitterness. Zuo Shuje heaved a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, Utmost Peace Imperial City, is aiming for you this time. Why not? You leave Heavenly Eagle first and avoid the limelight for the time being." Chapter 1693. Who dictates? Chapter 1693. Who dictates? They came for the origin, magnetic, divine mountain. Yi Yuan did not reveal a visible change in countenance, appearing very calm. He did not understand what this Golden Sword Pact was. But Utmost Peace Imperial City provoked them time and again. Apart from the origin, magnetic divine mountain, there was likely no other possibilities. Zuo Shuje nodded and said they activated the Golden Sword Pact and mentioned that they wanted us to hand over the origin, magnetic divine mountain. If not for the origin, magnetic divine mountain, Utmost Peace Imperial City also would not go through such great trouble. Even under the command of the same Heavenly Emperor, the relations HI plus P between imperial cities was also not very harmonious. Imperial cities were different from capital cities because of the geographical relations. HI plus P imperial cities were extremely far apart. It was also impossible for the imperial capital to be able to control every imperial city. Hence, an imperial city of this level was actually relatively independent. Therefore, some friction often happened between imperial cities, and it was also very normal. Even if there was a valid reason, there was no incident of one imperial city destroying another in a normal situation. An imperial city was equivalent to the mortal world's Virginia S. Cell State, and one imperial city making a move against another imperial city needed to issue a Golden Sword token to the other party. The Golden Sword Pact that Utmost Peace Imperial City activated was the first mode of the Golden Sword token. It was considered relatively gentle. This was the direct contention between both sides' upper echelons. The loser would have to hand over the item that the other party asked for with both hands, and the second mode was to directly shatter this golden sword. Then it was an irreconcilable till death situation for both sides. The two imperial cities would be plunged into war. Yi Yuan gained a clear item of this Golden Sword Pact and asked Zuo Shuje, "City Lord, that Utmost Peace Imperial City Lord, I don't know if you're his match. Are you?" Zuo Shuje's eyes narrowed slightly, extremely shocked in his heart. Could the meaning in Yi Yuan's words be to really have a life and death struggle with Utmost Peace Imperial City? He shook his head and said, "Yi Yuan, I know that you aren't willing, but Utmost Peace Imperial City is powerful and is a mid-upper imperial city in strength among our Southridge 10 cities. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City has no way of competing. As for that Xiao Anshan, even though he's the same as me, both second-layered heaven celestial deities, he is already a peak second-layered heaven celestial deity. I'm not his match." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then if I lend you the origin magnetic divine mountain?" Zuo Shujia's entire body trembled, and he said rather excitedly, "If I have the origin magnetic divine mountain in possession, I have at least 70% assurance to defeat him." However, he immediately became dejected and continued, "It's no use. Utmost Peace has 4 great celestial deities. Even though 3 of them are first-layered heaven celestial deities, Hichong alone isn't a match." Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small black hill emerged. "City Lord, it is not that Yi Yuan is stingy, but this origin magnetic divine mountain is still very useful to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, even giving to you is fine. In these 10 years, the origin magnetic divine mountain will be under the charge of City Lord. I hope that city lord uses it to win victory at the unfurling of the flag. Finish talking. Yi Yuan's palm pushed. The origin magnetic divine mountain landed in Zhuo Shujia's hand. Zhuo Shujia's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so generous to be willing to lend the origin magnetic divine mountain for him to use. Before waiting for him to get over his shock, Yi Yuan took out another dark yellow-colored rope. Zhuo Shujia and He Chang's gazes turned intent, and they cried out, "Immortal binding rope!" Yi Yuan threw the immortal binding rope to He Chang and said with a smile, "Grand Elder, this immortal binding rope is useless to this Yi. Give it to you." At this time, He Chang's entire person was in a daze. He had never thought that he would actually own a celestial deity mystic treasure one day. This was a celestial deity mystic treasure. Yi Yuan gave it to him just like this. Is this really given to me? He Chang still had a look of disbelief until now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can this still be fake? Lend me a gallbladder, and I also won't dare to crack jokes with Grand Elder." Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, He Chang was convinced that he was not joking with him. He Chang sucked in a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, "All right, then I won't be pretentious anymore. Yi Yuan, if you have any needs in the future, feel free to ask me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Even if Grand Elder doesn't say, Yi Yuan has to ask the two of you for help too." Zhuo Shujia and He Chang exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise from the other party's eyes. Seemed like this Yi Yuan had long had a plan in mind. Yi Yuan said, "In these 10 years, the two of you please collect more rank for spirit medicines back. The more the better. As for the Golden Sword Pact, the two of you can rest assured. They won't be KY soon enough." Zhuo Shujia and He Chang suddenly felt that this world already did not belong to them. They came to urge Yi Yuan to leave, but now it was different. Yi Yuan had one word for them: fight. Could a first-layered heaven divine lord be dictating the struggle between celestial deity realms? Thinking about it, the two people felt that it was inconceivable. Xian Yu was rather worried as he said, "Yi Yuan, there are only 10 years more. Do you have confidence in refining the supreme jade void pill within 10 years? What? Supreme jade void pill? Although they were celestial deity powerhouses, Zhuo Shujia and He Chang's reactions were no different from Cold Feather and the others previously. Supreme jade void pill. This term was too distant from them. At this time, the two of them finally understood where Yi Yuan's confidence lay. Yi Yuan said, "I don't know either, but I will give it my best. All in all, running isn't a solution. Activating the Golden Sword token this time, they are clearly coming for us. Even if I really leave, they probably won't let Heavenly Eagle Imperial City go that easily either." Having said this, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "Since they dared to reach their hands out, then they'll have to be prepared to be bitten." Yi Yuan was naturally not willing to leave. At present, close to 400 years had Pa S said. There was still around 100 years to the 500-year agreement. Leaving at this time, if he missed Lear and they all, there would be many twists and turns again. Yi Yuan had long made a decision in his heart. Since he was not able to avoid it, then just battle. He wanted to rely on his own power and let the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City become powerful. At utmost peace Imperial City, Qiao Anshan's gaze swept over the group of powerhouses below and said coolly, "This time we must obtain the origin magnetic divine mountain. If Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people are impervious to reason, then kill without mercy." When Yilin said, "This kid called Yi Yuan has escaped several calamities time and again. This time, we absolutely can't let him get away." Qiao Anshan said, "Relax, this seat has already laid down an all-in-compa. Singnet, just waiting for him to escape. Zhuo Shujia, that coward, after receiving the Golden Sword token. He'll definitely let Yi Yuan escape." When Yilin gave a thumbs up and praised, City Lord truly takes every conceivable possibility into account. This punk called Yi Yuan is truly tired of living, to actually dare provoke a lion in its den. Not only did he kill Gao Yuan, he even N-A-T-C, head away the origin magnetic divine mountain and immortal binding rope. If he doesn't die, it will be hard for this old man to dispel the hatred in my heart. Qiao Anshan smiled and said, "Relax, he's dead for sure this time. Also, you get Yang Fan to prepare well. This time, let him personally avenge Gao Yuan."